Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866 We Be Big, and we appreciate you being with us. Blazing Silverman, he's here today, fired up, ready to go. Look at him. He's kind of hopping around here. You know, he's just young, youth. He's just so excited. Can't believe he's up. But he is here today, and we thank you for being with us as well. That number again, 866 We Be Big. Today's special day, not just any day. Last month's charity charge benefited Bikes for Kids. We talked to you about that. Charlie Bradford with Bikes for Kids will be here today and receive a charity charge check from Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings. And then we'll announce that next Monday is November's charity charge, November 21st, to participating Buffalo Wild Wings, and that will benefit Toys for Tots. The Marines Reserve Toys for Tots program is one that's been around for 75 years, and this is an annual charity charge that we try to do each November, and we look forward to a great day on Monday as that cranks up Thanksgiving week next Monday. And I hate to say this, but I think that's when we'll have to start playing Gobble Gobble next Monday.
Oh, Gobble again.
Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. Hey. What's up, boys? The Bible study live today, noon Central as well. Gobble Gobble time. You know, and I try to let everybody know.
Talking about a party divided.
Oh,
goodness.
You know,
it's bad when Trump announced he's running. This Gobble Gobble thing. Goodness gracious. It'll divide a party.
Oh, it will. Absolutely. It will. And what I want everybody to do is do what I did years ago. Just embrace it.
Go to your office and shut the door.
No, why fight it? Just embrace it and sing along.
So you embrace torture.
I think actually it's kind of funny. It's a tradition. Makes you feel very festive and Thanksgiving-like. We get to make fun of it. She starts whispering at the end, gobble, 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 gobble.
Yeah, the little...
just have fun with it. Then move on and eat Thanksgiving turkey
I think we're
dinner.
going to have her actually doing it live.
Well, you know, I reached out to her.
Didn't we finally
she was
find
dead.
her? No, I think we talked to her. Was it it wasn't last year before, maybe?
No, I don't know.
I thought we actually talked to her.
I know I called her for a while because when she sent the CD, the lady that gave us Gobble Gobble, whenever she sent us the CD, she included her number. And so I called her for a while and just couldn't get her.
I could have swore we interviewed
I thought
her.
maybe she called in is what
I think
happened.
She called in.
But
I may have, or if somebody was lying and acting like her.
Right. But for those of you that are emailing going, how come y'all aren't doing it? Well, we normally don't do it until the week of Thanksgiving.
Praise.
So what they need to do, back off.
Yeah.
Gobble, gobble.
Oh, little promo, little preview
there. And so that should be Monday. But Monday is a new charity charge of participating Buffalo Wild Wings benefiting Toys for Tots. And so look forward to that and look forward to
that makes
Charlie.
me smile.
Yeah.
I get happy about that.
Tim Spencer will make you smile, too, because he's going to be bringing in some Buffalo Wild Wings
some wings up this morning.
That table in there is going to be full.
Good.
Huh?
Bring it on,
Come
Timmy.
on with it. Don't be scared.
I ain't.
So there's a couple of big stories today that really we'll say for the main show. One is NASA's $4 billion Artemis rocket has finally launched.
Well,
it's on a 25-day mission around the moon, and we'll have the countdown from the NASA channel and everything. It's been a big conversation on the show. Not only have we done podcasts about it, we've talked about it. Space Bros have scheduled to go a couple of times to the launch, and it was pushed back, but it did launch last night, and so we have the countdown as it lifted off. The launch of Artemis I mission marks the first step in NASA's plan to return humans to the moon by 2025. And so we'll have that. Also, Make America Great and Glorious Again. Not just great again.
Oh, we've added?
But great and glorious
Lord.
again.
We're going to add something to the hat.
Yep. Trump defies Republican critics by officially announcing he is running for president in 2024 for the third term. For a third time, I should say, in front of Melania and some other. Barron was there and a big crowd.
What kind of face did Melania have? She's got to be tired of this.
I don't know. But he's officially in, and so the guys will break that down a little bit. Something I don't really understand, I've kind of just dabbled at it a little bit. This FTX crypto dude that's been in the Bahamas, this Sam Bankman.
I've been seeing pictures of this guy with the hair up, stand up on his
head. Yeah, looks like a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, apparently the FTX collapse has spread to about $20 billion, and that's a B. And the FBI is planning to extradite him from the Bahamas. So we'll try to get an update from
He's
that.
hiding in the
There's just a
Bahamas.
lot out there today, and we'll do that, plus your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. There was a couple of stories that we dabbled with a little bit yesterday. And by the way, I did hear from Reese yesterday. Remember I said he might be he loved the questions yesterday.
Did he?
He loved
that was
the
a good
questions.
question day.
Yeah, it was a good question day. I thought those were
Audience
good
delivers.
questions you had.
And he laced his boots up and went to work.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Right.
I like.
I like that. A lot of time on the ladder, he said. Spending a lot of time on the ladder.
Good.
But a lot of stay-in-its and a lot of people listen to the show and come in talking about it. It's funny. He said they don't realize that I'm connected to the show the way I am until when they do. It's pretty funny how they interact with him. Like, what do you mean? Like some contractors or something that's coming in going,
Yeah.
I was just listening in the truck.
Oh,
Are
he
you
gets a
serious?
lot of that.
Yeah, oh yeah, big time. And it's funny because now he's embracing the show because like the Journeyman and others, they want to turn the show on, so it's like on in the background where they're working.
He's got this look
Yeah.
on his face like,
Right, and there's a
I've
little-
been hearing this crap my whole
Yeah,
life.
and there's a touch of secondhand. You
Yeah,
know, that
yeah,
he's
yeah,
got.
yeah, just a little.
He gets it honest.
Well, like
you
he
know?
said, he's guys, I've been listening to this for
Yeah.
well, good. He's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
working man.
Can we talk about, because I think it's cute that you're able to. Can we talk about Ellis and Thursday in that program?
Going to the it's some type of Thanksgiving program.
Oh boy,
He's he goes to school 2 days a week,
yeah.
and they're having a Thanksgiving program. So I don't know what it consists or what his role is.
I just love his personality and the
I-
stories you bring. So
Oh,
if
yeah.
he's up in front of somebody, watch out.
Oh, he'll be fine. Yeah. But you look forward to these
Oh,
with your
yeah.
grandkids. This will be the first one.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
That's good.
But yeah, I'm not sure but it's got to be Thanksgiving.
Got-
theme.
yeah,
I'm
Thanksgiving
thinking.
theme,
I
and
don't know
we're
if
up
he's
in
gonna
front.
be dressed as a turkey. Who knows?
Right, and this is the time where schools have
Oh,
classroom or whole school little plays or performances or standing up there or something.
I remember
you know.
Taylor and Chandler. They'd have this at the church. They'd have this singing around Christmas
Oh
every year.
yeah,
And I remember one year Taylor was real loud when he was up there, real loud.
got into it.
Oh. And we were like,
My
but anyway,
favorite-
I'm excited about it.
My favorite are the ones that, to your point, at church or Mother's Day out or whatever, where they're not sure what to do, and so some of them just stand up there like they're mad that they're even there.
Oh, yeah.
and then they start embracing it, and then they start singing, but they don't want to really open their mouth and sing, so they kind of start just moving their mouth.
Yeah,
a little
it's
bit.
funny to watch the extremes. You have those, and then you have the ones that are over the top.
Oh,
They
just-
have,
I'm talking about
they're young and they're
looking
they're
up.
excited and they're singing loud.
Just so proud to
That's
be
the way
there.
Taylor was. Chandler not so much.
Yeah,
She would sing, but he would overdo it.
yeah.
And but anyway, so we'll see.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
looking forward-
fun.
That's my first grandfather event like this.
Oh,
So-
but make sure you take. I know I'm telling you this, but take pictures.
Oh yeah,
and video.
and video, because you never know, you may get a moment.
Oh, yeah, and you got to have that. 16 minutes past the hour, so we're off and running, and look forward to hanging out with you today. It's another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We just get up and do it again, and there we are doing it, and
Never
he's
mind
doing it,
doing
and we're
it.
all doing it together. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Provember is back at Lowe's. Save up to an additional $750 off now on select major appliances from Hisense and get free delivery on items $396 or more. Plus, get an industry-leading 2-year warranty and great low prices on items like a Hisense refrigerator and air fry electric range, exclusively at Lowe's. Find the right appliance for your jobs and properties today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. Offer ends 11/30.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
A few more seconds.
It is 22 minutes past the hour.
We got
Thank
a
you
few
so
more.
Thank you so much for
Sorry.
tuning in to the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, we've got all kinds of stuff. We can go about 20 different directions. Y'all let me know what y'all think is going on here, if you
First
don't
of all,
mind.
The female turkeys love to cuddle and form
females.
close relationships. Our turkey specifically, we have a turkey that loves to be held and sit in your lap. So they really enjoy all of the attention.
This is turkey therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Or a turkey experience.
Yeah.
But you're saying you may be right. It helps.
Female turkeys like to cuddle.
I think you're right.
And form close relationships.
No, they don't.
Nah, yeah.
No, they don't.
Specifically, we have a turkey that loves to be held and sit in your lap. So they really enjoy all of the attention.
Hey, let me give you a heads up here. Everybody wants to hug a puppy, maybe a little sheep, something like. Nobody. There's nothing about a turkey that would make you want to cuddle it.
No,
they're ugly.
God is my witness. I thought turkeys could fly.
Yeah.
So, are they talking about a turkey wanting to cuddle with another turkey or a human being?
I think with a human.
That's what it sounded like. It sounded like a human being.
I'm going to, like you said, it's a place where people go there to have their anxiety by cuddling.
Take their stress levels down with turkeys.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad.
And then on Thanksgiving Day, you get to eat it. Go ahead.
Greg. The animal there's an animal sanctuary, okay? There's a few of them. There's locations in California, Missouri, and Tennessee.
And they're keeping turkeys.
They offer you the opportunity to cuddle with a turkey this Thanksgiving.
I got news for you.
Wow.
I've seen these, that people have domestic, I call them turkeys, like some of them are white in color and all this. And I had to go in the yard. I was at work, and I'm going to tell you, they don't want to cuddle. They'll flog you.
Yeah, they will.
They're rough.
In a second.
They don't like people.
The Gentle Barn in Missouri is where that young lady was speaking from. Her name is Christine, and she talks about how much turkeys love to be cuddled.
Turkeys don't love to be cuddled.
Animal sanctuary.
They don't. There's nothing in nature, think about it, in their natural habitat that would be something that would make them want to cuddle.
Yeah.
Where would they get this urge? There's nothing to cuddle with out in the woods.
It's called a Gentle Thanksgiving. The Gentle Barn introduced this special event called the Gentle Thanksgiving, where you're invited on Thanksgiving Day to come cuddle the turkeys, feed them treats, join us for pie and games, and celebrate life, love, and liberty.
I'm going to join them.
See, I like to be cuddled, but I don't want some random stranger that's coming up for some pie to cuddle me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And plus, turkeys are not something, you don't look at that and go, oh, look how cute. Well, you want to cuddle with that? No, you don't.
No.
I'll tell you what I'm going to be doing with it on Thanksgiving. I'm going to be serving it with
consuming
dressing.
it.
Right.
It's going to be right there on a plate. I may cuddle it before I eat it. So, I like you, turkey. And then put it down and put a little giblet.
I love you, turkey. He was patting his chest, y'all.
Thank you, turkey breast. I love you, turkey breast. You smell so good.
I love me some turkey now. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Days.
Speaking of cuddling.
And that's an ugly animal. There's nothing cuddly about a turkey. There's nothing.
Where y'all at on cuddling?
Look, we'll cuddle in a second. But
no.
How about
your wives?
Of course you do.
Yeah, I would love it. Of course. Come on
Especially
with
when
it.
it's cold outside.
Yeah. Cold outside. How about these stories we've done where there's paid, cuddlers?
Oh, people.
Oh,
yeah.
hey,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and they'll be
hugs
like
for sale
in Japan and other places. Boy, you'll have little areas where you can go in there and cuddle somebody and just lay with them.
Let me tell you, that's dangerous. That right there is dangerous. If you truly, unless they're hiding another service, kind of like some of these massage, if you're truly just giving out cuddles and hugs, you're playing with fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah.
Climbing there with some goofball you don't know.
But let's say that
spooning,
you get the talent fee that you would get for like a remote. All right, a 2-hour remote, and that's your talent fee to just be the person that somebody comes in and cuddles with.
God. What about the stinky people that show up?
I know.
What about that?
I'd have a hard time selling.
No,
that.
I'm out.
Selling that to Amanda.
I'm out.
Well, yeah, I doubt you're married.
I doubt
you're married when you're doing it.
Listen. Hey, you got this unique sponsorship idea. They want me to cut ads for them. You ain't gonna believe what they're asking me to do. $2,000. Somebody, I got to go cuddle somebody.
I got a remote where I'm cuddling.
Yeah, they get to spoon me.
From 11 and then they get to spin the wheel.
Look, from 11 to 1, Jim the Crazy Sign Man's going to be there. I'm going to be eating pizza, and I'm going to be cuddling.
Yeah, I got a bed right here. We're going to cuddle in.
Yeah, I'm just going to lay there with my knees to my chest, and they're going to slide in behind me and cuddle.
And the new promotion is when they come by, honk if you've cuddled Helmsy.
There it is. Oh, my.
Oh,
we laugh. That's going on.
Oh, of course. We've done the stories.
And he's running through his head how much he'd charge.
Yeah.
Right.
I am.
Just in case he comes up.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like,
everything has a price, Greg.
Yeah. Kind of like private lessons, maybe for 30 minutes,
What if I did?
How long is too long to cuddle?
What if I incorporated cuddling, tennis and cuddling with Helmsy?
You could combo it.
Are we taking a nap or are you just cuddling?
Well,
some of them do. Some of them do take naps.
Well, think about it.
They cuddle.
It's nap time.
Yeah.
I may have to work out in my.
We've been cuddling for 38 minutes to an hour. I guess I'm gonna go to sleep. What we're going to do, just lay there and stare at the wall?
I don't want any part of any of those services.
You know, I'm a Hendrick driver. I can be a Hendrick cuddler. You can come to the remote under the tent, get you some Papa Murphy's pizza.
Cuddle with Greg under the tent.
Kidding.
No, but no, that's
that'd be near.
So anyway, this animal sanctuary says, "Come cuddle the turkeys." And what I love is
turkeys because they're so cute and cuddly,
and they think they know the turkey they know the turkey likes it.
Oh, it loves it. No, the turkey don't like it. There's nothing in nature that resembles a turkey hugging anything.
Nothing.
So why would they like it?
Nothing at all.
I'll tell you why they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Huh?
Not at all. I mean, just not at all.
I've never looked at a turkey and go, boy, I'd like to hug that. Look at that old red thing on her head. That's an ugly animal. Ugly. I wonder if they blow up. Yeah. You know how they'll.
Oh, yeah.
What, they said females, though, right?
You can attend this unique event
No
with this animal sanctuary called the Gentle Barn with a donation of $50, which helps the Gentle Barn with their rescue and care operations, both with turkeys and other animals. So they got a $50 deal. The event is an hour-and-a-half long event, different start times from 10 a.m. to 10:45, then 11:30 or whatever. But they have about 3
Make
locations.
your appointments now. It's filling up
to come cuddle on Thanksgiving Day. They're going to come. You can come cuddle the turkey.
They're trying to be anti-eat turkey. That's all this is about.
Right.
Look, we're not eating them. We're cuddling them. That's just like when the president gives a pardon to the turkey, but they still gonna eat turkey in the White House, right? I've always asked that. If you pardon him, so y'all don't have turkey now since you pardoned him,
right?
Because you're eating the turkey from somewhere.
Yeah,
butterballs in the fridge.
By the way, turkey's real hard to find this year. Go ahead and plan ahead.
It's up.
Yeah, it is.
Like everything else. I may have to cuddle one instead of kill it.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's the kickoff hour, and we're rolling. Rick and Bubba join us, as well as Adler, right after top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From pumpkin spice to apple cider, fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it deliciously easy to savor all that the season has to offer. With mouth-watering recipes delivered to your door, right now you can treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up some cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner Series, complete with easy-to-follow videos, and HelloFresh Market makes hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors. A rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more available for a limited time this season. With more than 35 weekly recipes to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to your door, HelloFresh helps spice up the cooking routine with fewer trips to the store, and it even saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
There's nothing worse than the mall in the months leading up to the holidays. You got children screaming and take forever to find parking. The list goes on and on. Now, right now, you can shop early, skip the stress, and snag some of the best deals of the season on something everyone will love. Premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, useful features, and almost custom, comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life. And they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. or knock that list out all at once and get 30% off by shopping Raycon's holiday bundles. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYYBF to get 20% off site-wide. That's 20% off, and save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's exclusive holiday bundles. That's code EARLYYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba. or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about Mypillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big...
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Today, we hand out another charity charge check. Good friend of the show, Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings, will be here today, which means he'll bring food, so calm down, Greg. He will have food, just piping hot wings. They'll be here. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. He'll be here, but he'll also be bringing a check, too.
Bring it.
For Bikes for Kids. That was last month's charity charge beneficiary. Charlie Bradford will be here representing Bikes for Kids. Bikesforkids.club is their website. They provide kids with bicycles year-round. They also provide Shelby, St. Clair, and Chilton County foster associations with bikes for misplaced kids as well as foster parents. That's in the state of Alabama. They also provide food, clothing, and toys to kids year-round, especially during the holiday season, beginning this Thanksgiving, next week, by the way. And so we will be here celebrating them and what they do, and they'll be able to tell us a little bit about how the money raised will go to great use for Bikes for Kids. And then coming up on Monday, the 21st, the Marine Corps Reserves, their Toys for Tots program, will be the beneficiary for this month.
Right.
And so we look forward to
good
that
one this
day.
time of year.
Yep. All right, so you said, oh, gosh, guys, I have a DA award.
Well, you know, we had a discussion on the show that we have no shortage of dumb A's in this world.
We
I'm
don't.
cleaning it up.
I know.
Cleaning it up. I want to say the whole thing because it drives the point home, but I'm gonna clean it up.
Okay.
And we had that discussion. We was talking about things we had shortage of. Everybody said, well, I know what we ain't got a shortage of. And that's so every now and then we see these stories come through, and I go, well, here's one for the DA award of the day.
Right.
Okay, dancing man on top of 18-wheeler slams into bridge and later dies.
What?
25-year-old man. He either jumped or climbed onto a moving 18-wheeler. It was in traffic.
Okay.
Before starting to dance.
Wow.
And also trying to film himself. So he was trying to get a bunch of views.
Of course he was.
Well, he forgot. What's funny, there is actually video. It shows it start. He's up there, and they go to one overpass, and, the truck barely fit in. He lays on his back and makes it under that one.
Okay.
Well, then he stands up and starts his dance, and then there's another one that's not as low as that one was. I guess he didn't feel the pinch point. I don't know.
Yeah.
And so he starts to dance, and it knocks him off, and he later dies.
Well, wait a minute. So could we have not have found a better place to jump up on the truck that didn't have bridges?
I know. And what's funny is he laid on his back and missed one, barely fit under that one.
Right.
And then he stands up dancing again, and wham.
Was part of his trick or whatever was to go underneath the overpasses? That's what he wanted to do?
I don't know.
Because if not, could they have found a stretch of road that didn't have overpasses?
He went under the real low one.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what they said that he appears to be filming, and then he jumps up. You're right. He did that, and then I'm going to dance, and he forgot there's another one behind him. It was higher. It wasn't as low, but it was not tall enough for him to clear it. And it knocks him off.
There's
and he
video of
later
him?
died. Yeah, you got right to the point where it's about to knock him off, and it quit showing. But it shows him go under the first one, and it shows him stand up, and he's going to dance.
Y'all wish I could see Greg
forget,
dancing.
When you do something stupid, but it's even better when you're trying to be funny.
Right.
And it goes bad. I hate he died.
Yeah.
Obviously, but that's kind of on him. I will say that.
Yeah.
I'll put it. If you climb up on an 18-wheeler that's moving through traffic, there's a chance you may either be injured or killed.
How fast are we going?
It wasn't fast.
Okay.
But, hey, big truck's not stopping. I guess the truck didn't know the guy was on there.
Did somebody scream heads up or get down?
I don't know, but it didn't work out for Pal. So he gets the DA award of the day.
Yeah, I would say that he does. But hey, do you not have helpers that's positioned at each overpass?
And we do this every time something like this happens.
Get down. Make sure you get down.
Yeah, imagine at the funeral. Well, boy, sad. What happened? Well, what, was he in a car accident? Well, not really. He was actually climbed up on an 18-wheeler and was dancing, filming himself, and he got hit by the overpass.
Excuse me?
Okay. Yeah, you don't hear that a lot for cause of death.
So at his memorial or whatever, does somebody say he died doing what he loved?
Well, he loved dancing on top of trucks, evidently. But anyway, that's just quite a story.
Okay, so there's what you were looking at.
There's your world. That's who we got out there.
Greg
guys.
uncontrollably screamed, "Hey, I got a DA award!"
Yeah,
but he didn't clean it up during the break.
We prove it every day.
Yeah.
Good night.
All right, Helmsy.
What? Oh, you want me to jump into this, or you want me to get up and dance?
Well, either
I'd
one,
like to see
whatever you're feeling.
I'll tell you this: if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it on where there's no.
Yeah, I'd like to see you surf on this table right here.
Got a Thanksgiving theme here when it comes to QFTAs.
All right.
We've been heavy Thanksgiving. You even teased the Gobble Gobble song.
Well, yeah, because that's coming Monday. Everybody calm down.
If you could remove one food item from the typical Thanksgiving menu, what would it be? Now, listen, before you say anything, no, you may hurt feelings here.
Tell me one more time.
Because you know how people bring dishes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
If you could remove one food item from the typical Thanksgiving menu, what would it be?
Anything with sweet potato in it.
Yeah, so you
like
sweet potato casserole.
I don't like that.
Interesting.
I don't like that. Cranberry's obvious, but we've been.
We talked about that.
I'm not the biggest fan of the green bean casserole.
Oh, I love the green bean.
Do you really?
casserole. Yeah,
I mean,
with
they're
them dirty
okay.
onions on it.
Greg, it's his, not
It's
yours.
okay.
You answered.
I like sweet potato casserole.
Yeah. Greg, you answered. Let him breathe.
I told y'all everybody likes sweet potato, but me for some reason.
Yeah,
and
but
I will
now-
admit this: I really haven't tried it. I just don't like the way it looks.
Really?
Isn't that crazy?
I mean, I'll eat both. Don't get me wrong. I'm just sitting here going, there's not really anything I don't like. I'm just trying to figure out.
Discussed, none of us like cranberry.
Right.
But
And so that's given. But I was thinking, what do I get the smallest scoop of?
I don't like that when it has, especially when it's sweet potato with marshmallows stuck on it. And baked.
You don't like that?
That's something about that. I just don't.
I love that.
And I'm admitting, when I was a kid, my mother would go, "Well, have you ever tried it?"
I love it.
I don't think I've ever tried it.
You know, I can't believe for so many years, and
Maybe
we've
I
talked
should
about
Greg,
this.
don't knock it till you try it.
That's true.
I always go back to this eggnog.
Yeah, you're right.
You dogged it and dogged it and dogged it, and I put it in front of you, and you couldn't get enough.
I wish
of
I
it.
had some right now.
For half my life, I avoided the deviled eggs.
No, I loved it.
And then I turned around and I said, "Well, I'll have one." And I think it's because I didn't like the way they look. Back to
presentation's
huge.
Let me back up.
And
for
I
a
put
second.
one in my mouth and I went,
Then you can't quit eating.
Right.
I will hear.
I'm like, hey,
me
buddy,
and you've had this discussion.
Yeah.
We were both real picky eaters. When I was a kid, I didn't like deviled eggs, and I'm with you on that. But I did find them as an adult. I
Probably,
love them.
I would
My
say early
sister-in-law brings
20s.
me just a whole plate just for myself.
Early 20s, I think I grabbed one, and then I was like, "Well, good
I was
gracious,
about the same.
why did I not eat this my whole life?"
I was the same way. I love them. They're one of the things I look forward to.
I'll eat a bunch of them too.
Oh, I know. And then,
I'll tell Johnette she'll come and she'll mix it all and she'll start putting them together. That's kind of what she does.
Have you ever had them put a little jalapenos in it?
Do I? Yes. And I'm like, hey, Johnette, let's make a bunch more.
Yeah,
because I don't know. I'll lose count.
You one bite or two bite?
No, I'm one.
I'm one bite.
Kidding me? Just push the whole thing in there.
God, I wish I had some right now.
So last year, I find this interesting. I find this very interesting, guys. There is a survey that was done last year in regards to the most hated Thanksgiving foods, and they interviewed a couple thousand people.
Bring it.
Here's what's interesting about it. Cranberry sauce is number one, which we all agree.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes no
number
sense.
two catches me off guard, and I don't understand it. It's turkey.
What?
But here's the
what
most.
What are you shaking your head about?
I know a lot of Is it an anti-turkey?
Are you anti-turkey?
You like
Blazing
ham?
Silverman doesn't like turkey.
But here's the intriguing part
Gobble,
about
gobble.
it. Number 3 and number 4 is what you two just mentioned.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Sweet
How
potato
about
casserole?
that? Sweet potato or
And then-
yams, and then green bean casserole.
Interesting.
I love green bean casserole, but you can take a yam and just go, I don't know where with that.
Yeah.
I think the turkey comes from people just realize there's other meat options out there. Why we got to have turkey? Because if you think about it,
But it's
turkey.
Thanksgiving.
I know, I get that, Greg.
But
But
I
if
like
we're all
the
getting
turkey,
together,
but I do like
But let's say this today.
It's not chicken, but
Hey,
it's close.
well, that's what I was going to say. So where do you rate turkey on your meat scale?
Oh, it's in the top. It's in the top.
Chicken and turkey are neck and neck.
Really?
Yeah.
At your top?
At my top.
It's in the top 3
No,
for
you're
me.
talking about
I'm talking about of all meats.
No, beef.
Well, that's what I'm saying. See, you
yeah.
get down you get turkeys down to 5 or 6 with me.
Now,
If
steak,
turkey was in the lineup, it would be in the top 4.
steaks
Okay,
one.
it's in my
Alright.
top 5.
Steaks one.
Yeah.
Turkey and chicken are neck and neck for 2.
Interesting.
Oh, is steak beef?
And every now and then,
you
chicken
like
will
a-
get close to steak. And beef, I think even roast and all that falls under that. right?
So roast, like,
See, there's a lot out
See,
there.
I don't want to.
hamburger patty, all that is in the
Yeah,
same.
are
Are you
those
throwing all that?
separate?
I
into
would
the
like
same
all
thing?
that to be separate.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
You're right. It is
there's
Okay,
different
let me
ways
rethink
to.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
steak, chicken,
Well, hold on, but-
roast, steak,
Wait.
chicken, roast.
Wouldn't you want steak, bat, and clean up? I mean, because you want somebody that's got good on base percentage to bat
Well,
first.
yeah, but I'm
You
just
know?
going to what if they go, Greg? You can have any of these. Which one you want?
We're all getting together for a
And this is your
Thanksgiving
choices.
meal.
I'm going with steak.
Yeah, I am too.
Boy, that's good stuff right there.
I like a good steak.
Is
You
chicken
kidding
number
me?
2 for you?
Yeah, chicken's too.
Yeah.
I feel
Just
like.
the only chicken I like is the breast,
All right, so can I?
fried or grilled or
Yeah.
whatever. I don't like dark meat.
See, turkey's like
know,
5th or
I don't
6th.
like turkey
for me.
dark meat.
I'll tear a leg up.
I only like the breast on turkey steak.
Well,
You're a breast man. We get it, Greg.
you're right.
Okay.
All right.
We get
There
it.
you go.
I mean, I.
When it comes to yard bird, yes.
How about when you're little, you just want the leg. You know what I mean?
Oh,
you know, and so
I still grab
I'll
them
tear a
today.
leg up. in a
But now
second.
it's something about all them veins and they ain't veins, but ligaments and
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what happened on me. When I was a kid, I
All right, hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Let's knock these out. Have you ever gone to a have you ever gone to a Black Friday sale with your wife just one time in your life? You ever
Yes,
done that with your
yes,
wife? Have
yes.
you? I
No,
have not.
no.
I have not.
I have.
Not Black Friday. No.
Well, I mean, a lot of Black Fridays. We're in here doing best ofs, but I did go to one.
Miserable.
and- yeah. Well, it was people watching and
That helps.
mania.
That helps.
But it was also just doing something she wanted to do.
Was
and I
this one of
like,
these in
yeah,
the
let's
middle of
go.
the night, weird times? You know,
Yeah,
where they
5
have-
a.m. I think.
Oh, good
Yeah.
Lord.
One more, and we'll get out of here. What is your favorite Thanksgiving leftover the next day?
Well, that
Dressing.
Yeah. Well, the deviled eggs in the refrigerator cold is really good.
That's good. That is good.
Yeah, I like some cold turkey and just make a sandwich out of it.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Do that. That's true. I make a lot of turkey sandwiches or get these rolls and put them in the oven and take it out and make them a turkey roll.
Ooh, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Adam.
What's your
stuff
Favorite, what's
as
your
we
favorite
get ready.
dessert for Thanksgiving?
You wouldn't like it because I try to steer away from that, and I use the sweet potato casserole with the marshmallows as my dessert. And everybody knows that. Everybody's like, "Hey, so he's going to do that as a dessert."
I love baked apple pie with ice cream on it.
Ooh, what about pecan pie?
I love pecan pie too.
Yeah.
And I was late to that game too.
Yeah.
Didn't like it when I was a kid.
Yeah, I'm still scared of it.
Are you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GPS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Provember is back at Lowe's. Save up to an additional $750 off now on select major appliances from Hisense and get free delivery on items $396 or more. Plus, get an industry-leading 2-year warranty and great low prices on items like a Hisense refrigerator and air fry electric range, exclusively at Lowe's. Find the right appliance for your jobs and properties today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. Offer ends 11/30.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just one dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just one dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Use as directed.
Starting with one store in 1978, Boot Barn has become the largest Western and workwear retailer in the nation. Supporting those who feed, build, and protect America, we offer the largest selection of cowboy boots, work boots, Western wear, workwear, and outdoor gear. With over 500,000 pairs of boots and thousands of top-quality jeans and clothing, it's an honor to support the people who make our country so great. Boot Barn. Keep West.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick.
All right, it is coming up on 7 minutes until top of the hour. Oh, looky here, Gregory. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by HelixSleep.com/Bubba.
Oh, yeah, look at him.
We love it, love it, love it. You simply take their sleep quiz and find your perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Then your personalized mattress is shipped straight to your door free of charge. And you did this, Greg.
I did. I had 100 days to decide whether you like it. That's your guarantee, and you're going to like it.
Helix is a premium mattress brand at an affordable price that provides tailored mattresses based on your unique sleep preferences. Their lineup includes 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models, a mattress for big and tall sleepers, and even a mattress made just for kids. So they got you handled. Check them out at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. And, they have a variety of mattress models to choose from. American made. They come with a 10 or 15-year warranty depending on the model. And remember, you get it with a 100-day risk-free trial like Greg just said, and it is shipped right to your door for free. And right now, you're going to save. It's a no-brainer, right? You're going to save $350 right now at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll save $350 at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get an amazing night's sleep, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And, a lot of you might be thinking about, we've been sitting here talking about Thanksgiving or the holidays or Christmas, and this is the time of year where you have most of the guests that you have for the year because they all come and spend the night and stuff, and maybe you have that one room where a mattress.
Everybody hates it.
Yeah, and you're like, man, we don't need to put them on that mattress.
Yeah, and everybody complains. I hope I don't get that.
Right. Yeah, so take advantage of that. All right, so Helmsy, and we're surprised by this, and we don't want to just continue this theme, but it's something we need to discuss.
Didn't see it coming.
Helmsy has been hit pretty hard during the break with emails about how people don't care for turkey. And it's surprising because that was the question about what's our least favorite thing, and we didn't say turkey.
No,
I love turkey. But you're surprised by this.
Well, and we got this. So we looked at that survey, and turkey was number 2 on the list after cranberry sauce, and we thought that was a little strange.
Yeah.
And thought, and then we look up, and our Blazing Silverman sitting there going, I don't like it either.
We got some
and then
punk kid in
I
here.
probably got 10, 12 emails about, hey, I agree with the survey. I don't like turkey either.
Right.
I want Silver. Tell me why you don't like turkey.
Right.
It's dry.
Dry? No, it wouldn't.
Well, somebody's not cooking it.
They're not
making
it right. It's like on the Christmas vacation when he hits it.
Yeah, you don't want dry
just
turkey.
Just because your family don't know how to cook turkey.
Come on, Blazing.
Hey, but that's it. The dry part. What if you put a little gravy on it?
No.
Do you like dressing?
No, not really.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so
you going to eat pizza,
time
eat
out,
pizza
time
next
out.
week?
So let's go to that, Greg. So when you sit down, I don't know your situation next week, family situation, but I'm sure you're going to gather with others to eat Thanksgiving. Dinner, lunch, whatever it may be. What does your plate look like?
Yeah, thank you.
Ham, green bean casserole, sweet potato casserole, stuffing, some cranberry sauce.
Well, wait a minute.
So you don't like? Thank you, Speedy.
No, go ahead.
No, you.
This man, he's
saying the same thing.
So you don't
reverse.
you don't like turkey, but you like cranberry sauce.
Yes.
What in the world?
And stuffing or dressing, there is a difference. Hey,
yeah, there is a difference,
but not much. Well,
and do you enjoy all that, or are you just getting through it?
I enjoy all of it.
And you just can't just throw a little turkey in the middle of that?
Not really.
Do that this year. Just throw a little turkey in the middle of it just to see.
What about this? I like cranberry sauce, so I'm going to give me a little cranberry sauce. Oh, look, there's a little bit of turkey. I'm going to grab a bite of turkey. Now it's not dry.
I think it's not the turkey's fault. Y'all are cooking it too long. That's the problem.
Is that it? I mean, when did you know I don't like turkey? Has this been a lifelong thing, or as you got older, you realized I just don't care for that?
Older, when I got older.
Okay. Now, what about this? Is it the classic turkey on Thanksgiving that you don't like, or do you like sandwich meat and you like turkey meat for sandwiches?
I don't like turkey at all.
Oh,
more of a ham guy.
Because turkey meat is not dry.
I like
for turkey, for sandwich.
I knew when he said,
if I go buy sandwich meat, I'll use about turkey.
I do too. I knew when he said he grabs ham that he's a ham guy.
He's a ham
You're
guy.
ham over turkey, and I get that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm a turkey guy.
Well, let me ask you this: would you cuddle a turkey?
No.
That story we did about cuddling a turkey? Definitely not.
No.
Well, he ain't dry.
Are you the only one in your family that doesn't care for turkey, or are there others that run with you?
There are others.
Oh,
so why do y'all even have it?
There's some people that like it.
Okay.
Well, how about taking it out of the oven a little sooner,
or the fryer, whatever y'all do.
Yeah. But no dressing. You don't like.
Uncle Sonny does that at our house.
Yeah,
So good,
Sonny.
so good. And he'll spice it up too.
If your name's Uncle Sonny, I bet you can fry it.
Absolutely.
So
can.
no gravy. You don't like gravy?
Nope.
Do you like on your mashed potatoes? Do you like gravy on that?
I do.
But not on your turkey meat.
No.
Interesting. Okay, so you like the flavor of the gravy.
I do.
Okay. You just don't care for turkey, and that's okay.
Hey, one
But,
last.
we're surprised that a lot of folks are running with
I
it.
eat turkey year round.
Hey, can be a sensitive question, but I'll ask it anyway. Right. Is there certain foods that you put on your plate in a little portion because you feel bad that the person brought it, and you really don't like it, but you want them to see it on your plate?
Exactly, and I can get through potato salad if I have to do that, if it's there.
Greg, you're saying things out loud. People that made the potato salad is hearing you right now.
Stupid question here because I think I'm going to answer it myself, but in my description,
I'm just kidding.
In my description of the casserole, I think I'm going to, but it's this cheese broccoli type casserole. It's got.
I've seen the cheese squash casserole.
What
kind of falls under that category?
I think. By the way,
I like it, but I don't love it. But I will get a little bit of it.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, we have that too.
That's it.
We have that.
There's
too.
several things that go on my plate simply to go. I just want to show my appreciation that you took the time to do this.
What about a congealed salad?
Yeah.
Boo.
I like this. Let me ask you this, Blazin. Do you like your food to touch, or do you kind of keep it separate on the plate?
Are you picky?
It doesn't matter.
That's good.
Good. Put a little turkey in.
Hey, Greg, I think you're like me on this. My food couldn't touch when I was growing up.
Oh, no, and juice from like beans don't need to run into something else.
Now I pile it up like it's a mountain.
I do the same thing.
And I don't care.
Very similar on our food. Of course, Blazin', I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't either. We're going to make you eat some turkey before you leave.
Rick and Bubba.
Being any good at strategy, they've kind of moved me into my own unique role. It's like we have a guy who is, like king of lacrosse, knows all things about it, and he kind of handles strategy and offenses and things like that. Then we have a defensive coach who came to our school that played lacrosse. He's from up north, and he kind of deals with the defenses. And then we have a coach who kind of goes in between, but takes care of also uniform replacements and this kind of stuff. And we need this, and let's be sure we got these nets and these goals. And and he also can chime in and knows a little bit about the game. And then there's me. And really what I have been given is to teach the team to be resilient, to teach the team to be tough, to be aggressive.
You handle the enforcers?
Discipline, and that's kind of my role. So it's funny to watch the veterans because this year we now have new people that have come to the varsity team that have never played for me. And these others have been with me for a long time.
How many new ones you got?
Oh, let's see. We got 24 people on the team. I probably got 15 new ones.
Really? That big a crop?
At least
turnover.
At least 13. So I get in the car and it's over, and one of my sons that plays, which is the reason I'm involved in it. He said, "Well, I tell you, a few of them had to get the Beyonce speech today, didn't they?" And I said, "What? What are you talking about?" He said, "The Beyonce speech. That's what we call it." I said, "What are you talking about, Beyonce's speech?" He goes, "Dad, do you realize what you say to people that have never played for you when they do something that you hate?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "You tell them that they must not know about you." And I said, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Dad, you ain't never heard that song? You must not know about me."
You must not know about me.
Dad, you said to a guy the other day, hey, son, you must not know about me. and I said, what? Are you serious? Am I saying that? And he goes, it's just like that time you did that rap song.
Are you quoting Queen Bee?
Yeah, he said it's just like when you did that rap song after when that fight broke out, when you told somebody they were going to make you act a fool up in here. And he goes, Dad, you're quoting songs you hear. I'm like, no, I don't do that. He goes, Dad, you said to a player, son, you must not know about me.
You must not know about me.
And he said, we're all going, there goes Beyonce speech. Yeah, and I did have to say.
So it's called getting Beyonce'd?
Yeah, that's a man kid's going to get Beyonce. And I'm like, what? He goes, oh, yeah. He said, I saw a guy walking back from a drill, and I said, he's about to get Beyonce. Hey, son, what's your name? You must not know about me. Because let me tell you what I can't stand is that right there. And that can never happen again. And then, of course, you always do the long.
Are there any other songs that you quote?
Well, the one about y'all don't make me act a fool up in here. I do that one. I said y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here, and don't make me be that guy. You know what I mean? I do that. I go, please don't make me be what y'all about to have to make me be.
Yeah, I don't want to be that person, so y'all don't make me be that person.
Well, I can't stand a sloppy drill. Whew, I can't stand it. The things that bother me are the things that everybody can do. I understand there's different levels of talent and different levels of expertise. Hey, I've never played before. It's my first year. I have all kinds of grace and mercy about all that. Mm-hmm. But there's certain things that none of those things would keep you from doing, and that's like hustling. That's like being respectful. Shut up. Stop making excuses. Get the bandana off. You know, you
don't like bandanas?
No, we don't. We don't do bandanas. I don't have a bandana.
Phil had one on last night, didn't he?
No, he had a headband on.
It's close.
Well, I'm just saying, if Phil played on my team and wanted to have a bandana hanging out the back of his helmet, he wouldn't get to. I would say to Phil, you must not know about me.
All right.
Huh?
You bet you're going to talk about the uncomfortable. Well, I don't know if I should say it.
Easy.
Probably not.
Uncomfortable moment that you had when you were giving that speech and you looked over and the last person in charge that allowed it was right over there.
Yeah, that was an uncomfortable moment. When I said the following phrase. Now, I don't know who y'all played for before. and they all looked over there like, you talking about that guy here right there? Awkward.
So do you have new...
I don't know who let y'all do this crap. That's him standing by the fence.
He can hear you.
The one you could touch if you just did this. Oh, the one with the crappy look on his face. I got it.
So do you have new coaches too?
No, these were the ones that coached them before they got to me. There's no new coaches on the staff.
But they were there while you were. I didn't think you.
Well,
I'm trying to figure out how they're on the field because I know that.
Well, because one of them.
You don't allow that either.
Well, they weren't. They were standing in hearing distance watching their son practice.
Yeah,
and they coached the team that sends them to us.
I got it.
Yeah, the environment that I was trashing. I don't know who you had last. I don't know who in the world y'all play for that allowed this crap. Well, that's me over here. Oh, sorry, buddy. You must not know about me. Right. A little bull in the china shop there. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to break something. You know what I mean? So, but I can't stand that kind of stuff. Hey, y'all are. I said, it's time. Come on now. We got to grow up a little bit now. Let's stop all this.
What were they doing you didn't like?
Well, I don't like a sloppy drill, and I don't like walking around. I can't stand
like sloppy eggs.
I cannot stand. I cannot stand to watch a healthy, athletic. I can run. I can throw. I can think. There are no physical or mental challenges in my life. God has gifted me and given me the ability to come out here, and I'm gonna walk around. It is 6 minutes past the hour. How about you? A brand new hour has begun from the No Name Studio. This hour starts with our national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go. The kickoff hour is behind us. Blazing Silverman is the Rick and Bubba University intern, earning his degree in common sense, that now a superpower. Boy, do we have a lot to unpack today. My goodness. So let's get him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Still here, there ain't much left to see now. And there ain't much left of me. Ain't much left of us, Bubba. We're still here.
Yeah, we're still here. We're still showing up every day, and thank all of you for allowing us to do it.
Can you believe William E. Bussey, Jr., can you believe that when you come back after the Christmas break, you will celebrate your 29th birthday of Rick and Bubba?
No, Rick, I can't.
29 years in January.
You know, you always have it there in your mind, but I think moving studios this past year caused us to think about it a little bit more because we'd been in the old location like 14 years.
14 years, yeah.
You know, this is finally feeling like home.
It does.
Now, and it takes a little time and still a few kinks here and there, but, you know, that's always the case. You're always adding and trying to correct things. So. Sure. Yeah, but just so thankful to get to do this. I mean, when we first started, it was 30 days and filling in till they could figure out what to do, and here we go. So it's been a blessing, and God has certainly used all of you, the listeners, to allow us to do this, and we appreciate it. What a force you are out there for good.
I can still remember the day so vividly, and I know we remember. You know, all of us remember things that are difficult. I remember where I was. I remember at the Little League field where I was standing. I remember I was behind the bleachers, not in the bleachers yet. I remember I was talking to my mom and dad, and I see coming across the parking lot my wife, Sherry. We had just pulled up everything from Oxford, Alabama, and moved to Birmingham because you and I had been told they were moving the show to Birmingham. And on that day, after we'd already bought a house and everything, we were told that we would not be kept on.
Yeah,
and that when our contract ran out in 90 days, that we would be done. And I see Sherry coming across the parking lot. I can still see it. This is clear. And she's smiling and she's jumping and she's worked for one of the local TV stations. And so she was meeting me at the ballpark, you know, her getting off work. And she came to and she said, "I have big news." And I said, "You are pregnant." And she said, "How did you know?" And I said, "Because it's been that kind of day."
Saw it coming.
Yeah, and I said, "Let's celebrate, and I'll tell you how it went at the office today, and God's going to take care of us. Not sure what he's going to do.
Right.
But that job we thought we had in Birmingham, it doesn't look good right now. And so, you know, so the show that will celebrate its 29th birthday, because let me think, Bubba, that would have been, would have been on the air for 3 years when that happened as a show?
About that.
About 3 years.
I'd have to get pencil and paper to tell you for sure.
So we came on in 94, and we came to Birmingham in 98, so maybe the show been on 4 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3.5, 4. And we'd done a little part-time before that.
Right, yeah. But as far as our birthday, we started in 94. So 29 years in January. And at one point, I was standing at that Little League field saying we got 90 more days. And we've been on the air not quite 4 years.
And they made the mistake of leaving us on.
Well, like I said, back to God's, Bubba, thanking God, because God had to intervene in that, because I promise you we didn't have a whole lot of power to change the situation other than, boys, we got 90 days to convince Birmingham to love us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's the mentality we've tried to keep. Some days, honestly, I'll just be honest with you, I forget it, but just recently I went back and was reminded again that every single time that we come out of a commercial break, all of you out there decide to hire us or fire us.
That's it.
Yep.
And as Bubba said, you are the key. No advertisers without you. Trust me, most of the advertisers want no part of this. What they're trying to do is to get to you. So if you weren't there, nobody would want this to happen. So
your numbers drive it.
Yeah, 100%. That's not even us trying to say the right thing. That's 100% true. You are the fuel, and you're the reason why that the income comes in here, and you're the reason why everybody here gets paid. And if you guys weren't out there, none of those things would happen. So nobody gets paid here to come in and just because of the content. We get paid because the content can be monetized.
Yep, sure.
And if you can understand that too, it might make you feel a little different about the commercials that you complain about sometimes. Yeah. Those commercials go away, so do we.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I got news for you. The time it would take to put out this content, I probably would devote it to other things. Because
you'd have to because you want to eat.
Right, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, look, Daddy's got a podcast now, and a lot of people listen to it, but he has no advertisers. I don't know how long I'd keep doing it.
Yeah,
because
not long.
You know why? Because I'd have to go do something to make a living, so I probably wouldn't have time for the podcast.
Well,
yeah, you're right.
It costs to have a space. Right. I don't know if you've seen the square footage price now, commercial property,
sure.
These lots.
Sure, I guess I could do it out of one of the rooms at my house, but back to the other point, if I'm doing the job now to make a living, I probably don't have time to run back there and do that.
No. It's not cheap to hang those satellites up that we're going through to all of our stations.
No, none of that. So anyway, it's just a thank you again today, and also, as we've always tried to do, explain to you how all this works.
Yep. We're an open book.
Yep.
Sometimes that's good, sometimes it's not so good.
Right.
But it is open.
Right. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. Speaking of hiring and firing, hopefully you'll like what we had to do now, and you'll like what we're going to do next. So we'll be back.
Well, we had a little lunch last night,
Rick.
I don't know if you heard about that.
And then we also Artemis launched, too.
We had that, too.
Because Trump sure did.
Rick and Bubba.
And I'm going to go down and do my drill, then I'm going to walk back. Golly, you must not know about me.
Well, and two, when you explain something that's fairly simple,
mm-hmm.
and then several of them act like you spoke a foreign language, and you have to ask, hey, what is your ACT score?
Yeah,
I think you master this. You know it.
I had one.
Hey, all you 20, you high 20s, you can do this.
Listen,
it ain't that hard.
This which I think you'll love. This one on speed the other day too. We had one the other day. He did something, and I said, "Son, I don't even have a statement." I said, I've gone to all the coaching things to say right now. What you did was so terrible. I said, I can't even correct it. I don't even know what to say to it. I've never seen the ball shoot out the top of somebody's head. I don't even know how the ball went where it went. I don't even have a comment for that. I have no coaching for that.
Right.
I said, so you have rendered me speechless.
And to the returning players, you're just now entertainment for them.
Oh,
they know what's coming.
Well, you have to
they
watch
know your
them.
triggers.
You have to watch them because they'll make them do things and they'll set me off. Hey, go take your helmet off and get water without being told to. Mm-hmm. Coach loves that. Are you getting water? Who told you to go get water? And they're all there. You must not know about me. Get your helmet back on, and I'll tell you when we get water. Good gosh, you running the show now? You coach now? Want me to call you coach? So,
good.
My goodness, I'm looking around. You running the team. How'd that happen? I do not like a sloppy drill.
I would love to make a joke about other Beyonce lines you're quoting, but I really don't know any.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that one. Hey, Dad, I saw a guy get Beyonce. What are y'all talking about? You don't know you're saying Beyonce? No, I don't. You must not know about me. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well. I feel good. Los Angeles, a physical education teacher at Carthy Center Elementary School has, rightfully so, outraged parents and upset students. Would you like to know why?
Why, Rick?
The quote, Bubba, here, let me give you this first from one of the representatives of the school system. He was supposed to be helping them learn PE, run around and have fun. Oh, I'm sorry, that's one of the parents. But it all went south when the teacher decided that he would chase the students with no clothes on. He undressed and started chasing the kids while he was naked. And when the kids ducked and dodged and ran into some of the classrooms, they finally had a safe haven as they were running for a naked student, a naked teacher chasing the little students in the elementary school.
It's a difficult
I
read,
can't believe what I've got. There's some things in here I'm trying to step over.
Right.
No pun intended.
Sure. Everybody thinks reading these stories is easy, especially in this room.
They said when they ran into the classroom that they then saw at that time an unidentified teacher putting his pants back on in the middle of the playground. I can't imagine what was going on when he thought, I'll tell you how we can take this drill to another level. If I drop my pants and chase them with no pants on.
Rick, and I love the way the school handled it. Parents were notified of the incident via robocall, as well as a letter that was sent home with students. If you've had an incident like that, I don't know that a robocall is the way to go.
Well, picture getting this call about it. Here's what the call said in the letter. An individual began behaving in an unusual way, prompting us to contact law enforcement. As a safety precaution, our school went on a brief lockdown while officers responded and took the individual into custody. All of the kids saw his nudeness, and they were embarrassed and very upset, according to one of the parents.
Yeah, I like the way the parents said it. I noticed you edited that.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that this letter they sent home conveniently left out this person who's acting in an unusual way is one of our teachers.
Yeah.
They left that. You'd almost think some guy came up out of nowhere.
Showed up.
That a naked guy ran out of the neighborhood.
A streaker.
Well,
so to speak.
guys, I've got video here.
No, easy.
I don't know if we should see that.
Well, there's a package on it.
I don't know if we should see that.
Hey,
Well,
that was the problem. See?
Yeah,
that's why the kids are upset.
Oh, well, dadgummit, it just rebooted. Anyway, a nearby construction worker grabbed his phone and got video of the teacher putting his pants back on.
I will say this. They said the man was approved to be on campus. We'll have to work at our approval process, maybe.
He was a contracted
employee. So he was an employee of the school and was out helping the kids with physical education, sadly, and thought that teaching them how to run and play would be helpful. He decided to take it to the next level. He would do it pantsless. It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And it's a busy show today. So here's what we got still to come. We'll talk about Trump announcing that he is running for president again. We have that still to come. We have the Wednesday Bible study today back. Genesis 45, as we're completing almost a full year in Genesis. We're in our 11th month. 45 today. Watch it live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. And a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge check coming up, and another opportunity for you to participate in that. And then all the other stories of the day. And Bubba, right now, we must talk to the Space Bros. It happened. You guys were going to be there. 3, 2, 1, Artemis, NASA.
Rick, full nerd alert here, okay?
Yep.
Sound the nerd alert siren.
Nerd alert.
Yeah, we do have a lot to cover today, but for the first 2 hours, we're going to talk about Artemis I, and then we'll move on to everything else.
How do you and Adler feel that y'all were supposed to be there?
Well, I mean, I'm disappointed in that, but I'm just glad they got it going again and were able to overcome even some problems last night. They had to send a couple of guys out there to tighten bolts with that thing fully loaded and ready to go, and nobody within 5 miles of it, and they had to climb up there on it to tighten some bolts. So, it happens to the best of them.
Can you help me with Greg here? I never know what to do with Greg here. Do I pot him down for snide comments?
I'm going to be respectful.
Or isn't he into this a little bit? Isn't this another one of those areas where you and he draft?
Well, I think when it's successful, Greg's all right with it. When it's not, he'll.
I mean, I question some of the things we've claimed we've done, but I'm into it.
Don't do this, Greg. That's the kind of stuff I was concerned about.
Well, once again, we have pictures of a nice round ball Earth this morning. I don't know what the flat Earth people are going to do with that, but
right.
Rick, as an 8-year-old who was enthralled with the space program,
watch for moisture in the eyes.
In 1972, we just quit going to the moon. We just shut her down, and we started using spare parts to build low Earth orbit projects and Skylab, and
I remember Skylab.
And then we were meeting the Russians. Everybody, I mean, if we didn't have the Russians do something, we just couldn't get along. I don't know what the deal was, but. Seeing this take off again, and the fact that we're going to get away from low Earth orbit, and there was a lot of things we did in that, and experiments, and it's good, and it's going to be good long term. But we got to go. I mean, this is go west, young man. We got to get out there and look, and with the James Webb Telescope, we see so much more of our universe.
Jimmy Webb.
It's just mind-boggling what's out there, and the distances involved. And, we just got to go explore. And step one is the moon. We'll get back there. We'll get our techniques down, and then we're off to Mars. And, as a kid, they were talking. I thought we'd already been living on the moon. I thought we'd had condos on the moon, the way they were talking back then. So it is complicated. It is difficult. And, I know there'll be failures along the way. But it's just time to go again, time to explore, part of our spirit. If it hadn't have been for all this, and when we have a challenge out there, that's when the best of us come out. That's when we push the envelope of technology and innovation. If it hadn't have been for a lot of this that we were trying to do in the 60s, I mean, we still have a rotary phone on a party line,
Here he goes.
And
so watery-eyed too.
So I'm looking forward to the innovations and the technologies that will spin out of this as we go forward out to the stars.
Okay, so
to infinity and beyond.
Right.
And what a great time we have. We have private companies launching.
Yeah.
We have NASA launching. We have people on joy rides, for lack of a better term now. We got 3 private companies that are competing, and I tell you, for a space enthusiast, it's kind of been a desert for a while. But I tell you, we're about to enter the promised land here.
It's a good time to be a space bro.
It is.
Is this one being a NASA project completely extra special to you?
Well,
or does the private stuff fire you up as much?
He went and got a shirt made with his patches on.
That's a good point.
It's all the same effort.
I mean, it, but you know what I mean.
It's linemen protect quarterbacks, give them clean pockets so they can execute passes. Receivers catch them. We move the chains. We need all of that. All of that. The innovation is really happening in the private sector, but the heavy lifting's happening at NASA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was the strongest rocket that's ever been launched.
Now let's deal with the fact that you and Adler could have been there and it didn't happen, and they've launched without you.
I know. Well, that's part of it.
You said you were struggling a little bit with that.
Well, I would like to have been there. I'd like to see a night launch. Mm-hmm. So why not see the biggest rocket that's ever gone off at night? Mm-hmm. I mean, that would have been a great deal. But it wasn't in the cards. There was just too many moving parts, and when you come to work, we try not to miss too many days. After this year, a little more concerned with hitting a few of them bucket list items. But
right, sure,
right,
yeah, that's funny.
But
well, not that, but there were so many cancellations and stuff. It was tough to just continue to reschedule.
Well,
to reschedule.
Chasing rocket launches is a lot like hunting. You can have everything perfect and go sit all day and not see a thing.
Yeah.
And then other days you stumble in there last minute and you're covered up. So
were you proud of the official launch and the way they counted it?
Oh yeah, it was. I tell you, I was impressed with the fact when they had another problem last night, they were able to send the red team, dealing with the hot rocket out there, and fix it. and get it ready to go. And I'm proud for David Beeman, who we've had on the show a couple of times. I mean, that the bottom stage, that was his baby, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so he was he was excited.
Good
I
for
know
him.
he was. He had to be.
Adel, you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. I actually think that the launch was so successful because I wasn't there.
Right. There is that.
That's a good point.
I've got that kind of mojo going on.
That's a great point.
So you contributed.
You're welcome, NASA. You're welcome.
All right, so with 2 minutes on the clock.
Our job really in this was to stay away.
Yes.
So it would go up and we wouldn't mojo them, right?
Absolutely.
All right, so I felt like I did my part.
We did it.
All right, so there's only a minute left. So let's just spend time like we're doing now, because we don't want to start the launch and then have to go to break. Let's come back and get a whole segment on the different launch stuff. But
yeah, we have several different angles.
Right.
I forget we have a lot of folks that listen to this show down on the Space Coast, and we got all kind of footage. Some of them were visiting, but I think several of them live there. Which is cool. I can't imagine that being your entertainment in the backyard.
Right.
Kind of makes me want to live at Cocoa Beach.
We got all kinds of listener footage coming up, so thank y'all for sending that.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Yeah. So you and Adler are okay.
We're good. We did our part. Space Bros stayed at home. We didn't jinx it. We let them get it off the path.
Right. And because if you here. I mean, if you need to do something like this, you do whatever you need to do.
Well, we'll do it,
and we cover
at the appropriate time.
Of course, middle of the week is about as bad as it can get.
Yeah. Well,
real bad.
To begin with, we had the weekend thing.
Yeah.
And at one point, it looked like we were going to see 2 launches. So there was a Falcon 9 going to go off on Saturday morning, and then Artemis on Sunday night. And I thought, wow, we've gone from no dates to homecoming to 2.
Yeah.
And then we were back to 0, which is usually the case.
That's how life
those kind
can
of
be.
things happen.
Boy, life can be like that.
But anyway, congratulations, NASA.
To everybody involved.
The human race. You took a giant step forward to being out there and being a multi-planet species, which is going to be great.
Oh, we go Beeman.
All right, David.
All right, we'll come back. We'll take a look at it and a listen for those of you that are listening. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mental health counselors were made available to the children.
You think?
Could we make them available to the teacher as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're a few years behind on that.
They're still continuing to investigate the man and are working on a case against him. I don't know how hard you have to work on the case against him. I think the fact that when the little kids sit down and one after another saying, then the man took his pants off and started chasing us. I think at that point.
And then the construction worker goes, I got a video of him putting his pants back on.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Hey, guys, and I got to tell you, after looking at the footage here, this guy just kind of pulls his pants up like he's supposed to be there doing
Look, there he is. Look.
Hey, he just grabs his pants and there he goes.
Oh, boy.
He's strolling back off like, yeah.
Hey, buddy, you're in a lot of trouble.
Goodness gracious.
Channel 9 there, KCAL has a...
Rick, this may cost him his job.
Yeah, I think. Now, Greg, I always have...
the union's going to
Greg, a news reporter at the scene.
Good.
I always have to go...
At least he wasn't dating one of the students.
Right.
That's the good news here.
Well, I hate to...
If there's any silver lining in that, Bob.
I always go back to... the meeting after it's over. You know what I mean? Look. Look at all the pylons where it all happened. Look, the meeting.
Wow,
hey, guys.
Covered a lot of ground.
Hey, guys. Now, picture you're the guy. Now, Bill, weren't you the one who hired this fella?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So-and-so knew him.
Yeah.
His wife knew him. He was a great guy.
I was told he was great with kids.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. You talking about the guy who pulled his pants down and started chasing him? That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's the one.
I just got to know.
Is this parent talking?
This is a parent talking.
Got safe haven that way.
A construction worker passing by recorded this video. Eventually, the man clothes back on, and you can see him being confronted by what appears to be school officials. School administration sent this letter home to parents. And
we got that part.
Yeah, we got that
guys,
part.
We're still shirtless. Guys, at what point does he say I'm taking my pants off and chasing elementary kids?
Right.
And I'm the teacher.
Yeah. Rick, can we go back to this right here? I just want to hear this right here.
A man took off all of his clothes on the playground of Carthay Center Elementary School. The man in the video was teaching a PE class at the school when he began stripping naked in front of the children. Parents are understandably mortified.
He was supposed to be helping them learn, PE, run around and have fun, but he undressed and started chasing the kids while he was naked.
Y'all. Come on now.
As opposed to just being naked, he chased the
How
kids.
did we get to the point where we're naked?
Well, let me tell you this though. In all fairness, he said before he did this, he did tell them all, y'all not run as hard as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, step it up a little bit.
And so he said, I'll just make them run faster, and it did work. And it did.
It actually did. They cleared the whole lot.
You need to go home.
They actually said one kid actually had what they think may be a record time for an elementary school.
Yeah.
I told y'all to hustle.
gracious.
I told you. There looks like another person that doesn't like sloppy drill. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you one thing, you'll run fast now.
Okay, there's a couple of things here we need to discuss. First of all, the mental state of the teacher. Okay.
Well, yeah, I think that's a legitimate conversation.
All right, now we got to go to the students, and they're the most important out of all this.
Traumatized.
Then I got to go to the administration and the call to the office.
Oh yeah.
About what's taking place, and them trying to understand
yo,
where it's at.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
Hey, yeah. What's going on? Well, we have an issue out here at the playground. What's going on? You know, Mr. So and So. Yeah. PE teacher. Yeah. He was he was chasing the kids naked.
No.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? Because here's what I thought you said. I thought I heard you say he's chasing the kids naked. You affirmative. That is correct.
a 10-4.
That's a 10-4.
Quick, put robocall out.
Right.
Yeah.
Quick,
Warn the parents.
Get a letter out. Use the term unusual person.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$34 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so as we make our way back, Artemis did launch successfully last night. Space Bros were not there. The one they were going to got canceled. That's life. Trying to watch launches.
Yeah, they'll cancel.
But you know what happened last night, Bubba? This right here.
Turn on.
All right, so Adler, you say you have multiple shots of this. And
yeah.
listeners sent us stuff. Man, that was awesome.
Yes. First, we got from Titusville. Am I saying that right?
That's right.
Yes. That is correct.
Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. No. It was Ormond Beach.
Okay.
Which
72 miles away.
Yes. Where? I'll close that window, I guess. Hold on. I'm looking for it. Hold on. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Got to hold in the countdown.
It's okay, Space Bro.
Here we go.
Everybody settle.
There it is. I had it in full screen. It was hiding from me.
Okay. That's all right, Space Bro.
All right. Here we go. So this is 72 miles away, and wow, you can still see it. Really good.
Wow.
Looks like the sun, doesn't it?
It does.
This dude got up, stayed up till 2 o'clock in the morning. Greg, don't make that face. I saw the face you made, Greg.
Rick, look at Greg.
There it is.
Don't look at that.
There it
Greg.
is. Don't look at Greg. Look at the.
We've got.
I mean, 2 in the morning for that. I don't know.
He got up at 2 in the morning just for us, Greg.
He probably didn't have to work today.
No, well, maybe not. Maybe he has a different schedule.
Greg,
Maybe
you could
he
see
does have to work
lunch,
today.
A
He may have
rocket,
timed
it ought to be a national holiday.
He may have timed it with walking the dogs. Let them use the restroom outside.
Right. Greg, you could see it a little bit.
Bubba, did you get up and watch the coverage of it?
No, I was torn between trying to stay up or get up.
Get up.
I ended up getting interested in the problem they were having with the relief valve, and I said, I got to see these guys climb up there with a half-inch socket and try to clean it.
Mm-hmm, right.
Try to tighten down the bolt. So I ended up staying up a little later than I wanted to. And
now, is that Johnny Beeman's group?
I had to, I was Rick my head. I kept banging it on things. I was falling asleep. I was like,
can I call Beamiston and ask him what was wrong?
It's David Beeman, everybody. All right, quit with the disrespect.
All right, Bubba, can I say this? Beamiston. Can I say this to you?
No
time to cut Greg's mic.
I know.
There's no S in it.
Do you remember? Do you remember when Craig Shoemaker the first time told us how funny it was to watch the men who are a little bit effeminate do figure skating and they try not to flame?
Right.
I want to caution you on the nerd version of that.
Yeah.
Try not to nerd out.
Yeah.
Like right then, you almost when you said you stayed up to watch the repair and you almost it was almost like one of the figure skater announcers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I gave nerd alert.
Yeah, you did. So I just want to tell you, just be easy with it. And I'm cutting Greg's mic off. I know the next shot will be a little closer.
So that,
we're going to move in. We're going from
he said he was going to move in, Greg. He told us that.
I just skipped that.
Far to close, Greg.
All right, here we go.
And so that was 72 miles away from Sean in Ormond Beach, Florida. Now we're going to Space Bro Jr. footage from Don Joe of Artemis from Titusville. This is from Titusville. So there you go.
What's that?
What in the world?
Where's it at?
It's in the air. It's in the sky.
It's in the
right?
air. See the smoke.
Clearly in the air, Greg.
Yeah.
Is that the moon to the right?
Yeah.
What do you think of that, Hudson?
Or a street light.
What's Hudson doing up
Anybody
Hudson's
closer get it?
A Space
Greg,
Bro
we're getting to the closer
We're going
shot.
far to close.
It even set car alarms off.
Yeah.
Set off car alarm. Now, how far away is Titusville from the launch, Bubba?
Titusville is fairly close. I mean, it's just like a causeway away from.
We're like 20 miles, maybe.
5 minutes off.
Yeah, maybe.
He was watching
the way the crow flies. It may be a little close.
35 miles.
Wow.
Is that what it is? 35.
Rick, you can't just say numbers.
You can't say that.
I know
and
it's
then when
close.
Bubba
I
looks
bet I'm
away,
close. I bet I'm close.
We've been to Titusville.
That's right. That's why I threw it out there.
I know.
So we're going to move in.
What about just the
what
official?
day it was?
Adler?
What about
here's where Titusville, Florida is. Okay, so there you go. It's outside Orlando.
35
near Cape
miles.
Canaveral. That's not 35
Are we going to see it from that
miles.
distance?
No, now we're going to where Bubba and I would have been. Right, Bubba? Is this right?
I like this.
Oh, here we go.
Well, now
wow.
you got Matt right 3 miles from the launch
What
pad.
about
I'm liking this.
This is better. I can actually see a rocket.
This may be Banana River. Did he say where it was from?
This is
Banana
where
River.
you would have gone that whole way, and this is where you would have been.
I thought this is where we're going to, because these people sound like they are jazzed up about
I
it.
hope you didn't go out that way and be with the first shot you had. No,
Hey,
Greg. He's
I
not going to
stayed
some
down.
neighborhood.
No, Greg.
72
Mike's
miles
on
away.
again.
Here we go. These people are pumped.
Oh, that's it. Now I like that.
Artemis I.
Oh, yeah.
From Kennedy Space Center.
Let's go!
November 16th,
I heard Adler.
2022.
Now that's a good
Wind
shot.
is really good. And the sound is about to arrive where we are. 3 miles
bet it's
from
rumbling.
Artemis.
Got a guy trying to be in
sound
a
get there.
Well, let's get it.
Oh, the sound hits them on a delay.
You know, it's just a big old ball of fire. I mean,
Wow, I love ball of fire.
I do too.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
You okay, Bubba?
Listen to this popping noise. That right there.
Yeah.
Microphones do not do that justice.
Now,
mean,
if I get
it's
to
just-
sit there and see it,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm all about that.
That's where y'all were going to be, or y'all going to be even closer.
Yeah, that looks like that may be the Banana River viewing site. There's also a site called the Causeway. It looks like it's one of those. I can't tell.
Look at
though.
that. Now that is cool right there.
Yeah. Unlike the first two, that's pretty sure.
Greg.
Right.
Oh, thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
Those are listeners, okay, buddy? That's the listeners you're making fun
My
of.
opening monologue just got
I
thrown in the
appreciate them
trash.
listening. I just like
And you know the speed of that thing is just amazing too.
This is a cool video right here. Look at the curve
I
there.
like it.
Something else.
Could somebody get my opening monologue out of Greg's trash can?
Wow,
They're
some other
jazzed
cheers.
up.
Oh, blazing sleep.
That really does look like the sun right there.
It does. Here comes the sun.
All right, now the one real close, the NASA official footage from the launch pad, and you're going to see this water that they put on the launch pad to keep them the same.
This is almost as good as the first one. Hey, this listener's real close.
Yeah.
It's not a listener.
You don't want to be in this seat.
Here we go.
NASA.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate.
Hear
7,
him?
6,
Look at the water.
5, 4-stage engine start.
Is that the listener
3,
count?
2, 1. Boosters in ignition.
Oh,
What?
Greg.
And liftoff of
He
Artemis
got
I.
his words
We
mixed up.
rise together.
Ooh, look at
back
that.
to the moon and beyond.
All right.
We rise together.
Is
Greg.
he Buzz Lightyear?
His mic's on again.
I'm so sorry. Greg's mic's on, everybody.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage. And
Now
2
that is
solid
awesome.
boosters now propelling
That
the
is a
vehicle
rocket.
At 128
Yeah,
miles
man.
per hour.
Can we get that seat?
How about
No.
it just leaves the tower. It's going 128 miles
Aaron,
an hour.
good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis I.
Wow. And by the just a few minutes into this,
Look
they'll be up to 17,000 miles an hour and in Earth orbit.
So what's the water
how
about? Close that listener.
That is suppression from the sound. The sound would bounce off the launch pad and actually destroy the base of the rocket. So they have to dampen the sound.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. You know,
He
you know,
wishes
can I tell you what stupid me was about? I was like, well, the water must be keep things burning up.
He can't believe he stumbled right here. Listen.
2, 1. Boosters in ignition.
Oh no,
Liftoff of Artemis I.
Doggone it. He had his moment in the sun.
Boosters in
Oh, he did.
He gets
Boosters
Greg.
Greg's mic's on.
4-stage engine
There's so many
start.
mics to turn off now.
3, 2,
Listen, he's trying to
1.
be sharp.
Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together.
We've been waiting on this for how long?
And beyond.
He said like Tom Landry counting it down.
He did.
Rick and Buggle show. Let's hear it again.
Landry, but you're listening to the Rick and Buggle show.
Greg's mic is now cut off.
And we have it. Bubba just unplugged Greg's mic from there.
Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, you can still hear him from across the room.
I feel bad for that. Look,
You
he
feel
was
bad. You don't feel bad for anybody.
He was
Quick,
excited.
somebody get a picture of the grandkids.
Yeah,
Calm them down.
I've all been. We've all been there. You're excited and you chew a word up.
Couldn't believe it.
Right.
And nigger.
I appreciate him being a listener.
Yeah.
That was good. All right, we'll be back.
4-stage engine start.
Man, that's a lot of power.
2, 1. Boosters in ignition.
Y'all, be nice to that guy. Rick, we have this footage of this comedian that was attacked on stage, and you know we've all heard about somebody rushing the stage, but Rick, he gets up there and takes the mic stand and is swinging at this guy like a baseball bat.
All right, I got to know, do we know why?
Well, I was telling Bubba during the break that, you know, the reporting nowadays is just all over the place. We are pretty critical of it. So we're in South Carolina at, it says here.
Do they sing Sweet Caroline there?
No. Okay. I don't. Well, I might. I'm not sure. But Steve Brown is the comedian, and he's on stage, and he's at the Comedy House in South Carolina. And he's doing his act or whatever, and it says here that he was picking on a man who was sitting in the front row, supposedly that he looked grumpy, okay? And then the guy reacted to that, and that got him on stage. Well, in another sentence, it says it's unclear why the fight began. So it picks up, the audio does, and there's some language in it, so I know when to bring that down.
I will say this, if you're being accused of being grumpy, to attack the comedian who said it with a microphone stand is not going to help with the stereotype.
No. There's so many questions, and we can get into this, but just so.
And he caught him with a mic stand too, Rick, and put a pretty good gash in his arm.
Oh yeah, and that's from the bar stool towards the end.
So can I keep this up then?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I know how to bring it down here.
So I'm out.
So it's
I'm not involved.
Yeah, I'm good. I got it.
Oh,
all
wow.
right, so we're just a kicking, and now we got mic stands.
Oh,
and we're
my.
slinging it.
Oh,
and
gosh.
Luckily,
the end's off. He's got the metal part though, still slinging it.
Yeah, like a sword.
Oh, y'all.
And I mean, he's just sitting here, and now.
Hey, how about a help?
He's dancing.
Is there no
around a little
security
bit.
at this place?
Well,
That's where he cut him right there,
yeah,
wasn't it?
Yeah, they're coming.
No, he throws this at him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Boy, it takes these just people like from the audience.
Yeah, I'm bringing it down here.
Okay.
All right, there we go. And then I come out of it now. So because now
Out, I'm
now
down?
we're arguing off stage there, and now we're getting kicked out. But finally, I mean,
Not a lot of security there.
No, I'm sitting here and I'm counting here. We just got the timer going, and I think we're in the 20-second range, 25 seconds that he stayed up on stage slinging stuff. He's dancing around now. trying to get away from him. I must say he's pretty good at trying to.
Yeah, the comedian looks like he has some self-defense skill of some kind.
Right.
Not a lot, but I mean, at least he's avoiding things.
Yeah. And then now we're getting the stool, and we're saying now we're at 24 seconds, 25 to 26 seconds it took security to get
I don't
up.
think that's security, Speedy. I'm not so sure that's just not people in the audience. Is it maybe the guy back at the sound booth or something?
Yeah, in the story it mentioned security,
Okay.
but I'm like you, it didn't
They
really
don't.
look
They
that
don't.
way.
They don't look very menacing, do they?
No, it looked like security had a couple other jobs within the comedy club there, but
you just don't see that happen a whole lot. You
Is
don't
he
see
back?
people
Is
rush
that him
the stage.
again? Yeah, now he's got his shirt off and he's coming back for
Rick,
more.
he's got his shirt off.
And now,
If his shirt's off, he means business.
Yeah,
Steve Brown's on
playing.
stage, and now we got other guys involved, and they're telling the guy to go away, but he's just walking around.
Why are we not taking this guy under some sort of is there no law enforcement? Can they?
I don't know if anybody's wanting to grab him.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah.
But I was
shirt off. Look out.
Now who's this guy? Now this guy's trying to fight.
Yeah, I was talking to the guys during the kickoff hour, and I understand you could maybe come with someone that's a big fan of whoever you're seeing, but if you're on the front row of any act, it seems like you would kind of know what you're getting into.
Now this person's
You know?
angry. What is it? What are they angry about?
Of course, I'm also calling it a setup so he can get publicity, which is not a bad
This
idea.
is classic Greg here. That's what he's going
Greg,
with.
I know that.
Well, everybody's talking about it. Nobody know who Billy Brown was.
Steve.
Steve, see, I didn't know his name.
We don't know him. Do you know him? I don't know who he is.
I've never heard of him. I'll tell you this though: if you were at this show, and all of a sudden there's a moment where the show has stopped and a man is on stage fighting the comedian you're watching, and you're like, "Hey, we got a full blown fight here."
Right.
Yeah.
You got a story. I mean, you've got a great story for work.
That you do.
You know, you think of 25 seconds, and it's not that long, but when you're fighting, it is.
No, 25 seconds is a very long time.
Yeah. And this guy here, Bubba, you mentioned it on the mic stand, the base of it comes slinging off, but now he's just holding a club. Now, because the rest of the mic stand he's got in his hand, he's slinging that thing around.
Yeah, and that's a hard metal pole that's chrome. You know, I mean, that's a real weapon.
I will say he seems grumpy to me.
Yeah,
I mean, this
agree.
guy seems very
Correctly
grumpy.
diagnosed.
I agree.
Yeah, that's a grumpy person, and he's very mad. And I think plays defensive back for the Seattle Seahawks.
If the story's true, if the story's true that Steve Brown picked him out and was kind of having fun with him, you think he'll ever do that again?
No. He'll never interact with the audience again.
Ever.
Well, I think what he'll say is only interact with people in the audience that you can take. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, find some little wormy guy because they can be dangerous too. They shoot.
Yeah.
They shoot.
Yeah.
You got to watch.
Wiry kind.
You got to watch those kind of shoot.
I wonder
You know?
I wonder what line that got him. You know, I'm thinking.
I
an
wish
elf.
I
I'm
wish
thinking
I
an
had
elf.
I wish I had the audio that led 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The phone troll, your response of comments you want to make. We'll jump right in there. It can be about the launch we talked about last night. It can be your own comment. You can bring something to the table. It is totally up to you right now. You are running things. At 866 We Be Big, and Blazing Silverman, our intern, to get you fired up and ready to go. All right, so let's talk a little some things that are going on this week. This tomorrow night from themanchurch.com, Andrew Varvutis is in Jasper, Alabama, at Northside Baptist Church, 6:30. That begins, and you're welcome to join them in there. And they're also going through one of our curriculum. They're in Curriculum 2. They've already done the Pursuit, and now in year 2, they're going through Real Men of the Bible. You can jump into one of those small groups. This is their next time to gather together for High Challenge, and then opportunities for you to participate in the High Equipping. And then coming up this weekend, Saturday, Sand Spring Baptist Church, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Scott Dawson will be there, and they'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. There'll be a brand new church to the strategy found at themanchurch.com. That's coming up this Saturday. And then Sunday in Birmingham, Alabama, over at First Baptist Pelham, Alabama, Todd Jones will be there. They're going to start tailgating about 4. They'll have some delicious food. And then Todd will be speaking to those men coming up this Sunday. So find opportunities near you, and you can plug in, or you can go to themanchurch.com and look there. The one Sunday night with Todd Jones isn't there because it's not really tied full-blown into the whole strategy. This is kind of their own event that they're doing, but Todd's one of our guys and is on the show, so we'd like to let you know when any of our guys are out, no matter what the event or the gathering. All right, so let's go to the phones. Let's start with Mark out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Mark, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead, buddy.
Hey, boys. I was calling to tell Bubba if I can get a timeout. It may take me more than 30 seconds.
Well, let us be the judge of that. All right, go ahead.
Okay. The water that's on the launch pad,
yes,
it is dumped from a water tank. I work for the company in Birmingham that built that. I just wanted to let Bubba know that tank was built right here in Birmingham.
Wow, that's cool.
How about that?
You actually did that in 21 seconds.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, I mean, you're all over.
And a lot of that rocket was built in Huntsville.
Mm-hmm. What about Obeeman?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was his baby.
Bo and Sylacauga lines
That's
are
a
available.
lot of water, too, by
That's
the
a
way.
ton
I'd
of
like
water.
to know how much, what's the flow
Good
per
morning,
gallon
guys.
there on that. per
Hey,
minute.
Bo, 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah. All right. Good morning. And good morning, Space Bros as well. Kanye West was briefly in the headlines, speaking about how the Jews own everything. Correct?
Yes.
Something like that.
He was in trouble for some anti-Semitic remarks. I'm not sure exactly what all he said.
I rarely listen to Kanye.
That's right. Okay, but have you heard any headlines that said he was wrong?
Yeah.
I really don't know what he said.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of people who took issue with what he said. If you haven't seen that opposition, you're not paying attention.
Did you? At one point, he had a spreadsheet with the leaders of and owners of various companies, and he'd highlight. Look, the point being, what has that got to do with anything?
Right. Who cares?
Yeah.
Let me go back to this. First of all, I don't think anybody has to do a fact check when someone screams out, the Jews run everything. Running everything is a really big statement, and it really doesn't require any background checking or disputing because we all know that isn't true. They may run a lot of things. They may run some things, but they don't run everything. So there's really no need to fact check that. We know that's incorrect.
Well, let me ask you this. Kanye is what, a billionaire?
Well, he was.
He was, yeah.
Why doesn't he? I mean, he can start any business he wants. I mean, he started the shoe line. If he wants to be a media person, he can do that. I mean, he can do whatever he wants to do. So, I mean, what difference does it make?
To the phones we go. Parker, yeah, I agree with you. Parker, welcome. Z93, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Brett McMurphy tweeted out that Cheez-It is now the naming sponsor for the Citrus Bowl. So now we're going to have the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, but also the Cheez-It Bowl. And it's going to be played in the same stadium in Orlando on 2 different days. Just the sponsorships with these bowl names just kind of takes some of the magic away.
Well, that means now we'll have 2 bowls that nobody cares about. So
add a few more.
I'm not against the naming thing. I know a lot of people don't. They just want to call it the Tangerine Bowl or whatever.
Oh, the Tangerine.
But I don't. Y'all, it takes money to put these things on and pay these schools and all. They have to have sponsors. I'm not against people advertising. I think this mindset that advertising is bad is a bad mindset.
Let me tell you.
Okay, let me underline that.
And all of you need to realize this because you'll see people doing it. Anybody in what we do for a living that demonizes advertising is a hypocrite.
Absolutely.
Most definitely.
I mean,
and they're not very
Or
intelligent.
Rick, or a fool.
Or a fool.
Yeah.
We don't ever demonize advertising because we told you when the hour started, that's how we make a living. And when people pretend that's not how they make a living, they're hypocrites.
Yep.
They're lying to you. They are not genuine.
I'm glad we provide an outlet for people to get their message out about their business. I mean, so obviously there's some businesses that we don't get into allowing that business to advertise what we have control over. But I'm glad that people can get their word out and let people know what they're doing.
Absolutely. Let's go to Laura in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Big day for Huntsville today. Go ahead.
Good morning. We stayed up and watched the launch. My husband worked on it for 12 years, and we went down for the first attempt in August, and, of course, we were disappointed in those cancellations or whatever. But, over thousands and thousands of people worked on that thing.
Yep.
And we met a guy from Switzerland when we were down there in August who had worked on that top module part. I mean, all over the world. This is not just Boeing and not.
Yeah, the service module was made by the European Space Agency, so and their partners all across Europe and Asia. So it really was an international effort in a lot of ways. And, Rick, it kind of reminds me of, we're going to explore and to develop. And, it's a peaceful use of this great technology. And it really does remind me of beating the spear into the plowshare,
Sam and Shelby. Sam, go ahead, 30 seconds.
For Bubba, I used to work down in Kennedy Smith on Cape Canaveral down there, and we did demolition for the government, tearing his buildings down. But one of the rockets was going to lift up, and we got a special pass to stay on the base, and we were only 9/10 of a mile away. And the amount of power that comes off those rockets, and of course, us being the rednecks from Alabama, we got in the back of a Dodge 2500 truck and held on to the KC light, and it just almost blew us out of the truck.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
Now
the
that
number
I would
of
like to do.
the number of contractors and all that it takes to get these things going is incredible. I knew a guy one time, and Greg, you'll think this is funny. They had a business out in Sachs, may still be there, but they had the tire contract for NASA, and they did all the tires down there
In Sachs.
for all the equipment. And they used to go down to
whoever
launches.
sold that account
Yeah,
did a good job.
they had it for like a year. And they used to go down to all the launches. And I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I said, so you just put tires on trucks? He said, yeah, that's basically it.
Tamara,
you got to have them, I guess.
Tamara in Birmingham, ZZK, go ahead.
To beat everything out.
Well, that's pretty awesome.
I just wanted to say thank you and congratulations to my husband, who is today working his last day after 30 years keeping the trains running.
Hey!
All right, one more day.
Come and ride a little train. It's a rolling out a track at a junction. So what's his name?
His name is Michael.
Now, do you mean literally keep the trains running?
Literally keep the trains running. Because
a lot of times we use that terminology, just to keep something on schedule.
Yeah.
But he's actually keeping the trains running.
Congratulations, Michael. Thank you for what
Do
you
you love trains?
I love trains.
I do too.
I
do too.
love
I
trains.
hate that we don't have as many as we used to.
Yeah.
Now, I don't like when they hold me
I
up
was
in
fitting to
traffic.
say, I don't. Depends on where I'm at.
Well, we need to
I like
build
when
a
they
few
run
more
beside me.
overpasses. Yeah, and I'm like racing them.
Yeah.
Can I tell you what I like, though, even on that? Usually, if I'm in an area where there is a train that runs regular, I ain't in a hurry.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be over there if I was.
You know what? I don't. People make me nervous when they get too close to the track. But I like being back a good distance and just I'll cut my engine off and roll the windows down just so I can hear those wheels going.
You know what
by.
I do? Return emails, return some phone calls.
Just listen.
Text back to somebody. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so we've been talking about relief band, and the last time, Bubba, that I did this commercial, I immediately got emails saying, now tell me that website again. It is simple, reliefband.com, and our promo code is Bubba. We're going to get you 20% off, and we're going to get you free shipping. Now, what in the world is Relief Band? Maybe you're hearing about this for the first time. Have you got a trip coming up that might be, you're out on the water, maybe you got to fly a long way, and you get nauseous, you struggle with motion sickness and things like that. Is there anything more miserable than being nauseous? I mean, that is one of the worst.
No.
I mean, it is terrible.
You think you're going to throw up?
That's the reason why you got to check out Relief Band. It is the #1 FDA-cleared anti-nausea wristband that has been clinically proven to quickly relieve and effectively prevent nausea, and sadly, I know this is not a happy topic, vomiting, associated with motion sickness. But it also works with anxiety, migraines. Maybe you've been out a little late. You've been running with the dogs, trying to get back to work the next day.
That head cleared?
That's right. Maybe you're you're having morning sickness. Maybe, unfortunately, this is true, sad, you're going through chemotherapy and how you struggle with being nauseous. So Relief Band actually works, okay? So if you need everyday nausea relief or maybe occasional, and it has a patented technology that makes feeling sick a thing of the past. Forget all the pills. They make you feel groggy and exhausted. This is a band you wear on your wrist, and it gives you relief from nausea, and you can sense the change instantly. Okay, and the intensity, you can go to make it stronger or weaker based on how bad the situation is. So why don't you get yours now? I mean, what are you waiting on? I know some people that can't even ride in a car very far, or if they're in a car, they got to be in a certain seat. This could change that as well. So go to reliefband.com, use the promo code Bubba for 20% off and free shipping. That's reliefband.com, promo code Bubba. Say goodbye to being nauseous. To this, like what he's saying to this guy,
Right.
I really would like to have that,
because
I don't know if we could air it because you don't know what he might be saying, but I sure would like to hear it.
Yeah, because
we'd like to know. Don't you know what would bring that kind of response? I mean, I've heard people get ripped on pretty good by comedians, and this guy said, "I've had enough."
I mean, go back to call me Elf one more time.
That's really what
You know,
happened.
and-
Call me Grumpy one more time.
Right, one more.
Mm-hmm.
One more is all right.
I just want you to know that one more of this. Right now, we're good. If you say it again, I'm coming.
Steve Brown took to Instagram afterwards and said that he was okay. He got the gash on his arm, like Bubba said.
That's a pretty good gash, isn't it?
Yeah. That's going to require some stitches.
Do you think the microphone stand that was now just part of it is what cut him?
Yeah, probably so. It's probably sharp. It's got the threads.
It looked like one time he got him with it. That's right. Yeah.
I don't know if it was that or the stool he threw at the end, just blunt force, but I don't know.
Right.
Either one of them would have been bad. If he'd have got him that mic stand, he could have killed him.
He really could have.
Well, he was swinging that. He's swinging that like
I
a
gotta say, the
baseball
comedian moved around pretty good.
He did. Well, when you're scared, you can.
Yeah.
Well, now you've decided to be Mr. Smart.
Well, he's either a great actor, because if they did set it up, they sold it. You got to give them that.
Well,
what do you think the chances is to set up, Greg?
Well, I just got through watching that Andy Kaufman thing, so of course I think there's a high.
I mean, again, if you want your name out there,
this is the king. Andy Kaufman be all over this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he did stuff like this. He would have people in the audience that would start arguing with him and all that.
But I think I'd draw a line on you gashing me with a microphone stand, unless we just got into it. You didn't need to.
If he was a setup, he was really playing the part. Because it does look like he's trying to hit him, especially when he peels his shirt off and comes back for more.
And I'll say this: I don't know if you followed the base of the mic stand, but it went to flying in the audience.
It did. If I'd have hit somebody, because those things are.
Yeah,
if it's one of those
like
old
a
heavy
brick.
ones.
It's like a brick flying through there.
Yeah, those old ones that have that old metal
He
base.
slung it hard enough to come right off where it's threaded.
Right.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. It's obvious that the comedian did not know about him.
Right.
60-40 is the setup.
What, 60 to be in a setup, or 40 is the setup?
Really?
So 60% not a setup, 40% setup.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Well, because of the way they're acting.
All right, people saying the comedian's from Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Really?
Interesting.
We'll see.
Happened in South Carolina, but from Tuscaloosa.
I kind of wished it had been Casio. Somebody got after him.
Well, Greg, there's still a chance of that. We'll take phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hannah Montana is now leaving Rick and Bubba University. She had a bachelor's degree.
She's out.
She decided that was not enough for her. She went on and took more classes. Now we'll leave with a master's in common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for the world?
No.
What? Why? Why can you not be ready? Oh, I guess working here makes you scared to go into the world, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. It kind of boggles my mind how much people do not know. So when I come here and I see everything
talking
y'all
about us,
know,
or,
no. I've learned a lot from you guys. So it's like when I go back to campus, people don't know what I'm talking about sometimes, which is kind of unfortunate.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You learn things here about what's going on in the world, what's going on in the country, what's going on, things you probably learn, even deep spiritual deals and theology, and you think, well, everybody knows this, and you realize, hey, there's not many people know all this.
Mm-mm.
Well, that's the reason why this degree will help you.
Yeah,
It will.
especially in journalism.
Yeah. And I want to ask you one question. You ever heard of Herschel Walker?
I actually have not.
Yeah, right. So, Six minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we start back a brand new hour, and we are thankful that you are with us. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel, or you can catch the archive that's provided on our YouTube and podcast channel soon after. It is also another Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge. Here we go. Crank it up. From Buffalo Wild Wings, Bubba, Tim Spencer is back. Tim, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
How you doing, fellas?
Fired up and ready. That's all we know, Tim.
Yeah, the cold hit. Holidays are coming, and
It's always a pleasure when we see Tim because we know that he's going to make somebody's world a little bit better with Charity Charge, and also know he's going to have a spread for our breakfast in there.
How about this? The only thing better than eating delicious Buffalo Wild Wings, popping hot food in the middle of July is eating it in November. Can I tell you? I mean, there's something about when you sit down to good hearty food when it's cold outside.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It just tastes so much better. I mean, I like it even
you
better.
You need those calories to get through the
Love
day.
it.
Being cold, you're going to burn more off.
Your body's just saying, give us something.
That's right.
Give us
Start
something to generate some heat.
You set the food back there on the table, and you have this walk line, right? So you like a buffet.
Oh.
Greg just grabbed a chair.
I know. He just sits down there.
I beat Greg today for the first time I think ever on that. I grabbed an onion ring when they first came in.
Mark it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I was, we in our state, and I know it's various all over. Our state rifle season starts this weekend for deer hunting.
Okay.
And I will tell you, if I would have set a ladder stand up out there by that table, and the minute you set that down, I wanted to shoot Greg or Bubba, I was in the right place. I mean,
Here they come.
Here comes the food plot.
We seeded the fields.
Yeah,
right on time. The feeder just went off,
Right.
and here they come.
So let's talk about, first of all, let's get an update from you, Tim. How's everything going with Buffalo Wild Wings? I know our newest locations are Chelsea, Alabama, and Oxford, Alabama. I'm sure those two locations are cranking.
Both doing well. Everything's doing well. We're happy with where we are for the year. I mean, it ain't been an easy year, labor and cost and that kind of stuff.
Wait a minute. Well, are you saying that the costs are up?
Slightly.
Okay, because
Slightly.
I've heard from this administration inflation's not real.
Yeah.
It's not really happening, right?
It's minimized.
Right.
No.
No, it ain't.
No.
Is it? Yeah.
No.
Price them chickens one time.
They hadn't talked to the right people.
Right, yeah. So, but you guys, you've been through a worldwide pandemic. You're going in an economy where everything does cost more. With all that considered, Buffalo Wild Wings healthy.
Yeah, we're healthy. We're in this thing. We're providing jobs for people.
Yeah.
We're 500 or 600 employees deep. So, we're blessed that we can do that, and we're all in this for a profit, but that's not our number one goal. Our number one goal is to provide jobs for our staff, a good place to eat, be tied in with the community.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We like to tie in with the communities. So, yeah, man, 2022 is not too bad. We're okay.
Well, speaking of tying into the community, we started this how long ago? Anybody remember how long ago we started the
4
Rick and
years
Bubba
in,
Buffalo Wild Wings?
I know it's
Charity
been at
Charge?
least 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
Because we were doing it before the pandemic.
We were doing a year or so
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
4
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, I would say 4.
Yeah. So, and here's how it works. These are locations that participate. They're all in the state of Alabama, in Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover. So that's not in Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, the metro area, I guess, outreaching area. Downtown Birmingham. That's on 4th Avenue South. Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, and Chelsea. So anyway, these are all Alabama locations, and if you can get to any of these, when we do a charity charge, and we have another one coming Monday, 10% of the food sales goes back to great organizations that serve their communities, and today we have a check for Bike for Kids, and from Bike for Kids we have Charlie Bradford. Charlie, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for having me. I mean, this is awesome to me. I never in my life dreamed I'd be sitting with Rick and Bubba talking about an organization helping kids. I mean, This is God sent for me.
Amen.
And eating a little chicken on the side.
And a little chicken on the side and in the front and in the back. And wherever else we can eat chicken.
It's everywhere. So let's those that went out, and we have a check. We're going to tell you. Tim will tell you what we got for you today. Those that went out and they ate and they helped. So tell us and them. Or even others who maybe didn't get out to eat but would still like to come alongside you guys. We have your website at rickandbubba.com today. Bikes for Kids, it sounds pretty straightforward, but tell us how it works.
It is pretty straightforward. And basically what we do is we take old bikes and we restore them for kids, less fortunate or not. Your position it doesn't matter to us. We want every kid to have a bike. Mm-hmm. And we custom build those bikes for birthdays and Christmas for kids. And we put their own personality into the paint theme when we restore them. Then they got their name on them. So if kid wants a fishing bike, We paint it up with a fishing theme. We get hooks and fishing line wrapped. It's one off. Every bike is one off, and there's no neighbor gonna go to Walmart and get the same bike because we build them here.
No, that's awesome.
That is cool. So the money you're going to get to that is pretty, I guess, again, straightforward. It goes to the cost of these bikes, right?
Right, and we also provide new bikes to kids, and we actually do a lot more of those because it doesn't take so much time to do those,
Right.
and we provide for the three local counties foster associations, and misplaced kids as well.
Yeah,
I love my bike growing up.
Oh,
I mean, I still.
And that's exactly
I have
that's
some of
exactly
the
how we
best
started
memories.
this thing. It
Best
just came
memories
from an
on-
idea.
Yeah, on my bicycle, jumping things,
Yeah.
which what probably shouldn't have been doing, but Evil Knievel was big at the
That's
time.
part of having a bike.
And,
It was.
Yeah.
Oh,
And just always tighten the handlebars up.
Yeah, every time.
Absolutely.
If you're flying through the air and you're holding the handlebars and they're not
And that
connected,
front wheel.
it's a bad feeling. I'll tell you that firsthand. I still have the elbow scars.
Oh yeah. That I remember that big old bolt on the front, and I didn't keep that thing tight, and I went to pull up. I went to pull up to hit that ramp. It came right out, and it was
everywhere but loose.
It was, and you're holding it, and you're like, well, this is going to be
And
real.
that front tire's doing a slow rotation in there.
And then it's end over
That's
end.
it, yeah.
Of course, we were tougher people, but
Yeah.
but anyway, the two things I remember. I remember when I woke up on Christmas morning and Santa Claus had given me a spider. Remember the spider box?
Yes.
And I think and if you to have a spider bite was just almost you couldn't dream that.
Yeah.
And then the other is when we got a little bit older. When I think it was Yamaha came out with the first ones with the shocks on the front.
Oh yeah, kind of resembled a motorcycle.
Yeah,
we've gotten several of those.
Oh,
Donated
really?
to us,
Yeah.
and the kids love them.
And I remember thinking, well, life stops right here. It'll never get better than this.
Yeah, and then they put a motor on them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those. What is up with that? A motor on the bicycle?
Oh yeah.
Look, I yearned to be on one when my wonderful wife said, let's go on our bike ride. Sherry doesn't go on bike rides. She goes on bike journeys.
Yeah. So how does that
we
motor
ride
work?
so far.
Does it kick in and just on the straightaways?
It's
or something?
basically like those gas electric golf carts. It exactly like I say. It kind of kicks in.
Gives you a
and
little go, huh?
And you pedal or you can go with a motor.
I yearn for one, and Sherry says, no, that's being a sellout.
That might get me back in the bike
It
ride.
sure it does take the love out of the bicycle,
Right.
the whole exercise.
I realize
Well,
that.
you can still pedal if you
Yeah.
want.
Oh yeah, if you want
Charge
to.
the battery.
Yeah.
Use it for uphill.
So
There you go.
bikes.
I'll pedal going downhill.
That's right.
So a lot of you will provide bicycles for kids that would not get them through bikesforkids.club. And so, Tim, how much money we got for them?
Almost $4,000. It's $3,900, man. That's awesome.
$3,900. That'll help, won't it,
Yeah,
Charlie?
man.
That's gonna make a big difference.
Just
That'll
an
buy a
average-
lot of bikes.
Average bike, what are we talking about cost-wise?
Just for a new bike, I'd say about $70, maybe $80 for a new
That's
bike. But
awesome. We're gonna crank the
custom
bikes
bikes,
out.
the custom bikes we do, we'll average out about $100 at the cost of doing them.
Still, that's quite a few bikes.
So you're talking about a lot of
Oh
bikes.
yeah, that's a lot of bikes. But we also provide food and toys and stuff too.
Yeah. Well, thank you to all of you that went out and participated in this. And how much? With $3,900 for Charlie and Bikes for Kids. Now Monday, all of these locations I just gave you will be participating again, and 10% of food sales on Monday will go to an organization that's been around for a long, long time, the Marine Corps Toys for Tots. So Toys for Tots benefits on Monday's charity charge.
Yeah, that's a big one this time of year too.
Yeah.
along with
That's
this bike
a
one.
great organization.
Yeah, and we usually most of the years on this one in November we normally do this for the Toys for Tots because of the time of year.
Yeah, they literally take the check and walk in the store.
Yeah, and they go in and provide toys for kids that would not get them otherwise. So toysfortots.org, their organization. So you can do that on Monday at all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. If you want to know more about Charlie Bradford and all the team at Bikes for Kids, that website is in our show notes at rickandbubba.com too. And thanks for the $3,900 that you have given this great organization to provide more bikes for more kids. Outstanding work.
Thank you.
All the way around.
Good job.
All the way
guys.
around. Tim,
That's
thank
awesome.
you, buddy.
Yeah, man. It's a team effort here.
It really is.
Win.
Yes. Rick and
Teamwork,
Bubba,
teamwork
Buffalo
makes
Wild
the dream
Wings.
work.
Teamwork makes the dream work. We're going to get our picture made with Charlie with a big old check.
How about that?
I wish we had a bike to ride.
Had y'all told me, I'd have brought you 25 of them.
That's right. Well, bring a big one. We'll be back
Big
16
seat on
minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you're going into journalism, by the way, which doesn't exist anymore. We would like some people to go back and start it again. Mm-hmm. So do you just feel a call to that for that reason?
Well, actually, I'm in the journalism department, but I want to do public relations. That's my focus.
Okay.
But I did just get the editor-in-chief job
Watch out.
for the newspaper on campus.
Look out. I'm editor-in-chief.
May not know about me.
That's right. You may not know about me. I got the big
No,
head.
really, they don't.
I got the big head dress. I'm the chief.
No, really, they don't.
Yeah.
Nobody reads the newspaper on campus, so.
That kind of hurts.
Way to promote it. Well, no, who would have thought?
You're saying until now.
Yeah. Please, yeah.
It's different now.
Yeah.
Well,
new day now.
Do y'all have it online though? Because in all fairness, not many people pick up hard copies and read anymore because there's no need to. But
yeah.
I mean, so do y'all have it online? I assume.
Well, we did, but the website crashed, so we're working on it right now.
Okay.
Hopefully, it'll get up and running before our first edition comes out.
Helms can probably help with that.
Thanks, Bo. I got a lot of time on my hands. I'll jump on it.
Let me tell you what he wants to take on is a university student newspaper.
Yeah, definitely.
What about, so what school are you going to?
I go to Stanford.
And then you finish?
I finish next May.
Next May?
Yeah, so I've got a year left.
And then it's out to the real world.
Yeah.
You brought your mama with you today, too. That's what
she's
said.
right there.
There she is. I saw your mom and dad for 15 weeks at football games. Yeah. And we would talk about how you're doing. I asked her, had you been rattled by talking to people on the phone and realized they walk among us?
Yeah.
That's a scary place, isn't it?
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so as we make our way back, our friends at cleanpods.com/Bubba have revolutionized how we handle cleaning now around the house, the office, whatever the case may be. And they've done that with concentrated pods and you using your own water, so you're not paying for water when you already have water. And you can fill up one of their commercial-grade spray bottles, which come with your order, and then you start making it yourself by just dropping in one of the pods based on the type of cleaning you need to do, whether it's countertops, floors, glass, bathrooms, whatever it may be. And you drop the pod that's specialized for that. They don't have some of the harsh chemicals we've had to deal with in the past. You add your own water, shake it up, you use the spray bottle, and here you go, and it's down to about $2 a bottle. A full bottle of cleaning for $2. Is that what you're paying right now? Probably not, because you're paying for water, you're paying for logos, you're paying for all kinds of stuff. And these products work just as good and better than most. So go now to cleanpods.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com. We'll get you 10% off whatever bundles you pick. I don't even know where it's coming from. And then we will. You can also find that link at rickandbubba.com. So 10% off and free shipping for the listeners of this show if you go to cleanpods.com/Bubba. All right. So we had another big launch last night, and that was President Trump, or former President Trump. He announced last night, and you can hear it in his own words, that he is running for president again in 2024. And here he is.
Words. I don't want to be Joe. It's 2 words, American dream. That was not good what he did. There are a lot of bad things, like going to Idaho and saying, welcome to the state of Florida. I really love it. In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
And there you go. He announces that at Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach. So former President Trump will now run for president for the 3rd time. His record is 1-1, and he will go again. Now, unfortunately, there is some issue because he started to go after DeSantis, which none of us on the show and many people in the party think is a good strategy. I don't think we need DeSantis and Trump at odds, especially, last time I checked, DeSantis has not even said he was going to try to run against Trump to try to get the nomination.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of. And he says he's going to be governor of Florida, and Trump said he didn't like that answer. He wanted a straight no. But here's DeSantis, and in my opinion, this is not good. Now here's DeSantis responding to Trump's criticism of him.
Well, one of the things I've learned in this job is when you're leading, when you're getting things done, you take incoming fire. That's just the nature of it. I roll out of bed in the morning. I've got corporate media outlets that have a spasm, just the fact that I'm getting up in the morning, and it's constantly attacking. And this is just what's happened. I don't think any governor got attacked more, particularly by corporate media, than me over my 4-year term. And yet, I think what you learn is all that's just noise. And really what matters is, are you leading? Are you getting in front of issues? Are you delivering results for people? And are you standing up for folks? And if you do that, then none of that stuff matters. And that's what we've done. We focused on results and leadership. And, at the end of the day, I would just tell people to go check out the scoreboard from last Tuesday night. The fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter is, it was the greatest Republican victory in the history of the state of Florida.
So there you go. So this is where we are. I thought DeSantis, as usual, handled that about as well as he could.
Yeah, it really wasn't a shot as much as just saying, "Hey, we're moving forward here." So.
Right, and if you're getting things done, you're going to take criticism.
Yep.
And I got to keep doing what I'm doing.
He even said, "Look at the scoreboard in a professional way."
He did.
You know how we used to point that out?
Yeah.
Hey, scoreboard.
Right.
You know,
look at the scoreboard, see who's behind.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't even put in see who's behind.
Right.
Trump said a lot of things. One thing he did say is that he would abolish every Joe Biden COVID mandate and rehire all military who were fired for refusing the COVID shot, provide full payback, and apologize for their firing. I don't know how much of that can actually be done, but that was one of the big points last night.
I think with the military, he has a lot of control of that, being commander in chief. So I don't know. The money would probably have to come from Congress, but I definitely think that was ridiculous. The way that we had, and let's lump in first responders and nurses into that.
Sure, yeah.
We are talking about they are heroes. They have saved our country during the darkest days of the pandemic. We're singing for them when they leave shifts at the hospital. Yeah. And in a few short weeks after that, we're firing them because they wouldn't take a vaccination that some of them didn't need because they had immunity off the chart anyway,
right.
Because they had been working around it.
Right.
And they knew that as professionals that they didn't need that. You can get too much, by the way.
You're talking about the science of it all?
Yeah, really the science of it all. Yeah. And we went with this one-size-fits-all approach, which in some vaccines that works, but this was not a vaccine like we know for polio and whooping cough and all that stuff that we had as kids. And this was more like the flu vaccine. It was kind of hit and miss. And you still got it. Maybe it wasn't as bad. But there also was some side effects with a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. So Trump is running. So there's no more if he's going to run. He is running.
He's in.
And I'm telling you, this walking DeSantis-Trump thing needs to be walked correctly and delicately, or it's going to blow up on everybody.
Well, Rick, let's go back. Trump won barely in 2020, and he lost barely in 2016, and lost barely in 2020. The Republicans as a whole, they got to have everybody in. They got to have all hands on deck. And if anybody doesn't show up or splinters off, it's over. You've just elected Joe Biden again.
Yeah, we'll take some of your phone calls. And I want to make one more comment, though, on the Trump thing that I think is important, too. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Show's going, baby. Yeah, I saw the movie, The Greatest Showman, or whatever. Now, when I say musical, I don't mean they sang every line.
It's like Grease, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They break into song.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say that some of the music was good, like meaning it was they were sort of cool songs, but
I just can't handle musicals.
I know, no, I got you, Greg. I'm not here to defend the musical. Please don't misunderstand.
Yeah, I heard it was, and I kind of bailed out.
Thanks, man. Did you just not want to pass that along?
No, I thought everybody knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Helmsy brought it up.
Yeah, Helmsy said
Really? Was I not listening?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, gosh.
I'm sorry,
we did. Well, there's so few things you go see today that you can go, well, that looks
Yes,
good. When I saw PG, I thought, well, and I like the story of P.T. Barnum.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be a little bit of this, accept us how we are kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's certainly a little bit of that in there. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just always intrigued with the P.T. Barnum story.
Well, Rick, there's just not a lot of places. If you're a young lady and you look like a wolf, you can go.
And I don't want to see her sing. See, it's a musical. I got to watch a bearded lady sing.
Greg, can I tell you that? Let me tell you that the beard included. And now she can sing.
She got a good voice.
Yeah, the bearded lady can
sing. Got to get around that fact she's got a full beard.
Right, you have to get by that, and they do have one of the Dogface boys in there dancing as well.
How about that?
But I will say, to Bubba's point, but I will say this: and then you find out, of course, Greg, because you ruined everything, that after it's over, none of it's accurate. I mean, there's a few things in there that are accurate, but I didn't even realize that PT really didn't even get into the circus world till he was like 61.
Really?
That he did all kinds of things up to that different.
When did he meet Mr. Bailey?
They never even get to that. Like they bring in, Zach, what's his name?
Efren.
And I think, well, this must be Bailey. Well, he never turns out to be Bailey. Well, why do we care about that? Why are we bringing in a partner if we're not going to name the thing?
Well, at some point, he did take a partner, right?
Yeah, and then Ringling Brothers got involved.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but the thing I didn't like is.
Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey, yeah.
But what I didn't like, I thought when he comes in, suddenly you're going to see the sign drop and it says Barnum and Bailey.
Right.
And it didn't.
Yeah.
But it was, I mean, it wasn't, it was. I'm not going to rush
No,
it.
Zach will do it. He'll do a musical in a minute.
I can't.
Well, I mean, he did the whole High School
Did he?
Musical
Was that him?
things,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
I just can't watch music.
I know,
especially the Les Mother, whatever, however you say it. Miserable is what I say.
Yeah, right. Where they sing.
They sing the entire.
They sing the whole
thing.
thing.
That's not good.
See, how about this? I'll never watch one of those ever.
Yeah, it's one thing, like you said, like you look at it, where they break into song from time to time.
I'll watch
which is what
Grace.
this is.
Yeah,
but these shows where they sing like even talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Bubba, how are you today?
I'm great.
Yeah, I'll have the egg white delight. I mean, I don't get that. I mean,
this coffee is good.
You know, I would like to see him do a spoof maybe and do a like an action movie that way, like Die Hard or something. Wouldn't that be funny?
I would.
Speaking of that, I've got, the kids are all now that the young Broderick is now, he really is serious about, the way things are shot. I mean, he critiques every commercial, and I know Hunter's a lot like that. Your son, they're into this. So well, now he's in this thing where he wants to go back and find movies that people in the industry consider to be. And there's some weird name guy. All of a sudden, I'm sitting down, and he's saying, Dad, you want to watch Unbreakable? I'm like, Unbreakable? What are you talking about? A Bruce Willis movie.
Oh, the train wreck guy.
And I'm like, Unbreakable? That was back in like 2000, wasn't it? And so he's like, well, this certain producer, whatever, there's the way this is shot and whatever. And I'd forgotten about that movie, and wow, that movie.
Yeah.
That's actually a good movie.
I've forgotten about it.
It is. I ran into that about a month ago.
What was the plot of it? I don't remember.
Did y'all see the trick ending coming? I didn't see it coming.
I don't remember the movie.
What was the general plot?
Bruce Willis and Samuel L. Jackson. It was 2000. Surely I can talk about it now.
Yeah, I think openly. Yes.
So what it is?
The 20-year rules in effect.
Yeah. What it is there's this horrifying train wreck.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And of course, Bruce Willis, the guy's kind of downtrodden and not in a happy place.
Right.
Marriage falling apart.
He plays that well.
Yeah, and he's just on a train, and everybody gets killed on the train but him, and he don't have a scratch.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, like everybody's like, "Where were you sitting?" and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so Samuel L. Jackson, his little character, which you find out a lot more, suddenly he walks out from work one day, and on his window is a card from Samuel L. Jackson's comic book store, and says, "Have you ever been sick a day of your life?" So he goes back to the wife that they're not having problems. Say, have I ever been sick? Goes to work. How many sick days have I taken? Well, the guy comes and says, "Okay, I'll give you a raise. I see your point." Like that, and that wasn't his point. And so he's starting to realize, okay, I don't get hurt and I don't get sick.
Right.
And so
and now Samuel
Bubba's show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we thank you for being with us as we make our way back. All right, so Trump announced he is running for president. We got some of your phone calls coming up. We also have some sound bites for our current president, and the Democrats already have their first attack ad ready to go against Trump. But I want to take on something I've been wanting to say on the show for a while, and because I think that there needs to be a better job done on this. Now, I'm going to handle it the right way, and because what I don't want to do is I don't want to violate what Scripture tells me in Matthew 18, that there's a way to hold people within the church accountable, and there are steps that I'm commanded to follow. So I will not be specific, and there have been individuals that I know that do this, and I have said something to some of them privately, and even had a conversation on the podcast with one of them, and you and I thought handled that, in a way that was asking for the same thing. So not going to be trashing anybody or anything like that. I'm speaking in general, and the reason matter of fact, I don't listen to anybody within the church that goes public and trashes somebody. If I find out that they did not go to that person first, they did not go to that person with other members of the church, a smaller group, and talk to them. And if the person said, "Hey, I'm not going to repent. I disagree with you. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing," then of course you can take it before the church. But if you have not followed those first 2 steps and you put out a YouTube thing trashing somebody, I never listen to those people because they've already shown me they don't follow biblical instruction. So I don't get on board with that. So anyway, if you want to trash somebody within the church, you're supposed to come to them first. Like I say, if you ever have a question about the things that we do in ministry, you should come to us privately. And if you have a question, ask us, not go out and assume something. And then if you get the answer from us you didn't want, and we're doing it and you think we shouldn't and we don't listen to you, then that's different. But when people don't come to you first and say, hey, tell me how this works or whatever, then you're not following the biblical instruction of how it should be handled. So I don't give you any credit of being someone coming to me on behalf of God when you didn't follow his own instructions. So anyway, with that being said, I'm not going to do that. But I am going to speak in general. And I saw it happening last night, which is why I'm saying this. You start seeing these pastors, and some of them are usually more what I would say woke, meaning, you know, they're starting to there's a little bit of feel-goodism and all this. And the first thing they start doing, and I have been critical of the things, Bubba has, we have, of the things about Trump that are hard to stomach. There are some things that I don't particularly care for with Trump, and we say when he does things good, and we say when we think he handles things poorly. But what you don't need to do if you are a leader in the church, okay, if you're going to point out correctly the things in Trump that are not biblically sound, and there certainly are some, okay, and you have that's perfectly fine. And I've seen some of your op-eds and your blogs, and all you really do, and I think it needs to be improved, is talk about the things that are wrong with Trump and how spiritually and from a biblical standpoint those things should not be applauded. And I have no problem with that. Where I have the problem is you never tell people what they should do. Now, surely you're not suggesting that people should turn to a platform, because the last time I checked, I have not seen God's standard of marriage change. Anybody agree with me on this? Anybody want to oppose me on that with some biblical footage that God's changed his mind on marriage?
No.
Has God changed his mind on gender?
No.
Has God changed his mind on where life begins?
No.
Okay. So we know those things are sound. So would you suggest that your congregation or people that you influence, are you suggesting they should vote for that platform because of the things you pointed out wrong with Donald Trump? Because I will say this, Donald Trump doesn't seem to act like he's part of the church, but he's not an enemy of the church.
No.
Okay? And no matter if he's doing it for political gain, which I think is probably likely true, and he caters to the evangelical right, if he's going to stand for God's standard of marriage, and I'm talking about from a country standpoint, where life begins and gender, now he doesn't touch that very much, and at least he didn't say anything. He's certainly not saying it's okay. He just didn't say anything about it.
And moved our embassy back to Jerusalem.
Right. What I'm saying is you can say that you can't vote for Trump if he ends up being the nominee. But what I think you're failing at in your role as a spiritual leader is you're not telling people what you think they should do.
All right.
I hope you're not suggesting they should vote for the Democrats, because then you're going to have to stand before God and explain that. So what are you saying? Are you saying that people that are devout followers of Christ, when they're in this position, should not vote for either? Now, look, I may agree or disagree with that, but at least say what do you want us to do? Because it's real easy to sit back and get on your sanctimonious horse and say, well, I can't believe that we as people in the church would support. Now, I'm not a fan of Christian nationalism. Don't misunderstand me. I think sometimes when you get to these churches where it feels like the next election is more important than the second coming of Jesus, I'm not for that. You know, where you almost feel like that the United States of America is really the God in there, not the one and only living God. I'm not for that. And I don't hang my hat on what's happening with our country politically anywhere near where I'm trying to where I've been devoted in this portion of my life. I'm much more devoted to the advancement of the kingdom of God than the advancement of America. But I will say this. You can't keep telling people how bad this candidate is and then not instruct them as a shepherd on what you think biblically they should do. That's the question they're asking. Okay, you've told us his flaws. I can't argue with that. But this platform over here blasphemes God openly. Is that where I should go? Hey, John, I almost said one. So what are some people what are some people supposed to do? You got to explain that. You have an
where are we going to land this ship?
You have an obligation to explain that. And again, you may say, as for me and my house, we will not cast a vote for either. I got no problem with that. Now, there's going to be a consequence to that, but at least I could say, well, but if you're suggesting that people should, from a spiritual standpoint, you got to explain why are you not spending as much time saying you have a hard time people voting for the Democratic Party and where they stand on the three big issues, the principles, pillars, by the way, of Scripture? You got to explain that too. You can't just trash the egomaniac and all the problems with Trump and then not address the problems in the Democratic Party. You have to do both. And those of you that don't, frankly, I don't have any respect for, because all you're doing is confusing your congregation. They have no idea what they're supposed to do. So you got to walk this thing all the way out. Now, it's not easy, and it's difficult, and you're going to take some heat, but that's your job, and that's your call. Don't just give us one, anybody can do that. And then you get to go sit around and say, I got a real issue. Well, sure, so do we. But you're going to have to get your hands dirty and realize that we're in a fallen creation and a fallen country with fallen people trying to figure out what's the best vote we can make. Okay? And you're not doing your job on that. And if you want to stay away from it altogether, I'm fine with that too. Probably the best route to go. But if you're going to pontificate and blog and op-ed, you're going to have to walk it further out than you're walking it. And that's all I got to say to that.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you are a pastor,
right.
You're a shepherd.
Correct.
And your congregation is your flock. And
tell us the whole story.
You've got a rod and a staff, and you've got to guide that congregation. And hopefully it's based on the Word of God.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't just leave them out there in the middle of the field and not give them direction.
Yeah,
what you're saying.
You and I had the conversation.
Where are we going to land this plane?
I understand that there's not a pure follower of Jesus vote, but there is a better vote.
Jesus Christ is not on the ballot.
No, but there's one vote that might make more sense than another, or no vote at all. But what I'm afraid of is, because y'all won't explain this because you're too afraid to, you won't walk it out. People think you're telling them to vote for the other party, and you better clarify that, because you're going to answer for that too. And that's all I'm saying. I've sat here wanting to talk. I've been trying so hard not to get on, and I keep seeing it, and it's driving me nuts. Okay, because I thought, what a lazy job, when really what you're talking about is extremely important, and people really need your guidance. And you got to walk all the way out what you're talking about.
And Rick, it is more now than ever based on the way the country's split.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a few votes makes a big difference in our elections. And I'm glad we are able to have elections and have debate about it.
So if you see
not everybody has that opportunity.
So let's do this. Let's hold everybody accountable. If you see people doing that, and I've done it, but I'm telling you where my mind is on it, but I'm also looking at the other side of it. When someone starts that, say, I agree with every point you're making, if it is valid, and then you say to this spiritual shepherd, so what are we supposed to do? Don't just let them say one thing and then walk off the stage like they've really made a stand. You got to ask them, so how should we vote then?
Guide us to the still waters.
Guide us. So do we not vote at all, or do we vote to the one that is closer? Because somebody says, well, being an egomaniac, that's a sin. It is. Murdering innocent babies is a sin too. So which one? Where do I go? I mean, if you're gonna do your job, you gotta have something to say to that. That's the real dilemma before us. So we'll be back. We got some Biden clips in the first attack ad, and Trump is announcing he is running. So again, you're gonna see this. You're gonna see all kinds of people in leadership roles pontificating on it. So let's ask them the hard question. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Opposite, right?
Yeah, he was born with that disease where your bones break real easy.
Correct.
And all that, and it's an interesting ride.
Yeah.
And
I need to watch it because I don't know if I've ever seen it all.
Do you want me to tell you what it's about?
No, there's a little boy come up at the end and say, "I see dead people."
Yeah, waiting on that. Yeah, but no,
They got me on that one too.
And it has that same
That
feel.
one did get
It does have that same feel.
Hey, it has that same feel, and there's a little boy in this one too. That's Bruce Willis' son. So it really has that same feel to
does.
it. And
I'll
I
give
think
you
that
that.
same guy did that movie and this one.
M. Night Shyamalan.
Yes, him. That's the one that Brody's all fired up with.
Oh yeah, he does a bunch of weird movies.
He did both of these movies.
That's right. And you'll look, he'll be in it too.
Yeah, he was in there.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I'm wasting.
Rick and Bubba shows. We make our way back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll meet Wednesday. That could happen any time today. Sadly, here we are again. And as Speedy was saying, it's getting to the point where these things don't even call for break-ins on breaking news. It's just added into a newscast like you would be adding all the other things going on in the world. And we now have another school shooting in Kentucky, Marshall County High School, Benton, Kentucky. And it looks like they have a 15-year-old in custody. In this particular case, it appears the shooter is still alive. 18 people injured, 14 were shot in some way, shape, or form. And I know that we have some confirmed dead, including two 15-year-olds, a girl and a boy. And here's another community. They have no motive yet, as law enforcement was saying, which I think is correct. Can you just let us do our job first, and then we don't want to get hearsay going or speculate. We'll try to get to the bottom of it. But in this particular case, the shooter is alive and in custody. So we'll see what the deal was here. Of course, it's definitely evil. We know that, and this is another one of you see these things going on, and I won't even speculate on what his motivation would be anyway. We just know it's evil. So we will see. And, of course, here's another community that's starting the process of healing, which will be a very long, grueling process. And then there'll be more stories coming out because you'll have to deal with those that have been injured and who survives that, who doesn't. And we'll just kind of see where it heads from here. But and really we were talking about the fact that it's now just added into the newscast, not even as a wall-to-wall coverage deal anymore.
Yeah, it used to break in all the networks. You'd have continuing coverage, helicopters. It's just become way too common. Did they say did he leave any kind of note or
well, no,
he's alive.
Social?
He's alive.
Was there any of that they found that they're
talking about
reporting
like Facebook
on?
stuff?
Yeah,
or social
saying he
media.
was going to do
Not
it,
right
or-
now. No.
No.
or where he got the guns? Do we know?
Well,
Not right now.
we'll probably know all that. They're just saying not now, but I can speculate, and that's all I'm doing. That they'll turn up things of maybe there was something he was putting out, or usually these people put out some sort of social media warning, or
And most of the time they kill themselves. They actually have
Right.
him. They can hear it straight from his mouth.
yeah. So we'll see where this goes, but I'm speculating there'll be some familiar themes in this that
All right,
we'll see.
So this happens at 8 a.m. as school's getting going. We heard it all different day parts, but we're actually doing the show live during that time. Do you remember ever seeing live breaking news? This is happening. No, I didn't.
I'll tell
I got
you.
an email right as the show was ending yesterday that something was going on.
I'll tell you where I heard it. I was actually in a meeting that was start at noon, and there was lunch at the meeting, and I was sitting down with lunch being laid out, and one of the guys that was in the meeting across the table looked down and said, "Hey, there's been another shooting. Looks like this one's up in Kentucky." That's the first time I heard about it. So that was about noon yesterday.
Well, I heard it shortly after that, and Shepard Smith on Fox News, he's your live coverage guy. You
Right.
know, hey, we got some kind of chase going on or some breaking news, and they just, all right, this has happened. All right, let's go back to Russia collusion,
Right.
And I just was shocked by that of where we are as a society now. And I didn't even know that someone had walked into Texas high school and shot a classmate in the cafeteria just a couple of days ago.
It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Relief Factor teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Loving Relief Factor. So is Nancy out of Arizona. She said, let me tell you something. I started seeing improvement after 2 weeks. Had a nerve and spinal fusion. And my spine was damaged. So I've been taking 3 packs a day. This is week 5. Said I took the Relief Factor to my pain management doctor. He'd recommended some of the botanicals that were already in Relief Factor, which is true because they all have been proven individually. He'd never heard of the product, but he was glad for the information. Says he may start suggesting it to some of his other clients, which is great. And it's working for her, could work for you. It does for most. It's all natural. You can take it every day. Get the 3-week starter pack for $19.95. I take it every day by going to relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so the current president. So we have some clips of okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Based on what you were saying.
Okay.
Which I appreciate your speech on that. I think it was dead on. Because you can't just leave it undone.
Right.
I mean, you got to make the bed or lay in it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You got to do something. And while many of the criticisms of Trump are accurate.
Absolutely.
We also, so let's just say you're a pastor and you opposed Donald Trump before the last election. You were very outspoken about it, pointing out his shortcomings, and there are many. Fair assessment. But Donald Trump moved our embassy back to Jerusalem, which is going to have huge impact on the big picture of things down the road. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Yep.
He also appointed judges and got them approved through a Congress that didn't want to approve them, using his techniques and his style and his form of leaning on people, who overturned Roe v. Wade, who many of us thought we would never see in our lifetime.
Right.
So if you oppose Trump as a pastor, then you opposed Roe v. Wade being turned over, if you just want to walk that out. So you got to be careful on these things. I mean, everybody is a mix of good and bad. And I think you got to look at the whole picture.
Yeah, I'm okay with addressing and having concerns. I have the same concerns. But I will tell you, there has been, in one of the recent elections, I didn't vote for either candidate, and one of the candidates was Trump. Now, I did the second time because I actually examined it and looked at it from all the angles you're talking about. I cannot, and when you look at, you look throughout Scripture and the evil people that, you go back to, Nebuchadnezzar and people like that got, now here's the problem. If Donald Trump does not repent, God is going to deal with him if he is not where he should be.
As he will with all of us.
Yeah, right. But sometimes these people throughout history have been used for things like you just mentioned. And that's all I would say. If you're going to get up and give that from a biblical, spiritual, I'm here, these things repulse me, got no problem with that, but you have got to tell the whole story, and you've got to give instruction on these are the two choices that are before you, and then tell them to make their decision and based on the entire picture, because if not, you leave people confused and not sure what to do, or, which is probably the better place, why don't you just teach the Bible and stay out of it?
That's fine too.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's probably
But be sure the congregation is aware of what the Bible says on key issues of the day.
Yeah.
So you can be a wise voter.
Why don't you just tell us what the Bible says and what God says, and then we can look at these choices before us, and you know what? Then we'll already know it. And we won't need you to tell us because we'll know.
If an angel had come to me before the last presidential election, or two back, I guess now,
mm-hmm.
and said, we're going to have a president, and he's going to be kind of a bully, and he's going to put out mean tweets, and he's going to create some handles here, but he's going to get Roe v. Wade turned over, I'd go, okay, I'll take that. You'd have made that deal in a minute because you thought that was impossible, that it'd never happen. Mm-hmm. And it took someone with a
a very determined demeanor. I'm trying to think of a good way to say this to get that through.
Well,
because most politicians wouldn't even have tried it.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you try it?
Yeah.
Nothing to gain. Did it cost him an election? It may have with a few voters.
Yeah.
Well, it did with single female.
Well, sure did. And but I will go back to this, which is a much lighter note. Trump attacking DeSantis is absolutely the wrong thing to do. That's going to be disastrous.
It's just not wise strategy.
Yeah, I would advise away from that. All right, so here's President Biden, and we have a kind of a biggie today that the Russians, it's alleged, have dropped some explosives on Poland and killed people in a NATO country.
Well, they shot these missiles, it appears, and they got off course. They went about 10 miles into Poland.
But they did kill some people in Poland.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
So
they're
Biden
also trying to say them they may be the Ukraine missiles.
Right. We don't know, but what I'm saying, the allegation is that it's alleged that the Russians were the ones who did it, and President Biden is asked about it, and it's uncomfortable. So here's President Biden being asked about it.
Mr. President, can you tell us what you know so far about the explosion in Poland, sir? No.
Thanks, Press. Thanks, Press. We appreciate it. Thank you, Press. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Press.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, Press.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
Do they not have a little better order for getting questions there? It sounds like feeding time at the chicken house.
All right, here's Peter Doocy explaining that Biden canceled a meeting with world leaders. This is from Fox News and Peter Doocy.
Breaking news would be that President Biden is missing the G20 leaders dinner. He is supposed to be at a supper right now, 8:10 in the evening here in Bali, Indonesia, with everybody that flew in. If you're the U.S. president, you spent basically 2 days flying to get here for a dinner like this. You got MBS there, you got Trudeau there. She is also there if anything was left on the table. Yesterday, we did hear President Biden tell us that he had a cold, and he has tested negative for COVID, despite the Cambodian leader from our last stop being positive now. But we do not know exactly what is going on with the president.
So there you go. He's saying he wasn't feeling well, didn't show up. I like how Deuce also lets us know that this is a climate summit, and the president flew in an airplane for 2 days to get there.
Yeah.
All right, top of the hour. We'll get to your phone calls when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, Blazing Silverman taking your phone calls now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep. Yeah, and that was barely a story too. Yeah, there was a time if anybody shot one person in the cafeteria, the society was aghast. What's going on?
Oh my goodness.
Where are we now? It's just commonplace.
Sadly.
Well, that and church shootings too. I mean, they're all becoming. You kind of go to school and go to church a little different way now.
Hmm.
Yeah.
We were talking about that yesterday, weren't we, Greg?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of security around these days because you don't
got to.
Yeah, you got to have it. I was watching even with Phil Robertson the other night. He had security all around him. You think, well, yeah, I bet. Especially after his message was over.
Mm-hmm.
With his duct tape Bible, and he's out. So that's going on, and you mentioned the other stories that were going on. I saw that as far as on a national level too, involving the government, that Jeff Sessions has called for there will be an investigation now on these missing text messages and all this stuff that seem to corroborate a very clear attempt to destroy President Trump's presidency and potential to be elected. I keep hearing this over and over. I heard this comment yesterday. The things that we're finding in this investigation that are being done by the Democratic Party make Watergate look like somebody stole a Snickers bar from the convenience store.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad they've really pressed forward to find the collusion with Russia.
Right, yeah. Well, and
Without that, we wouldn't have all this.
What the text messages they now have are them discussing that I don't know that we should pursue this because I don't think we're going to find anything, and they were moving ahead anyway. They knew there wasn't anything there. And then we're not really talking, in my opinion, enough about these. You know, well, I know we're looking for the text messages, and I'm glad we are, but we already know that we had a group put together that their whole job was to create the dossier. Mm-hmm. That was all. I mean, we have a group. This is your job.
Yeah.
And then we have a woman out with a check. You know, I like it here was the comments that people just seem to forget. What was the old guy from Louisiana we used to laugh at, bald-headed guy?
Carville.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You remember after the Bill Clinton women came forward and he said, you know, you drag a dollar through a trailer park, you know, and then you find out they're out, you know, trying to hand out money for women coming forward on Trump. Mm-hmm. And so it's like it's a very interesting thing. It kind of goes back, Speedy, to what you said about the horrific details of the school shooting, and then one we're hearing about that it just involved 2 students, but still horrible. That now I think all this government stuff, when Watergate happened, people were aghast. Mm-hmm. Now you're like, yeah, that's typical.
That's politics.
Yeah, that's politics. They're always trying to destroy each other with things that aren't true.
So if you're saying if Watergate happened current day, it would be.
Oh, people go, well, what's the big deal? Why is everybody so fired about that? I mean, compared to what's already happened.
Right.
And now when you have like these, that's the reason.
It was just a break-in to steal some files at an office building.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying now. The weapon of choice is the hacker.
And see if this sounds familiar. What everybody got upset about is when they had tapes of what happened. Somebody removed some of the tapes.
Yeah, 16 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A blank that had been erased.
Yeah, the only reason why they didn't remove text messages is we didn't have it.
Right.
So
it didn't exist.
So what you have now is the same exact thing with Watergate of people hiding stuff from you. Mm-hmm. And on
the cover up was a lot worse than the actual event.
Yeah. And you had a paranoid president. You know, which Nixon little paranoid, I think we just get numb to things. Well, that's the reason why, though. Let's go the opposite way with it. That's the reason why, you know, with this current Me Too movement, the reason why, and certainly we should all stand up for women who are being mistreated by men, and it shouldn't be allowed, or men being mistreated by women, But what I'm saying is this: people shouldn't be mistreated.
Right.
I think don't we agree with that?
Rick, I think that's a safe place to land.
But what's happening is now the Me Too movement, because it's really being pushed by people that told us for a long time that this kind of behavior was just life at the White House and life with men and women working together, and you know, as long as they get the job done. And so now, you know, anybody who said, you know, like I said the other day, I've heard 2 things in the last 2 days that you just kind of tilt your head, that Al Sharpton is telling that anybody that supports Trump's not a good Christian. And now I think even The View's weighing on that. Now The View's talking about
I think The View said that. I think Sharpton said you have to question your integrity.
Right.
It started down that road.
As a Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said as a Christian.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And now but he did say integrity as a Christian, meaning the same thing. But
well, I didn't know he'd carried it that far.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I know
The View. You talking about the Reverend?
You talking about the Reverend, Bob?
Yeah.
And because you might remember, I gave the whole list of the things that he supported.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, including Tawana Brawley, which means he bared false witness against somebody and destroyed their lives over something that didn't happen.
Yep. Yeah.
But
he never has apologized for that.
Has he ever come back and asked for forgiveness for that? Okay. So, and again, I talked about the things about supporting a party that has done what it's done with marriage and where life begins, and pushing that even to another place. To now we're like only 7 countries in the entire world that are barbaric enough to do what we do, but and somehow we act like we're civilized. But all that's okay. That doesn't question your integrity as a man of faith at all, or a woman of faith. But now, keep in mind, now The View and Al Sharpton are talking about the integrity of the Christian faith and those who practice it. Y'all? I mean, what? I mean, certainly we should all be held accountable, but I think the person holding you accountable, if I remember Jesus' words, must have some credibility. So I don't. Certainly nothing wrong with accountability, but if you're going to be holding someone accountable, your integrity is also extremely important. And that applies to all of us, but it certainly applies to them as well. You see, so when these inconsistencies keep going, you know, we're upset over here, but we're not here, and it's the same thing. It's just got different labels on them. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Your phone calls start the hour. Blazing Silverman. Rick and Bubba intern earning his degree in common sense. The gang's all here today. Speedy, real Greg Burgess, Helmsy's over there getting loose. Eddie Van Adler is here. And welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, I am glad to be here, and when I say that, I really mean it. And thank all of you for joining.
To the phones we go. If you want to join us, dial up right now. Let's go to Kim out of Jasper, Alabama.
Kim.
On 104.7 WZZK. Kim, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
We're good.
What's up?
I'm telling y'all something. Listen here. Now, I listen to y'all every morning. I got my 6-year-old singing y'all's radio song. But it takes real men of God to come on here and speak on the issues that we face in this world, because you don't have real good old country boys with a radio station that are willing to get on here and talk about things that need to be talked about, and I just want to thank you guys for that. But to comment on the single mom, I'm a single mom of 2 kids. It never crossed my mind not one time to have an abortion. So I fully support the Roe versus Wade being turned over. And I feel like it takes more Christians to stand up and do what we're doing and to be willing to talk about the good versus the bad and where we need to vote. Our younger generation is what's messing us up nowadays. We got to get our younger generation in check with us.
Yeah, just tell the whole story. That's all I'm saying is don't do sound bites. Don't tell half of it. Tell everything. And you know what? When you tell everything, it's complicated, it's difficult, but we need all the information put before us, and then people can move and pray and go the way they want to go, because let me tell you, this is unique. Nowhere in Scripture do you find a constitutional republic.
No.
Nowhere.
We're blessed beyond comprehension at classification point A.
The Church of Acts was never in a position to vote to get rid of Nero.
No.
And so we're in a unique situation, so we need unique guidance, but of course always foundationally based on the Word of God. Let's go to Hank in Urban. Hank, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Craig, I'll get you for that.
Thank you. Good morning to y'all.
Good.
Hey, what's up?
Just wanted to talk a little bit about what you said about Trump. With I didn't listen to the announcement, and I'm not sure what the criticism of a public pastor or whatever talking about Trump. But
just Google it. Google it. I mean, go back to before the first election. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, you spelled out pretty well this morning the criticisms, and we don't like how he treats certain people sometimes, and he speaks out and he shoots himself in the foot, and you've laid that out. But I think when pastors, and you're very right about them, they basically need to be speaking the word and training their people in their pews before they start some public discourse. But I do know, and you know it, that if they can criticize a whole lot better than they can support somebody because of obviously their 501(c) or 501c3 or whatever their tax-exempt status. So they can't fully support a candidate. I mean, do you agree with that? I mean,
well, you're not. No, I understand what you're saying. You're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to. Yeah.
But trust me, it's done rather openly in many places.
Let me tell you this. Was his name? What was his name? Was it Hank or Aaron? I can't remember. Whatever your name was. Let me tell you here. If you want to have
Did
some,
you say his name, Hank Aaron?
I can't remember. if you want to have some fun, there is a Twitter feed called Woke Pastors, WOKE Pastors, and they put up clips from woke pastors and to make fun of. Yeah. And if you, Bubba's point, if you want to hear pastors that are violating what you're saying, they're out there. I mean, they'll just straight up get up and talk about. I mean, at one point you forget you're even in church. You're like, are we in church? I mean, and some of the things that they'll try to take scripture and tie to you voting for the candidate they want you to, it's outrageous. And again, it's just tell the whole story. We continue. Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I have listening a lot to what y'all been saying about DeSantis, and I just want to throw out a couple of things for you to think about why I think he needs to go ahead and run now. So I agree with what you're saying about how bloody it's going to be, and how hard it's going to be and divisive and that kind of stuff. But there's a couple of things to consider. One, DeSantis is like hot right now. I mean, he's got the momentum. He's on the way, and I think if he waits, he's going to lose a lot of that momentum. Because if you think about it, he's the governor now. The next his term ends in 26. The next presidential election is not till 28. So that's a 2-year gap between when he leaves the governorship to try to run for president. And I just think he's going to lose a lot of momentum. And I think if he ran now, he would present a major contrast to Trump by saying, I have the same policies, but I'm going to present it in a different package. So I just think you need to kind of just consider some of those things. And I think DeSantis needs to go ahead and throw his hat in the ring. He'll probably wait. If he does it, I think he'll probably wait till after May or June, after the legislative session ends in Florida.
I'm sorry, Mike. I agree with everything you're saying.
No,
but the one thing you're not taking into account is Trump. Trump has announced he is going to run, and if DeSantis decides to run, Trump is going to go after him like a dog that smells blood, and it's going to be ugly.
And he's going to call him nicknames
for the party. And like Bubba said a minute ago, everybody in here is saying these margins are so razor thin right now. A divided Republican Party has zero chance to win any election.
You might
even close.
You might as well be voting for Biden.
Right.
And when he
because that's what you're going to be doing.
When he announced last night, it doesn't matter whether it's DeSantis or someone else.
Right.
It's over.
It's over.
I hate to break it to everybody.
Right.
But it's over.
Yeah.
I'll go to the polls and vote for Trump and whatever, but it's over. Sorry.
I think DeSantis is
2028. Let's get ready.
He's a pretty smart guy. If he wants to run now, he'll run. If he wants to wait, he'll wait. How about this? If he does fulfill his second term as governor, that would be what a lot of people would consider the right thing to do. You get 2 years off to get your presidential team organized. You get out and you make a lot of appearances. You may even be a guest commentator on a network or something, and then you hit the ground running, fully focused on being president with a good organization behind you. Look, he's young. He's got a lot of time ahead of him. There's no need to rush that. But I do understand what you're saying about being hot. Mm-hmm. But if you defeat Trump in the primaries and just a small portion of his people that just love him, and it's a great thing that he has people that are that passionate about him, and they decide to stay home, you lose.
And they will.
You lose.
Yep. Look,
they'll take their ball and go home.
Look, Bubba and I dealt with it. There's some people out there, you're not allowed to even remotely say anything negative, even if you're still voting for Trump. If you say anything,
I'll get emails today off what I just said a minute ago.
People
ask me if I care, Rick.
No, I know you don't. But some of the Trumpites will attack you and claim you're not even a conservative anymore.
They will.
And of course, they forget their.
I'll be called a lib today.
Of course, they forget that their candidate's a populist.
Sure.
He's not a conservative either. But it will, which is again, that's still better than what the Democrats are offering. Don't misunderstand.
There's nothing wrong with being.
And let me tell you something. I totally enjoyed the Trump economy. And I absolutely loved his appointments to the Supreme Court.
Oh, they were spot on. And how about this? In our personal dealings with him, he did exactly what he said he was going to do, even when it was not popular with the people around him. I'll say that.
Right.
And we saw that firsthand. That was still kind of amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah. But, so you just got to tell the whole story. Don't tell some of it. Now, the Democrats are already ready. Adler said they already have their first attack spot. We'll play that for you, and there may be a flip of the coin to decide an election. We got all that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
So, Greg's D.B. Cooper is
The Escape from Alcatraz.
You remember the movie with Clint Eastwood?
I do. I do remember.
1979.
They made the paper mache mannequin heads and put them in their bed, and like they were. So when the guards come by, they would see them, but they were actually in the wall digging.
Here we go.
Made a raft out of raincoats. Y'all know the story.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, not like you do.
Well, I mean, share it with us, Greg, because this was 1962, and we had two brothers and another guy who escaped, and they thought they drowned in the water.
Yeah, Alcatraz was supposedly you couldn't escape.
Right.
It was the rock, and these three they either died or they actually got away. And today they've released it. For some reason, they're just now releasing it. In 2013, the San Francisco Chronicle reported that that they received a letter from a guy that supposedly was John Anglin. The letter said, I escaped from Alcatraz in 1962 with my brother Clarence and Frank Morris. I'm 83 years old and in bad shape. I have cancer. Yes, we all made it that night, but barely. The letter continued. He said, if you'll announce on TV that I will be promised to go to jail for no more than a year and get medical treatment, I'll write back and let you know exactly where I'm at. This is no joke. Well, they sent it to the FBI, and the FBI tested it for fingerprints, and they said they were inconclusive, but it doesn't say if they've just said, you know?
Right.
Okay.
So what is his deal? So he's got cancer now, and he wants to be treated? Is that?
Yeah. He said that, that when the letter was written, which was in 2013, according to this, he said he had cancer, and he was, how old did he say it was?
83.
Bad shape.
Bad shape.
So what he's trying to do. He said, bottom line, if you tell me all I got to serve is a year and get medical treatment, I'll turn myself in.
I think you should ask for just probation. Why go back a year?
I know.
Well, I think what he's saying is, I'm sure y'all not just going to give me medical treatment and not incarcerate me and all, but if I can get in jail, that means y'all have to.
Well, if I turn myself in and I tell you how I did it and I clear up a lot of things for you and I serve something. At 83, I don't know.
But talk about the mom.
The U.S. Marshal who inherited, his name's Michael Dyke, he inherited the unsolved case in 2003. He said, this is in 2012, he made a statement. He didn't know if any of the trio were still alive, but he had seen enough evidence to make him wonder. Oh, wow.
Greg, somebody got Siri stirred up.
I don't know why. Yeah. Look, the evidence included credible reports that the Anglin's mother for several years received flowers delivered without a card, and that the brothers actually attended her 1973 funeral disguised as women despite heavy FBI presence at the funeral. Because they showed up just to see if they would show up.
What were they in jail for to begin with?
Robbery, I think.
Bank robbery,
Yeah. So
now,
and we've always, then you got the people go, no, they died the minute they got there, and their body was swept out into the Pacific.
Yeah, that's old John Cantwell, National Park Service Ranger.
Yeah.
I don't know why where he said that once they got off that island, no way, they were swept out to the Pacific. End of story.
They never found the raft. They never found any remnants of anything, I don't think. Did they find? I can't. I don't know. Like I say, but
I remember us seeing it when we were in San Francisco. It was out there in the middle of the bay, wasn't it?
Well, let's talk about this. Of course, it's not operating anymore, so that doesn't give that guy much. If you were still operating, you'd really want this information.
Yeah.
How about they shut it down right after they escaped?
Why did they shut it down?
They were embarrassed, I guess. Said the federal government closed Alcatraz as a prison in '63, just a year after the men escaped.
And he says that if this is a guy that was one of them, if this is really one of those guys, he said they barely did it. They did it, but they barely made it.
Yep.
And so if you're law enforcement, of course it's not open, so I don't know what your motivation would be, unless you just want an interesting know in case you do something like this again. I don't know. Why would you want his information if you're if it's not operating anymore?
Yeah.
If I saw all the stories on D.B. Cooper, I'd probably want my 2 cents too.
No question. By the way, those heads they made were very, very good.
Yeah.
How did they do it worked. Whether they drowned or not, they got out.
Yeah, they did.
They did get out.
Right.
I'd like to see some billionaire. I said this earlier. I'd like to see some billionaire turn this thing into a major bed and breakfast so you just go hang out at and stay
I started to say that's probably valuable real estate now.
Yeah.
What
is it being used for?
I think they give tours and stuff.
At one time, a group of Indians took it over and tried to claim it as Indian property and wanted it to be turned into like a museum and all this stuff for Indians.
Like set up shop
this
for
is in
days
like early
and
70s.
days.
Yeah. Really? And then finally they just ignored them long enough and they left. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Greg is also our expert on Indian affairs.
He is.
They actually took the rock over.
Well, what if they made it into a casino?
Might not have been a bad idea.
Real hard to get to it.
Oh, you would have had so many boats going to that thing back and forth.
Well, I was just talking about that would have been something.
If they were alive
that's part
today,
of the revenue in though.
If they were alive today, Morris would be 90 years old, and the Anglin brothers would be 86 and 87.
And so I asked the question: if you were in jail, would you escape knowing that you would never, ever?
It's 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so we've talked about Artemis launching. We've talked about Trump launching. And we've taken some of your phone calls. We've done an update on the charity charge. Wednesday Bible study back today, Genesis 45, noon Central Time on our YouTube channel live, and then archived soon after. All right, so and I will say this: I'm getting some emails too. Some of you, just I don't want anybody to walk into it. So people are like, when you see somebody they're dressed up and they've got their suit jacket hanging somewhere, you can tell. And they're like, "Hey man, we just dressed up for a day. You going to a funeral?" I actually am. So I just want everyone to know it's Mike Gorosky's funeral day. We mentioned that on Monday. Scott Gorosky's dad from What's Eating Scott Gorosky and friend of the show. So yeah, that is why I'm in a dress button down today. So. There's nothing worse than when you say that to somebody, "You going to a funeral?" And they're like, "Well, yes, I actually am." So anyway, just FYI.
Did that to Greg in the hall about 7-8 years ago.
Did you? You were that guy?
Yeah.
Hey, Greg, Johnny Cash today going to, what are you doing?
Yeah.
How'd you feel?
I felt terrible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still do.
Still do. All right. So
Did you learn anything?
The Democrats were waiting on not so much Artemis to launch, but Trump to launch. He did. In true Trump fashion, he made fun of President Biden before he announced, which is hilarious. But here is the first. The Democrats have their attack ad ready to go. So here it is.
Has ever done what we've done in the last 4 years.
Their entire economic plan, tax cuts for the rich and corporations.
And record-breaking unemployment.
The worst jobs report on record.
Trump is the only modern president to leave office with fewer jobs than when he took office.
The Trump administration formally asking the Supreme Court to overturn the Affordable Care Act. This could leave up to 23 million Americans without coverage.
I hope that they end. It'll be so good if they end. You also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? Yes or no?
There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form. And if I win, we will treat those people from January 6th fairly. And if it requires pardons, we will give them pardons.
And there it is. Trump failed America. The thing I don't understand about the ad, is there anything in that that's going to win over somebody who voted for Trump?
No.
But because that's just what the people say who are going to vote against him every time. Does that really change anything?
I was listening to the crowd outside, and I heard them go yes every time they thought they made a negative point.
Right.
They loved it, by the way.
Yeah. So anyway, we're off and running.
Yeah.
Hey, we're off and running.
Yeah. Well, 2 years, right?
Yep.
Before we have the next presidential election.
Yep.
So it'll heat up with primaries and conventions and all that before we even get to that.
So we've talked about DeSantis, but whether he will or he won't, do you think anybody else will try to get the nomination now that he's announced?
There may be some fringe candidate, but I don't see any of the mainstream people wanting to get involved in that.
Where are you on Pence? You think he'll try?
I would, if I was advising Pence, I would advise him not to.
I bet little Marco don't want none of this.
I doubt Ted Cruz wants any of this.
No, they've been there.
Nikki Haley, I don't think she wants in that.
Boy, have they.
So, I don't know. I don't. You just don't know about these things, but. I don't see any
debates were great.
Yeah, I don't see anybody.
I think Pence could handle it just because he knows what he's up against. He's been alongside him, and I don't. If we're going to have it unopposed, I'd like to see Pence give it a shot. If it's going to be unopposed,
I will say this, and you really said it in what you said a minute ago. Rick, I don't know. I mean, this is going to get a good laugh, but I don't know because you so far you haven't said anything you regret yet.
Yeah,
but
me?
No, me. I'm talking to myself here. But
I say stuff I regret every day.
Right, but when you think about, I've tried to minimize the number of things.
Right, that's it.
There's a comment. Well, I'm not going to say it. Okay.
Say it.
Well, I think when Trump announces that he's running, and I'm just going to say this, and that way I won't have to say anything else. He's almost the kind of guy where you just have to go, just let him finish.
Yeah.
And then he'll move on. Yeah. There's no Once he jumps on you,
Yeah.
I mean,
I got
once he jumps on this,
Yeah.
there's no letting
Let
it go.
him finish, and then he'll be
right,
done.
and you just let it finish.
Oh boy.
So
Rick, I got a better way to say that. Let it run its course.
let it run
There
its
it
course.
is.
There you go. There you go.
You guys remember interviewing Mick Mulvaney at the White House?
Yeah.
Former aide to Trump.
Yeah, he was his chief of staff for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
He said, of course, he said this on CNN, but he said that he thinks Trump is the only Republican that can lose in 2024.
Yeah, getting some of
I
that
agree
from
with that,
the.
by the way. I agree 100%.
Oh my goodness, Helms at
Oh,
RickandBubba.com.
Helms.
I do.
But don't do this to yourself today.
I'll just delete them. I don't care.
Can we?
If they want a pound cake recipe, I'm their guy. If you send me politics, I'm gonna delete it as quick as you send it.
You're gonna
waste your precious time today, folks.
I love pound cake
recipe.
Yeah,
Hey, I'll
been in
send that
that.
to you in a minute.
You know why? Because that's so much happier.
Well, it is.
It's so much more fun.
And look, the reason they're emailing me is they don't want to admit that it's right.
I thought Speedy was the pound cake guy. You were the where's the store guy.
Huh? Where's the
on
store?
emails, like people have been,
The Rick and Bubba store.
I handle all those little things, but I didn't want Speedy to have to deal with all I mean, guys, y'all wouldn't believe the emails we've been responding to.
They showed me the pound cake emails.
Rick,
that one right there.
I announced it. Don't send it to me.
How about based on the response? You know what I think? I think our picking of topics is a little off. I see what the audience is really into and what they're not into.
We got pound cake segment. They just loved it.
I'll say this: our audience likes the lighter stuff better.
If the pound cake had been from a UFO, it would. That's the only thing would have made it better.
Oh yeah, it'd set records.
If Barney and what was her name? Betty and Barney Hill had come up with it, that'd be the only thing to make it better.
All right, so tell me about this election that you were telling me about.
So Conecuh County, Alabama. You know, we've got all these stories coming out. You know, the election is a week old, and a lot of these are trickling out now. This one's kind of funny. We have a dead heat in the sheriff's race in Conecuh County. Before the provisional ballots were counted, Democrat Randy Brock led Republican Mike Blackman by a single vote. Now that the provisional ballots have been counted, it looks like they're at a dead tie.
Wow.
That is going to trigger a recount, and after the recount, if both candidates are still tied, the winner will be decided by a game of chance as provided in the Code of Alabama. And it has to be agreed upon by both candidates.
Okay.
This would likely be a flip of the coin to decide who is going to protect the good citizens of Conecuh County.
How about that?
I'd rather them arm wrestle.
I would too.
You know,
that would be awesome.
With their suits on.
Right.
Oh yeah.
What if they had a shooting contest?
Bubba.
Well, I mean that's a sheriff.
Oh, you're talking about at targets.
Yeah, not at each other.
Oh,
No, not a duel.
Not a duel.
No, not a duel.
I thought you were calling for a duel.
No.
What if they went 2 out of 3?
I thought
What if it was?
A tribute to William Burr.
Yeah, what if they loaded up musket ball and went out there and had a duel? That'd be funny. No, I think they'll probably go with the flip of a coin.
Rock, paper, scissors, 2 out of 3.
Now that wouldn't be bad.
And then a thumb war.
There's one more.
Or the more modern version of that, rock, paper, scissors, or Spock.
Spock?
From Big Bang Theory.
He
added Spock to it.
Boy, you're really nerding out today.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I know it. It's a nerd alert. I gave it early.
You did.
I gave it first.
Gave it early?
Yeah.
All right, I want to ask y'all about something else too that's been going on that I need y'all's feedback on.
Oh boy.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Be able to contact any family member ever again.
How long am I in jail?
For
Well,
life, right?
For life, then
At least
absolutely.
30.
Yeah, what do you
If
got
I'm
to
in there
lose?
for life, I try to escape.
What do you
all
got
the
to
time.
lose? Yeah.
I never stop trying to escape.
Yeah.
I mean,
They
I'm
have
in
to
there for
chain
life.
me up,
What are you
'cause
going to do? Make me stay there for life?
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, you just won't be able to. Well, I guess the family members wouldn't be able to ever see you again. So.
No.
But does that really mean for life? Because don't we have people that are in there for life and they?
Well, if it says life without parole,
If
that means
it says life without parole, I'm trying to get out every day. I mean, why not? I mean, you say we don't get to see your family.
Where you going?
I only get to see them between glass now and out in some room.
Is there anywhere you're going?
When we change to the chair. Where am I going?
Yeah.
I tell you, after Mac Daddy's pictures, I might go to Key West.
Talked to him about that yesterday.
Yeah.
He was down there looking at houses.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How you today, sir?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Hey, you don't know any car washes I could use, do you?
There's several around. Got a dirty car?
No, I was just wondering. All right, to the phones we go at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll start in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Kara is standing by. Hello, Kara. Welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just heard y'all talking about the school shootings and talking about why there's not as much coverage. And I just got to thinking, I'm not saying the president should or should not show up at a tragedy like that or comment on it, but Trump doesn't seem to get out and grandstand like the old administration, how they would grandstand on gun control. And I'm wondering if that's kind of some of the reason that there's not as much coverage, because the last administration really liked to get out there and make that argument.
Well, but that shouldn't really. I mean, I guess there is some truth to that, but I think I was kind of watching from top to bottom, regardless of the media source. I think it's just human nature, sadly, that when these things become so normal, they're not really treated like breaking news anymore. I mean, they're covered, but they're not covered like stop everything. You're not going to believe what just happened.
Right.
Because you know why?
Yeah.
It doesn't have the same effect on us because it's not something that we haven't heard before. I mean, that's just the truth. But to your other point on gun control, certainly that always probably lends itself to more press conferences. But I just think overall there's a numbness about these things. And I'm not even saying that that's a good or bad. I mean, obviously it's bad, but it's also just truth. I mean, when something is the first time you've ever heard it, you're aghast, and then when it's happened, what? Anybody got a number? I mean, the number is,
a lot.
You're like, it's almost like the first time we probably invented an automobile, and there was the first really big crash, and everybody's like, wow, did you hear what happened to those automobiles? Well, now, there's crashes every day, and they're sad, and it still breaks the heart. But if you're not, personally tied to it, it's not breaking news to you, And that's the sad part about it is this has now become part of the culture.
Yeah.
It's not an abnormal event to cover.
It says
Sadly.
here, it says the Kentucky attack was the 11th school shooting in 23 days in 2018.
Wow.
Dude, I hadn't even heard about any of those.
Yeah, see what I mean? So that's we'll continue 866-WE-BE-BIG to Enterprise, where Connie is standing by. Connie, go ahead.
Hey guys, love the show.
Thank
I just had a comment about the Cleveland Browns. I was born and raised in Cleveland, so obviously a diehard fan because it's in your blood when you're from the area.
Yeah.
On the flip side of that is it's kind of like being like siblings. Like you can pick on them all you want, but when other people do it, you kind of get upset and attack about it. But it's like the Cleveland Browns curse. Like it really is. Since '99, we get good players and then they get hurt or they get taken out, and so.
Well, Connie, I mean, don't you think it's time to do something dramatic?
Yes, they need to get rid of Jimmy Hassel, and that's the conspiracy in Cleveland.
They've had people in and out. I mean, you talking about the owner of the GM. Is he the owner?
Yeah. He's the owner. He's got connections to Pittsburgh, and the Steelers are obviously the Browns' rivalry, so that's the conspiracy.
Yeah, you think he's not giving you 100%?
You don't think he's not running the team very well?
Where is she at on the uniforms?
Yeah, Connie, uniforms and mascot. Talk to me.
I mean, I know nothing else. I'm not happy with the colors, but it is what it is. I'll be a Cleveland Browns fan till the day that I die, even though I'm not living in Ohio anymore. But
understood.
What if they kept the colors and just went with some kind of logo on the helmet?
You open to a rhinoceros?
Maybe not a rhinoceros, but definitely maybe something Ohio related.
Okay, I just throwing something out there.
I don't know what you could be that you could stay the Browns and that.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, as we make our way back, it would be cool in that election in Conecuh County. What would you do if they both walked out and also one said 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a thumb war?
I don't know all the technical rules of that. Who gets to flip the coin?
I don't know.
Who gets to call head or
I think they get a local high school official.
Do they?
He comes in and flips it with his striped shirt
with his
on.
striped outfit on.
Do you when you do
or shoot baskets? What if you best out of 10 free throws?
Right, I like that. Yeah,
I think the shooting competition was good.
How about this? Tails always fails.
How about you whip my I whip yours? How about that?
How about that?
What if it's a bare knuckle boxing?
I would love it. Only strong survive.
Yeah,
various feats of strength.
Back to thumb wrestling. Are you a pretty good thumb wrestler?
Not now. I'm not.
Do you do the? I do the hideaway. Come after me.
Yeah.
Off
I
the side,
love that.
off the side. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb more.
See, I have a double jointed left thumb. I don't know why.
I've got so much arthritis in my thumbs right now. I don't think I can do it
instead of out.
No,
and this
that
one
may
goes
be an
out.
advantage.
It looks more like a snake. Looking,
I wish I hadn't seen that.
And I only got it on my left hand too.
What happened?
That's
like lefty.
Oh.
That did help me. I was hungry. So the
I'm good now.
See, sometimes those comments will fly by and people won't catch them.
I was the thumb war champ at the house. Of course, the kids were young.
Yeah, when they're children, it's really easy.
I was beating a 10-year-old, but I mean, still. I owned it.
I tell you who's really terrible about it is terrible at our toddlers.
Yeah.
Terrible. Now that little thumb's hard to grab.
It is. My thumb will talk trash to Terry too, because we'll do it some. I'll be like, "Got you again."
Yeah, my wife is terrible at thumb wars. Ha!
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb more. I will tell you this: my arthritis has gotten so bad in my thumbs right here.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm working on it best I can. I drop stuff all the time now. I'll drop something at the drop out. I can't grip things good.
Yeah. I'm not. My thumb is a mauler. In other words, I'm not going to be. Look, I'm not going to move. I'm just going to when I get it, I'm thumping you down.
No, yeah.
I'm just trying to hang on.
Don't be violent.
All right. So I want to ask.
Good, Speedy.
I want to.
I mean, just think about it.
I want to ask you about
I can't
something.
move like I used to.
So we've been making fun of the climate worshipers that really are just, how dare you, and trees and this ridiculous stuff that they're doing and the thing that,
how dare you,
and the one that Greg said he thought was probably it deserved a standing ovation was when Al Gore and his minions created carbon credits.
Oh, it's best.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And they convinced people
It's
that
like trading cards.
if you pay them a certain amount of money, don't worry. Whatever carbon emissions you put out, we'll cancel you to zero with some trees.
Yeah,
I never did understand.
And the fact that anybody bought that,
Rick, doesn't that mean we've solved the
they
problem?
did.
If that's
they
real, doesn't that mean we've solved the problem? Just plant more trees as it goes.
I never understood for a pound of carbon you put in the air, how many trees it took to get
because
that
it
out.
wasn't real.
It's because it's all made up.
They made it up and they put a price on it.
Can y'all run? But so here's another one, and everybody
For
help
rich
me.
people not to feel guilty.
Yeah, everybody help me with this one. So if you have a vehicle now that's somewhat new, have y'all had and when I get in a vehicle when I'm like, I in defiance turn it off. Now it does aggravate me that I have to turn it off every time. This eco thing,
I know.
It shuts itself off.
Where your car goes dead at a red light or a stop sign.
There's no way that is saving enough
and
of
that's
anything.
the question I'm putting before you. What in the world are we supposed to buy?
I will see the numbers on it.
Did we buy? What in the world do they think that's doing?
I don't know.
Well,
other than
I think,
hassling me and making me feel like I just want to
there's
punch
no
you.
way.
I think the idea was by somebody that obviously lived close to where I do, that sitting at a red light for 6 minutes at a time, we could save some fuel by cutting the car off. Now, I don't know the numbers, but I know it takes more fuel to start something than it does to keep it running. Especially a diesel.
I thought
that. And you see people leave their diesels running all the time, and that's why. I mean, especially these big trucks, it takes a whole lot more to start it than it does just
that's
to run.
what I thought.
But I don't know about a car. And
well, my truck
I knew
It'll shut
well,
off in a drive-through.
I knew a mechanic that worked on that. And he told me it had a totally separate battery to even start that. It was a whole different. It complicated.
Is it just
the whole
feel good?
engine.
Is what I'm
that's
asking.
exactly what it is.
Good for the engine.
I won't do it. I turn it off every time.
I do too, but I always forget because it resets.
It resets
Yeah.
all throughout your whole day.
They
It
get
resets.
you.
This came about during the Obama term.
So stupid.
And I think they just wanted to somehow say we have moved the needle forward on global warming and carbon and all that, and that's all they could come up with.
Terry says that when she turns hers off, she actually gets better gas mileage. She's even looked at it.
Probably. I mean, back to what
she
Bubba
gets
said
it off,
about
turns it off.
We're not big the vehicle.
We actually turn the car on, and the first thing we do is turn it off.
I'm sure there's some mechanics or engineers could tell us that. We really haven't studied the gas consumption since the great snowmageddon that Greg and I had to. And
when y'all were getting everybody the numbers,
we were trying to tell everybody how long they could idle that night before.
Y'all were brilliant. The few times that I woke up while I was on my couch at home sleeping, I thought to myself, listen right now. So picture this moment, okay? Let's say that I am distraught about man-made climate change. Notice I'm saying man-made. I mean, I'm distraught about it. I can't even sleep.
Right.
I mean, Greta,
how dare you?
Greta, to me, is not even. She's not even passionate enough. I'm more passionate than her.
Oh wow.
And what
have you heard her lately, by the way?
No, I have not.
How dare you?
And so I can't take delight in people taking advantage of a young person that clearly has some social challenges. Okay,
got some problems.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm sitting down and I'm distraught that we're going to destroy the world with our carbon emissions. And finally, I look up and a guy walks in and says, "Well, I'm back from all that research money you gave us." And I'm just sitting there. I'm going, okay, so we're going to save the world. I really think we are. Okay, so what did you come up with? We've come up with a way for a car to go dead when it stops, and then when you hit the gas pedal, it comes back on again. I would say run that by me again.
Yeah, give me some numbers. Give me some numbers on how we're saving
that. What is that going to do? Oh, you wouldn't believe it. It's really going to make a difference. I think this is, like y'all said, it's one of those things where, and we don't question things anymore. We don't critically think anymore.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I want you to know, under my administration, we are now calling on all of our car manufacturers to produce a car that will stop running when your car is idling and then start back up again. And somebody's like, can I ask you a question? What good does that do? Is that making any difference at all?
Some of you mechanics call us if you have some numbers on.
Well, let me tell you something.
I'd love to know.
Everybody in this room, the minute I get in my truck, if I can remember, I cut that off. Yeah. And it makes me mad when I forget to or it resets.
Oh, yeah.
And my truck
just
goes
the way
dead.
It
just makes me, I feel like a loser. I don't feel like I'm saving anything. I think I'm a loser. I think there's something wrong with my vehicle.
You know what I like is the ones that have the ring around the button you push to start it, and that's where you push it to cut it off. So when you start the car, you can immediately
mine's
cut
down
it off.
here low.
Yeah, mine is too. I have to find it down there.
And another thing, when we were all kids, I was telling a young man about this Saturday, and he couldn't believe it because I was telling him when when people when I'm talking about when we have the little ATV things.
Some estimates say you can save as much as 5% of your current gas usage.
Ooh,
5%. Listen, some estimates.
Wait a minute.
Estimates.
Thank you.
Some estimates. In other words, they don't know.
As high as 5%.
It's feel-goodism.
You know what that means? About 0.5%.
It's feel-goodism and a little button. But back to this. And here's
what we have done.
And here's another thing that bothers me. And everybody in this room, I know because we all come from some similar culture, you're in the same position, is I was telling this young man, and y'all know this, when something's yours, you learn its quirks, and it doesn't even really affect you.
Right. You just become second nature.
But when someone else takes on the vehicle and they don't know the quirks, it now becomes difficulty for them.
Yeah.
So just like, the kid the other day that the four-wheeler went dead on him, he didn't know how to crank it again. But see, for me, I've ridden that thing so much, when it goes dead, it's almost second nature to me to get it cranked again. And I was telling him about that. And I said, don't feel bad. I said, all these little vehicles have been around a long time. They've all got their little quirks. And to us, we know them because we drive them all the time. You don't. Something that's difficult to you, for me, would have never even, it's just part of the riding experience. And I told him, I said, when we were all growing up, I said, none of us ever got new vehicles if we had a vehicle at all. And I said, so all of us, I said, I literally remember driving. I know, Speedy, I've heard you say this, Bubba, I'm sure. I said, I literally remember driving vehicles that went dead every time I went to a red light.
Oh, yeah.
And I knew how to do the clutch and keep it going and keep getting it neutral, keep giving it gas and all that. So when I'm sitting here at 58 years old, and I'm in a brand new vehicle, and it's going dead every time I stop, it harkens me back to that.
You're right. You think Harris is okay?
I'm thinking to myself, what a piece of crap.
I hear it crank back up around me at the stoplight. I'm like, whoa, what hit?
I know.
Not a fan. I've been in my mom's car before. It dies. I'm like, whoa, this car just died.
First one I ever drove, I thought it was torn up. I didn't know what happened. I said, we're dead.
Yeah. And it's not doing any good. Please tell me no one thinks that's doing any good.
No, look, my
research saving the earth.
Are there people that let it go dead and say, yeah, I'm making a difference? That's not happening.
I understand my research is anecdotal, but we've had not we hadn't had much luck with it. We really have. And I don't make it a habit to pull out in front of people, but if it's on and you do, it takes a second to get going.
Yes, it does. It's a safety hazard is what it is.
Yeah. And
Keep people pulling out in front of
just
people.
traveling, I'm not talking about sitting at a red light. When ours is on and we're just traveling, our own Terry says that she doesn't get as good as gas mileage. That's her, though.
Well, I thought we were told it took a lot of fuel for a car to crank back up.
It can't be good. It can't be.
We were taught that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Work out. I don't.
We just need some better players and some better management. They had a perfect season parade this year because they went 0-16. That was basically the Browns fans fighting back against the management.
All right, Connie, I'm going to have to weigh in here just a minute, just trying to help
Connie,
you a little.
but this is not. We don't need to just touch the steering wheel a little bit here. You need to trade in.
Well, let me tell you where you are. First of all,
overhaul that transmission.
First of all, I understand your first comment. My wife has a shirt that she wears proudly. Mess with me, mess with the whole trailer park. So I got that.
Right.
All right. So, but the other thing I have to throw out is there's also when your friends come to you and say you're in an abusive relationship and you need to leave.
Right.
You know what I mean?
We got to intervene. We cannot allow this to continue.
Your love is blind and it's dangerous for you. You've got to get out of this situation.
It's bad for Cleveland. It's bad for the players. It's bad for the NFL.
Yeah, there just needs to be a do-over. I mean, I don't know how.
Blow it up and start
over. Is
over.
Bernie Kosar still alive? I mean, do some kind of monumental. Start him at quarterback next year to kind of shake the curse of when y'all let him go and it's never been the same since.
Connie, do I have that right? Didn't I see that in the documentary? Because the Browns had a real good season going. Didn't they trade Kosar in the middle of the season?
He
or
had
something
some
weird
falling
like
out with the coach or something.
Yeah, it was something along those lines. I was a little younger, so I don't remember all the details.
But you know how you have to break curses? Maybe y'all just start him at quarterback this year, no matter his age, just to set things right.
That sounds like a good plan.
I mean, because he could play the whole season, and the worst thing you could do is go 0-16. You've already done that.
What if they had changed the name to the Brown Rhinos? And you had a rhino, just like a head and a horn on the side. Just
here's what I'm picturing on the side of that helmet. You're talking about, Bubba, and we could do it in kind of a white or a cream color. And that thing, I'm talking about that big old horn and that little horn behind it are just ready to kill.
Right.
And his mouth has that. You can see his teeth, and there's smoke coming out.
Yeah.
And I mean
steam
and then what you do is then the big screen. Are you ready for the stampede? And then all of a sudden, put your hands together, Cleveland, for the Cleveland Rhinos. And boy, they go nuts. I'm telling you.
That would be an idea.
I'm in.
You fired her up.
I'm in.
I mean, it's just
we got to change something, Connie. I'm doing this for you.
Yeah. I mean, we're all. This is a loving intervention.
It is
for the sake of football and the NFL.
Hey, thank you, Connie. I appreciate your call.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
What if it was the Cleveland Stampede and you had a rhino as the mascot?
Yeah, that'd work.
That's a win-win.
I like that
I'm
better.
all in right there.
That's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah.
Put your hands together for the Cleveland Stampede. And you look up and they show real footage from the Serengeti.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I mean, he's coming. and he's
him charging again.
He's coming. You know how they do. You know when they lock in on something and here they come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And their big corporate sponsor was that rhino. Was that rhino bed spraying?
Look, and you're sitting there, and that rhino's got that look like you come in here. You don't come in here.
And all that's great, and then the fans realize it's the same players in those new sharp uniforms, and it's the same result.
But you've seen how changing uniform can make a difference.
We're going to get new players too. Greg, here's the thing: how do you explain how they get good players that don't do well?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a uniform in the world can save them. There's some kind of mojo.
The Oilers got a whole lot better when they became the Titans. It was the same team, y'all. We got to admit.
Really, what we have here is an expansion team. Is what it is, because they're what they had built went to Baltimore.
That's right.
Yeah, it's the Ravens.
But Rick, the expansion teams, modern. Look at the Panthers and the Jags. It didn't take them long to get.
No.
And even the Texans are okay.
And like Bubba said, even the Buccaneers eventually put something together. They're not an embarrassment.
But the modern day, it seemed like it was the Jags and the Carolina Panthers both within less than 5 years were in the one in the Super Bowl and one in the championship game.
And I think too, to kind of stir some stuff, I don't think Cleveland ties the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to their team enough. You know how in Nashville, all the country music stars and all that. I mean,
What if it's a rhino playing a guitar?
I mean, there shouldn't be a national anthem there that's not played on electric guitar.
That's true.
You know, somebody should be out there with a Les Paul and just wearing it out.
Put your hand together for the stampede. Let's get ready to rock and roll.
And then, I mean,
I got that be the byline.
I got to take this team over.
Let that be the byline right there.
Yeah.
And so before you see the rhino, though, you hear the thunder and the rumbling of them coming. Almost blowing speakers. It's places.
Rick, I like a rhino.
Kids crying.
I like a rhino that's like, look, he's like, you see him sideways and he sees you, then he starts charging.
Oh, yeah.
There you go from a dead stop.
He catches you.
Yeah.
And then here he comes.
And then there he goes.
Yeah.
Get out of the way of the stampede. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. As we make our way back, mypillow.com/Bubba. Loving it. mypillow.com/Bubba, full of savings. I know, Christmas shopping, got it. You can move right now, mypillow.com/Bubba. Go there, and you're going to see savings. And this is what we love about Mike Lindell and his company. They know that the price of everything is more now, so they're lowering the price of their products. Thank you, Mike. I'm talking about things like 50% off, those kind of things. We've got prices that we've never had before. The bath towels are 50% off. My slippers are just $49.98. My sandals down to $19.98. Also, their lounge wear is 80% off for men and women. 80% off. The Giza Dream bed sheets, $39.98. And there's all kinds of savings to be had now. So if you're thinking about some great gift ideas, do it now. And unlike everywhere else, you're actually going to pay less right now at mypillow.com/Bubba. That's mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, last night, the playoff committee let us know that they believe the same thing the AP believed. They believe if the college football playoff was held today, they believe that Georgia should be at number 1, Ohio State at number 1, Michigan at number 2, Michigan at number 3, TCU at number 4. All these teams combined for a record right now of 40-0. That's your big boy right there.
That's pretty impressive. These things usually take care of themselves.
They will,
and they will sort their self out down the stretch. But it is fun to play the what if game.
Sure, I love the what if game.
And you see some very odd potential scenarios playing out. LSU sitting at number 6. If they defeat Georgia in the SEC championship game, they're in, right?
What if they lose to UAB this weekend?
Well, that would
kidding aside, but
that would probably destroy that situation.
But you would still play. What if they did that and won the SEC?
I know.
Wouldn't that be something?
And look, it's happened before. UAB defeated LSU down there when Nick Saban was the coach.
Yeah, and they finished with Texas A&M, so they still got to win that one. I know it's probably likely, but I mean they still got to beat.
But they do have athletes.
But what do you do? What do you do with a 2-loss LSU if they beat Georgia? Georgia drops to 10-1 or 11-1. I guess they'll be then, right? How do you sort that out? Ohio State, Michigan, they're going to sort that out. If Ohio State wins, Michigan will fall out of the picture. If Michigan wins, barely, what are you going to do then?
I know.
Mm-hmm. I think the Michigan, Ohio State, and I know you don't want to hear this, Bubba. Well, you want to hear it and you hope it happens. You just don't believe it. Whoever loses between Michigan and Ohio State is out.
I would like to think that that's the way it is in the world.
That's out. Because Tennessee will actually have a better chance than one of those two getting in if Tennessee wins out. And I'm not so sure Tennessee gets in anyway because they dominated LSU.
Tennessee. Yeah. And TCU, Baylor hadn't had a great year, but that's who they play next. They could lose, but if they lose, they're definitely out.
Yeah, they've got Baylor and Iowa State left.
I fear that TCU is going to sit there with an undefeated record, and they're going to get foot marks all over them. Mm-hmm. Somebody jumping in.
Tennessee.
And it's going to be terrible for them.
Yeah, I think if you're Tennessee, you hope Georgia wins out because that's your best road to get there.
Yep.
if LSU beats Georgia, that's kind of a mess. But then you got one Big Ten, two SECs, and is it Tennessee or LSU? You would think the committee would probably give it to LSU for winning the conference, but you have the debate of the head-to-head of Tennessee, so it's a mess, man.
I don't even think they give it to LSU. I think they give it to
and don't think USC's out of it.
Let's play this
right
game.
No, we thought about that. If they come out and win the Pac-12, then they're sitting there going, okay, we got one loss and one.
And Utah's not a terrible loss.
No. Oregon losing hurt USC. They needed them to be highly ranked.
They got two decent opponents left, too. They play UCLA and Notre Dame. So those are big time. I mean, I know UCLA's lost a game or two here or there because they were undefeated at one point.
They're still sitting at number 16, so that's a good
They
win.
are.
Yeah.
And then the Notre Dame thing is always going to shine.
Right.
So.
All right, so let me ask you this. Let's assume Georgia defeats LSU.
That's a good assumption.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then Michigan defeats Ohio State like on a 2-point conversion at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And Tennessee is still blowing everybody out, putting
Tennessee's
66 on them.
Yeah, Tennessee's in.
Tennessee. So you're going to drop Ohio State all the way out of the top 4.
What's TCU?
Easily. That's easy money.
Well,
is TCU
that's easy
still
money,
is
TCU still undefeated.
Okay. Now,
does Tennessee get in?
Well, it'll come down to Tennessee and TCU. It won't come to the Big Ten. You have one person this year because everybody else around you, and Penn State's really not that good, honestly. If you look at it, they're not the quality team they've been in the past. There's nobody in there.
It's been a while since they played each other, both of them undefeated, hadn't it?
Because you look at Ohio
lately.
State. I've got a little sheet here I'm keeping up with, and one of the things that I have on here is big wins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
big wins.
I can't really find that with Michigan and Ohio State until they play each other.
Right. You ain't thinking about Rutgers.
What about Northwestern?
I've got
let me
down
ask
here
you this.
Penn State, but I don't think that's necessarily a big win.
Let me ask you this.
Let me ask
you this. TCU, we're not even going to worry about what happens above number 3 and up, okay? TCU finishes out undefeated, sitting at number 4 in the last college football rankings, or second to the last ranking. Tennessee is sitting there 9-1 and continues to blow people out and hang 60 on people. Do you jump Tennessee above TCU?
Yes, I do. If I'm on the committee, I do, and I hate it for TCU. But when I look at their regular season and what they've done and the big so-called big wins, there's not a whole lot to find there.
What is their biggest win? Texas?
Well, you've got Texas.
And we got
That's
4
not.
losses.
See, I've got an asterisk by every one of theirs, and that's questioning the big wins. Oklahoma's not any good.
Yeah, they're not.
Oklahoma State, Kansas. We talked about Kansas. Well, they're the typical Kansas, just like we talked about
Kansas
Kentucky,
State.
and they're the typical Kentucky. And then you got Texas this week, which so they don't really have a big win, and they're not going to have a big win because they play Baylor and Iowa State.
No, they actually beat Texas.
Yeah, I know. That's what we said.
Yeah, 17-10, which was close. So
that's what I'm saying. What we're saying is it's not really a big win,
right,
though.
yeah.
If you look at big wins.
That dropped Texas to 4 losses.
Yeah, doesn't Texas now have 4 losses?
So Georgia's going to win out. They'll stay at 1. Ohio State's going to beat Michigan. They'll stay at 2. TCU wins out. They're at 4. I think Tennessee jumps TCU because they don't want Georgia at 1 and Tennessee at 4 and then playing again first round.
Can I tell you?
So I
Tennessee's got some big wins.
It'll be Ohio State,
and
Tennessee, and Georgia TCU first round.
I'm
now,
with
where's Alabama?
If it plays out like that.
Alabama.
How does Alabama get to 4?
There's actually a scenario they could.
Yeah, they'll probably be around 5
not
or
likely.
6.
It's going to require a South Carolina victory, which is not likely.
And USC, something happened.
No, that's over. That ship has sailed.
I'm going to throw this at you.
First 8-2 team to be in,
which I think is what you're saying, Helms, and I totally agree with it. But unfortunately, I don't know if the committee is that simple.
I don't know.
If it gets down to it, I'll tell you the reason I put Tennessee ahead of TCU. They're better.
Yeah,
they're a better team than TCU.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I would do it for no other reason.
Yeah.
If everybody wins out, I would still put Tennessee ahead of TCU just because I think they're better.
I mean, all you can do is win all.
But that's not going to happen because of what you're saying right there.
But the one person that can mess up a lot of this is USC.
Yeah,
winning the Pac-12 with 1 loss. What are you going to do with them?
Yeah.
They're not ready yet, but boy, they're on the way back though. Yeah. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
So
this is why I love this show right here.
Let's see what
right here.
Now, Speed, you're going to have to get my options for me because I know it's going to be difficult because we can't use
Browns ticket office. Yes. We can't wait to see you at First Energy Stadium, home of the Cleveland Browns.
That's our voice guy.
Go Browns. Your call may be monitored or recorded for training and educational purposes.
Well, this one will be one to train with.
You know your sales representative's extension. Please dial it now.
Does anybody buy Brown tickets? Oh, really?
They don't get many voicemails and calls.
Even though that guy has a good voice, he's still tied to losing. We have to get rid of him.
Brad, how can I help you?
Yes. Hey, this is the Rick and Bubba show doing our live broadcast, and we were wanting to know if we could interview you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. I had to do it, though, FCC.
Well, you think they don't get some because they're so bad?
He said, no, thank you.
Well, can we leave a message?
Yeah, we want y'all to be the rhinos.
No,
don't start.
We want a suggestion.
Don't start with that.
But you don't start with we want y'all to be the rhinos.
That's not confusing.
I had to explain it.
That's like something my son would say.
Yeah. My gosh.
My son's 12, by the way.
It's brown, it's down.
You didn't say that.
So what he said?
I don't like his attitude. I say the heck with him. Let
Well,
him
he-
just wallow
Greg,
in
if
it.
you-
Right there's why they're no good.
But like Bubba said, though, that poor guy's been pummeled. You know, you guys how many prank calls he's gotten in the 0-16 season.
We should have said, I'm Brandon Wheaton. I wonder if I can get back on the team.
Right.
I was a first-round draft pick.
Greg, picture this. Hey, this is Coach Belichick. I was thinking about coming back.
I've done all I can. Rick, I've done all I can do here.
I'm upset with Kraft. I'm out.
Well, what a way to go out there.
I've got some ideas for you.
After we win this one, I'm going to make the Browns.
Y'all be the rhinos.
Sir, yeah, it's like you got busted. I want y'all to be the rhinos.
It's like the police showed up. What are y'all doing? We want y'all to be rhinos.
Listen.
We have promotional ideas.
We got ideas.
Did somebody just walk by and answer the phone? I mean,
How'd you like my Bellicheck?
It was good. It's real good. You've been working on it, I can tell.
Rick, cut your sleeves halfway off.
Rick, you're too lively. It's too animated.
Tone it down just a hair.
You got to absolutely just lock down.
And if I come back, I was thinking we'd change the name to Stampede.
Is he ready?
We want to talk to him.
We want to change the name to the
I
rhinos.
don't talk to anybody anymore.
Well, it's the people that don't know how to act.
That one
Messed
guy
it up.
told you.
Pushed you on your own property.
Well, I mean,
Baldy.
I was being kind. I was letting you know exactly what was
Well,
going on.
you have to do that.
Yeah,
You
do.
can't ambush people
Look,
anymore. Kind of
I like I'm
all
acting like I would have done if it wasn't the law.
I know. No way you would.
You can listen to the last hour. We only have good intentions here for Cleveland.
Absolutely.
We want the best for them.
If
We
you-
really do.
If you don't want Cleveland to win, then hang up on us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
We're trying to make a
that's what
difference.
they did.
Make an impact.
That
That's all we're
phone
doing.
law's messed up a lot of good stuff.
It has. Oh, it basically destroyed that whole section of
And
it.
I'm going to be honest, those are my favorite pranks that people do.
What's Speedy got going on?
No
He's,
wonder you hadn't won a game.
The Speedy. Speedy, that's not going to help. That's not going to help.
Well, back to you, buddy.
Okay. No. All right. So nobody's going to talk.
He wasn't very happy.
Is there somewhere we can leave a message?
I'm trying. Nobody
Okay.
will live in that talk to.
What about with
I
that?
don't know whose office that was that got picked up. Is what I want to know.
He sounded kind of lively though.
was
didn't
that the same guy, Speedy? Or is that a different guy that you just talked to? Was that the same guy you talked to the first time?
Is he running around the
First
office
guy,
at
then
you?
I got an operator, one in the promotions department, got transferred to them, and they, hello?
Mad.
All right. Next, I'm gonna call like a Ozzie Newsome. I want to come back.
I'm done with this. Over here in Baltimore.
I'm no longer happy over here at the Ravens. I'm coming back to the Browns.
Went with Calvin.
Yeah, he does Calvin.
I noticed that.
Well, it's a minority. It'll help get him in.
That's a good point.
Oh, Greg Burgess. So good.
It didn't hurt.
It's so good.
They don't want to turn him down. He may.
See, Rick, this is what is aggravating. You have somebody who, frankly, cannot go any lower
No.
than they've gone.
No.
And people are trying to help, and they won't listen.
Yeah, because what I can't say is I don't want to hear any suggestions. We obviously we don't need any help.
Right.
You know. Picture us down there.
Shouldn't you set up a special 1-800 number for anybody that's got any ideas?
Right. You know why
Rick, we're not just not making the playoffs. I mean, we're not winning a game.
Picture us being ranked like number 41 in the market.
Yeah.
And we said to a consultant, we ain't listening to you, man. He'd go, well, no, you could not listen to consultants if you were winning. Yeah. If you're not winning, you probably wouldn't listen.
Just threw my name in there. I see you, Speedy.
Did you?
Yeah. He's building a
Speedy,
rapport.
I'm running out of time.
He's building a rapport with him, but he just said my name.
I heard him try to explain the wheel of meat to him. Don't try to explain
We're going to put a rhino on the wheel of meat, and if it lands on it, we want to change it.
Oh, wait, what if we had you get Stampede tickets if it lands on the rhino?
I know.
There's all kinds of things we can do.
How about an email?
Well, they're not going to take our suggestions. God, they're so good.
This is why they're in the situation they're in.
Boy, can you imagine the attitude around there?
No.
He's throwing the Titans card around now.
Andrew, Mount Olive, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, you could put some cool videos on the Jumbotron.
Oh, the videos are almost limitless.
Yeah.
The Rhino from 300.
Oh, yeah,
the
one
Rhino
that crashed.
Rhino from James and the Giant Peach. But my all-time favorite and one that would pay homage to the Browns is when they lose, you could put Ace Ventura coming out of the back of one.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and Blazing Silverman, the Rick and Bubba intern, taking your phone calls. We'll get to those this hour. And we want to thank you for being with us. And welcome back. Right there's Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubsy, how are you?
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you guys for joining us. You know, all we ask is for 5 hours each and every day. That doesn't seem like too much.
Nope. Starting the hour with an old Rick and Bubba favorite called Keep It or Coaster.
Oh, Rick.
Well, I mean, y'all told me.
And look, we put the disclaimer. We get a lot of these. We can't play them all.
A tremendous amount of these.
We can't play them all.
No.
By the way,
when you do send them in, send them directly to Greg.
Now, I will take those.
I know you
I will take issue with an emailer today, too, and I did take issue with him in an email straight back. Not going to let this kind of exaggeration go on. He says, well, I can't believe y'all, we hadn't heard Gobble Gobble yet. Usually by this time, y'all played it 50 times. 50
and that's
times.
wrong.
50, at first that's a big number.
That's how bad it is, right?
And we don't ever play it until the week of Thanksgiving. You're just not right.
Yeah.
Never at this point have we played Gobble Gobble a lot. That's just not true.
Rick, it seems that way.
Yeah,
I know
it's so
not
horrible.
literally that, but it seems that way.
You're not going to play White Trash Christmas this year? Usually by now, you played it 50 times.
Right. Well, and what I said to him, he said, where's the Gobble Gobble song? And I said, currently, it's in the fires of hell tormenting people. I said,
we're going to bring it up.
But we'll get it next week.
Put it on the elevator, bring it out.
And by the way, those of you that don't like it, we took it to the people, and you got outvoted.
That's right.
I sure did, Rick.
Kind of like the way we got Biden. You may not like it, but you get a vote.
That's right.
I want you to flip it, Helmsy, and
I can't
just
flip
enjoy
this.
it.
I know you're saying that, but how do you enjoy something that comes from hell?
Just loosen up.
Well said.
Loosen up.
I can't loosen. I do loosen up for things. This is not one of them.
Yeah.
Sing along; it'll help, and especially when she starts whispering.
All right, so
If you would do it in your voices, I could enjoy it.
Whatever it takes.
Let me get back to Keep It or Coaster.
Oh, this is a good one, too. I've pre-listened to it.
All right, so Speedy, will you check CD2 to see if because it looked kind of weird. I'm not sure that's ready to go. Is that ready to go?
It looks like it.
Okay. All right. So it gave me a weird look. That didn't give me the look I was
Rick,
hoping
this
for.
one comes from some old friends of ours.
You, Greg.
This next song.
I wish you had a local TV morning show. Like Country Boy Eddie, I'd watch it every day.
You notice he does.
He does. Here.
It does start and stop. So that's all I
okay.
know.
All right. So this was sent to us by.
Pretty famous with this song.
Now this is an old Rick and Bubba segment that did not win when the people got to vote.
No.
And that was the Dean and Company Christmas special.
Stir that up.
I know because I voted for it.
It ran its
Speedy.
It ran its course.
Just play it, Rick.
It ran its course, and in my opinion, it had an expiration date on it. And I know
it took a weird turn. But,
well, it did, and it just it's
we were breaking down lyrics. Going, did I just hear that?
Right. There became an obsession with a certain couple of topics I won't get into.
Shout out to Charles, who I know still listens.
Right.
Rick,
Sure.
He's trash. I was talking about. I think French made Scream Christmas.
Yeah. Right. It was kind of funny when
especially the Asian nurse.
What was that?
It was kind of funny when they were trying to tie Christmas to like martial arts and stuff like that. But when they started trying to tie it to French maids and
about the Asian nerds,
right? And saloon girls, that just that got away from us a little bit.
You were in your office.
I'll actually take that over Gobble Gobble.
I choose to remember the good times.
Right. I know you do, Greg. But anyway,
there were so many.
Anyway, this has been a request for Keep It a Coaster. Am I correct on this?
Yes, it was mailed in, and it was sitting on my desk. And I got to be honest with you, I was looking over it, and then yesterday I saw it, and I was like, wait a minute. So I opened it up. I didn't even read the letter because I saw it was a handwritten letter,
which is another,
and a CD that had writing on the top of it. And I went, well, this is Greg's area, so I just went and put it on Greg's desk. Mm-hmm. And this morning before the kickoff hour, he gave it a listen, Rick.
It's a little patriotic.
Rick, he was howling.
This is Greg's.
He was howling.
This is Greg's
because I liked it so much.
And thank goodness you set it down on today. He didn't have peanuts yet.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, which that's today.
Ooh.
All right.
Hey, Don.
So anyway.
Well done.
Yeah. All right.
Well done, Don.
Well done.
Yeah.
Don. So it's someone. Is it someone that's one of the youngsters that's grown up?
Actually, you remember Maston when he was a little kid? They say he helped co-write this, and he's grown now, big, tall, young man.
All right. Okay. So this person is one of the Dean and Company children, now young adult.
His a contributor. I don't think wrote the whole thing.
Okay. He didn't.
Who's singing it?
He helped write it.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I didn't read.
So we don't know who the artist is.
I may have missed that part.
I wish it was Dorothy. I wish there was a video with it.
Let me read it. You know you are our favorites. We have a brand new song that will be featured in the Dean and Company 43rd annual Christmas special.
43rd.
Maybe it's time to have them back.
Don't miss.
I think so.
Don't miss this line. You are gonna want to hear it. It's called "Together with Old Glory."
Mm-hmm. What?
And you're right. It's co-authored by one of the Dean Company. It doesn't tell us who it is.
It's a collaboration, Rick.
It says, we hope this song will bring us together in this time of strife.
Okay. All right.
And it does.
Right.
And Greg, you've heard it, Together with Old Glory.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Well, here it is.
Trump's announcement. Here we go.
Right in line.
That's right on time.
Right in line.
Do we listen to the whole thing? How long?
I'd like to at least go to it kind of deep because there's a couple lines.
Because I get a touch of secondhand on this.
Greg, since this is your area of the company, you tell us when we're done.
Okay.
All right.
There's one line I want y'all to hear, and then I'll tell you.
Okay. All right. Here it is. We don't know who.
Keep it or coaster. Now you get to vote.
You get to vote. We don't know who the artist is.
It might have been written on the CD on the top.
I
didn't look.
Well, there is something written with marker on the CD.
I would have to eject it though to read it.
Right.
No, let's not do this.
All right. So here is Together with Old Glory. Keep it or coaster.
Pretty good little tune.
On 911, they stepped on our heart. They tried to tear our country apart. But we stood strong. And when the dust cleared, they saw the USA. Yes, we're still here.
Oh.
Together, together, together with Old Glory, we're together, together, together under God, we're together, together, together we're the USA, 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 USA.
Looks me, she's Ellie's hiding. Elsie hide.
Yes, 911, we will never forget. Flight 93 saved us from a bad hit. People of the world saw our Twin Towers gone. Cries of help were heard from our Pentagon.
Oh, Greg.
That's Grandma.
We're together.
I think it's Grandma.
That's Grandma.
Together with Old Glory, we're together.
That's Grandma.
Together, together under God, we're together.
Together.
Together we're the USA.
After you got to admit it's got a hook.
USA, USA.
3 times.
Oh.
Solo.
Another time, another.
Is the audio messed up for y'all?
In the sea,
Like scratchy?
No.
Okay.
They sought to rip our country apart. Instead, they awoke our giant heart.
That's Grandma. She's still alive.
I think it is.
Together.
Gobble.
Together.
Gobble.
Together.
It's in
With
you.
Old Glory, rest
Together. Together.
Tell me it ain't
Together
catchy.
with Old. Together. Together.
Together we're the
USA.
USA, USA,
USA. Now that's
3
it.
times.
So, Ed, are you just now joining us?
911.
Oh.
Our heroes were there. Responders red and blue. Great courage they shared.
I'm glad she's still
So
kicking.
many
Doing good.
It's good to hear from her.
Was great. But through it all, we're the USA.
America.
She did Poto too, didn't she?
Together. Sing together.
That was Poto's real voice, Speed.
Together. Together. Together under God. Together. Together. Together we're the USA. 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 USA.
3 times.
USA.
We stand
Is that a sax?
together.
I don't know.
Not a real
That's
one.
Charles playing that. What? There it is.
Wow.
Patriotic.
How you doing over, Bubs?
866 We Be Big is the number to vote.
Keep it or coast.
Together.
Keep it.
I was singing it
Just
all
let
morning.
him go and
I
go-
got it in
go
my
do it.
head, and I was singing it all morning.
Well done.
Together.
On them to use the kids to sell it to us.
Yeah. All right, I'm ejecting.
Together.
USA.
Together.
USA.
All right.
That ain't bad.
Let's see what we got here.
It was like clipping on my end, so I was trying to figure that out.
So
the
you
whole
didn't get to
time.
enjoy it?
Well, I thought everybody was just hearing what I was hearing.
There you go, buddy.
I hope not.
Okay.
Together.
Together. There's all kinds of stuff. There's
Together.
There's all kinds of things.
Sing it.
There's all kinds of things written here.
Together.
Bottom line, it looks like it's the Dean family
It's the
singing.
Dean.
Oh, of course. That's
43rd
Grandma.
Christmas special, they said. It's
Keep
over
it or
40.
coaster. We'll take your votes
It's
next.
amazing.
That's all you need to say is keep it or coast.
That's all you have to say. Keep it or coaster.
Until you get back, we'll be here together.
Together.
USA.
USA. USA. USA.
USA again.
We're on it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Buddy, too. Kevin? I'm sorry about that. Kevin, go right ahead. How are you, buddy?
Yes, I'm pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Great.
All right, I got some great ideas if we go with the steamers.
No, we're not going. We ain't going with the steamers. We said that
steamers.
was goofy. Tim in Meridian, Mississippi.
Look, if we're considering the steamers.
We're not. Listening to the Buzz,
Hey.
also a cool name. Go ahead.
I don't think the Stampede will pass the political correctness test.
Why?
Well, I think Peter's going to have an issue with it. It's going to bring up visions of innocent cows being stampeded to a terrible death.
No, well, see, because we're the stampede, we're the protected species. So what we do is we even use our team and say we're going to continue to help bring awareness to how the
$1 off every ticket.
$1
goes to
off
help
every ticket goes to end poaching of the white rhino.
Yeah.
in
That's
Kenya
good,
and other.
And
other
we put a sign out if you're the visiting team, no poaching today.
Yeah.
So we'll take care of them. I got that handled.
That's
I know how to play their game. They love feel-goodism, and I can dish it out as good as anybody.
And you had a little guy that run around the stadium. He was kind of your, the face of the franchise, and he'd be like Steve Irwin.
Yes.
Like a little
or
safari
like that guy
hat
from Jumanji that was in the Jeep.
Yep.
He's that guy. Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so y'all were telling me that there's an Adler update here.
Yeah.
Adler. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm shaking hands, and there's certain segues at work, and some just come out of nowhere. And she goes, "Hey, we need to have a contest, see which one of us sounds most like John Anderson." And I was like,
the singer?
Is this your way of telling us you sound like John Anderson? It was like a, and I was like, Greg,
We talking about swinging?
Hey, we're gonna have a contest, see who sounds the most like John Anderson. I said, "Well, who's in it?" She said, "Me, you, and Greg." And I was like, "Oh, so you're in it?" Come here, can you do it? Come here and do it. Can you do it? Yeah. Well, she must. I mean, she's calling for a contest.
So hey, secondhand embarrassment.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's got a uniform on. Look out.
She's got in the uniform.
Wish I could leave.
All right, we got. Come okay. No, she.
Make me laugh.
Well, we're not gonna make.
You must do this a lot. Go.
Greg, now keep in mind, I brought it up.
Now, right here. So I'm right here.
I can't look. I'm gonna look down.
You can't look.
I'm all about it.
Well, I love my grits, I love my greens, country motels, and those sweet southern belles. I like fried chicken like a country boy should, and everything that's finger licking good.
Hey, right there.
You win.
Greg, I don't know. I thought you were pretty good.
Yeah,
I thought he was in
I got
the
a
room.
good John Anderson.
Let's hear it again.
Blow, blow, see me no wind.
So keep it or coaster. It is Greg. We stand together with Old Glory. Is it? And it's Dean. It's the Dean and Company family.
Yeah.
Together.
Old friends of the show.
Glory, we're
Together. Keep it or coaster from the audience.
Together we're the
USA.
Hey.
It's that extra USA you don't see coming.
I know the third one.
Yeah, you agree with that, Andrew? I mean, that's you don't see that one coming. To the phones we go. Keep it or coaster, Bubba, as you said.
USA.
That's all we need to know.
Yeah, that's all we need to know.
Jeff and Warrior, keep it or coaster.
Toast that thing like a cow patty.
All right.
Oh,
you
that's
don't have to be
ridiculous.
mean.
You must not have heard it right.
You're not together.
We're not together. Craig and Alexander City. What do you say? Keep it or coaster?
Coast it.
I think they need
Speedy,
to hear
are
it
you
again,
keeping
Rick.
count over there?
Oh, sure.
Jason and Prattville.
You won't need a pen for this.
Jason, keep it.
Thank you, buddy.
Keep it.
Yes. Thank you, Charles.
Yes.
Okay. Terry and Jasper.
Good.
Oh, we got to keep it.
Oh, my gracious.
You want to walk that out for me? I know we asked not for that, but I have to know. You would want to keep it because it moves you, or you think it's a good
Thank you, Rick.
source for
Well,
this?
I'd say it moves. It really moves me.
Okay. Thank you, Terry.
Is that Garnett?
Probably. Ben in Nashville. Ben, keep it or coaster?
I'm going to say coaster.
Okay. Thank you,
Do
Ben.
you think the Keep-Its, they have, like, deep down inside, they want to see them back on for that train wreck, and they think that keeping it's going to get them here?
Well, I tried to go there with the guy. You saw what I was at.
Yeah, I thought that might be
Is this a
it.
keep it
He
from
actually
like
said it moved him.
I think
Like-
it's just different, different people like
Different strokes for
things.
different folks.
Moving
I
him
got
on.
you.
Together.
I just didn't know if it was a keep it the way you would want to keep.
Right,
You
like
know,
a kitty.
I think it means that we must. Yeah.
What?
I think it means we must play it.
Right.
Yeah.
If we
Yeah.
have to
Is it
keep
3-2?
USA.
It is.
USA.
Brock and Helena.
Together.
Brock, go ahead. It's your town, but Speedy.
Hey, yeah, I'm voting to keep it.
No, you're not.
Yes, he is.
Coming to Old Town.
See, y'all don't understand.
How's everything going in Old Town?
Everything's going great.
Good. I thought about that today when I was getting ready for some reason.
What?
I just want to know how y'all were doing.
Oh, yeah,
How's
it was
church doing?
great.
Are healthy?
Oh, yeah.
Shannon in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Shannon, go ahead.
Josh is doing good. Hey.
Shannon. Not going to vote.
Keep it.
I said keep it.
Amy in
keep it.
Alabama. Amy, go ahead.
All right, I love the USA, but we are going to have to put it on coast. And
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry about that. All right. John.
She said keep it?
No, she said coaster. John, go ahead.
Keep it gold.
Oh my gracious, it's 4-4. They're saying to keep it.
You know what's
Keep
happening?
it.
We got the 9 o'clock bunch.
Oh, you're right. I didn't think about that. Jameson and Decatur. Jameson, go ahead.
I'm going to say coaster.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
all right. Roger
thought you
in
said you were
Birmingham.
working on that.
Roger, what do you think?
Coast that thing with a tall Bud Light on it.
Meridian, listen to the buzz. Go ahead. What do you think, Paige?
Coaster.
Okay. Nancy
serious about it.
in Prattville. Nancy?
Yes, coast it. That is worse than gobble gobble.
No.
Oh, wow.
Hey,
Now,
you
don't
watch
get
your mouth.
crazy.
Well,
Together.
You know, you didn't have gobble gobble to compare it to.
Did you?
I'm
Did you?
sorry
You
hate
may
America.
change your mind next week.
Did y'all notice? And I think I heard one of you comment on it. Of all the votes, you know, some y'all being lighthearted. Some. Did you notice that Paige
mad
felt like
about
she
it.
needed to stop
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, she wanted the madness to stop.
Like Paige, like coast
Yeah.
it.
Mad.
No joke here. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
gonna
Straight up.
I feel called to stop it. All right, let's go to Lisa in Huntsville. Lisa, what do you think?
Coast it as far as you can.
Okay.
Coasted as far as you can.
So you don't think this would be good on the PA at the 4th of July?
Oh, I thought it would. Right after the fireworks.
Oh.
Together.
Maybe during the fireworks.
I like how she fit
Mike could get
Pentagon
that,
in it.
Mike could get that worked into Fire on the Mountain.
I'm thinking about laying it on top of the fireworks.
That's the first song I've heard the Pentagon in it.
Right. It's hard to rhyme Pentagon.
It is. It's a tough one.
But you can do it together. Ricky in Gulf Shores, Sunny 105. Ricky, go ahead.
Coaster, 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 coaster.
Ronnie. Welcome to Ricky Bubba. Ronnie, go ahead. Ronnie?
Hello?
God love them. It moved me like a bad case of the trot.
Oh, wow. Coaster?
Y'all are so funny.
All right, Coaster.
Rick, I think that's a nose.
It's tied up.
Yeah.
It's tied up.
What's the count?
11-4 to coast.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Tied up.
Made a little run there.
Lawana in Montgomery, I-92. Lawana, go ahead.
Yes, we have to keep it. It's about our great country.
Yeah, but
This is why our elections go the way they do, guys.
Keep it.
Is
Lawana.
Does he feel good about
Yes.
the country there?
It made me want
Lawana,
to stand
would
at
you-
attention.
Lawana, what about the song really reached out to you?
It's just it's a fun song.
Just fun, lighthearted.
Lawana, give us a little bit of the chorus.
Had a good beat, was easy to dance to, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And it was together.
That's what our country seems to be about. Fun. Not excellence, but fun.
Right. Thank you, Lawana.
Somebody sent me this picture just in an email, and I assume that means keep it.
That's so good.
It's so much fun, like a roller coaster. So
Yeah.
Keep it. That's what
Together.
they're all smiling. See?
Barry in Huntsville.
Together.
Barry? Why is everybody delayed?
Coast it.
All right.
Coast it.
How-
Come on, Barry.
okay.
Hell on
Why is
fire.
it taking so long?
I don't know.
For everybody
It's
to
like there's
respond.
a 2
I
Mississippi
think you're
rush or something.
Stuttering.
Yeah. Fort Payne, Alabama. Dan, go ahead.
Wow, wow,
What?
What do you think? Keep it or coaster, Dan?
I think that was it.
That was
Okay.
Oh,
keep it.
wow.
Wait, hold on.
Means a lot.
Well, wait a minute. You're going to say that after Jeff Cook just died? And you're from Fort Payne?
He's got
Oh, Rick.
disrespectful in
Oh,
him.
well, I mean, my goodness. Show some respect. David in Huntsville. David, go ahead.
Well, boys, I said shut it down. Coast it.
Okay, all right. What's our vote?
13-6 to coast it.
All right. Jenny in Birmingham. Jenny, go ahead.
I wish Harry.
Yeah, I think you should keep it and then play it on 911.
Jenny, you're not kidding. Are you kidding around? Are you making? Are you funding?
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, every year on 911.
Jenny, what part of the song really spoke to you? Hello?
Together.
Of course.
Together.
It's in your head.
Together.
Together.
I said, like I said, I think people.
Yeah.
I know what they're doing.
Okay. I'll be honest with you, since it is patriotic, I think we ought to replace the national anthem every morning with this.
Thank you, Greg. What's our number?
It's 13-7 to coast it. 13-7.
Oh, Greg,
to
I'm
coast
sorry.
It.
It was actually coasted.
I mean, I don't know if the
Y'all
staff wants to
evidently
vote.
y'all didn't hear it.
It was coasted.
I'm keeping it.
But you know what? Pretty close vote. Pretty close vote.
So we're keeping it.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, what do you? I'm ready if you are. I mean, I know you've been rattled this morning. Hey, there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than to share news that you think somebody already probably knows and then they don't. You do that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one that's actually not. This is not funny, but I remember one that was very funny when I was taking all my kids through Passport to Purity, and I got down to the youngest one, and I started, I guess, a little earlier than I did with the others, and the others had already kind of at least heard something about it, and I was just kind of clarifying. And then that look on his face when I got to the moment, and I said, "Oh my gosh, you didn't know about any of this, did you?" He said, "No, I did not."
Hey,
I did not know about this. So anyway, sorry about that, buddy. I must have got rushed to get everybody under the old coverage of this. But anyway, we found out. I did last night.
And I did about 5 minutes ago.
Right before, and some of you will remember this man. Some of you are new to the show and you don't know him, and that's okay. We can explain that. But the friend of ours, we knew him as Wacky the Clown, who did a lot of Rick and Bubba promotions, did personal birthday parties for our kids, and was a good friend of the program, passed away.
Yeah, J.D. Plummer.
J.D. Plummer.
You told me that, Rick, and I didn't even believe it. I had to go and look at the Facebook page and saw the condolences on there. And you know, J.D. has been a good friend for a long time. I mean, I had did some things with him and Wacky the Clown back even pre-Rick and Bubba show. So even back in other radio gigs before that. So we've known J.D. a long time. What a great person, just spirit. He is super believer, and we know he's in a better place. But, gosh, I hate to know he's gone.
He was a big part of my kids when they were little. My wife, when it was birthday time, it was throwdown. I mean, she would have these, and he was at several of the big parties. I mean, he was a regular. We got to have Wacky. The kids love him. And plus, J.D. as a person was awesome. But he was a great clown, too. Yeah. Great balloon animals.
Yeah, now
Rick, nobody was better.
But it's really, I mean, I'm like y'all. When you told me, I was like, what?
I was even telling Bubba a lot of things he taught us about clowns and clowning. You know, I'm talking about the big time clowns, which he was one.
Oh yeah.
Because he went to clown college. He did, and he said that
no joke here, but it is at the University of Georgia.
Right. I don't know if they still have it, but when he went, they did have that school for clowning, and I remember that he painted his nose. He did not wear a fake red nose. And when I made a comment about it, or one of us did, I don't remember who did.
A little foam nose or something.
Yeah, he said real clowns don't wear fake noses.
Right. Oh, he
said that's a drop down clown.
He wasn't big on Dumbo either.
No, he was not.
He was not.
He knew the standards. I mean, he
didn't think that presented clowns in a very positive.
Well, I just thought he represented clowns well.
Oh, he did. Because I told Bubba, I said we should have the show today. All of us put on a red nose, but that's not what he would have wanted.
My favorite part is when Wacky would come to the kids' parties. He would be dressed, in his full clown gear.
I know what you're gonna say.
And then he would do his show, which the kids would go nuts, especially when he turned the birthday boy or girl into a rabbit. And everybody went crazy.
That's fantastic.
It was funny. But then he would walk over, and then it would be me and J.D. having a conversation, but he's still dressed as Wacky the Clown. And then you look, and he's in his car, big shoes and all, pink hair and all, driving off, waving. And I go, there goes a clown driving a car.
With his little hat kind of on the side of his head. And when he would drive off in the car, that may have been the funniest thing.
The kind of tiny car that had a miraculous amount of room in it.
But the conversations when it was over, but he's still dressed, and we would say, hey, how's Rick and Bill doing? Well, they're doing good, J.D. Yeah, I saw him the other day, but he's dressed as a clown.
One time he talked to me in full clown costume about tax reform.
Yeah, it was a brilliant guy.
But I mean, And I told Bubba, I said, really? I mean, today kind of has hanging over it. Wacky the Clown has passed on.
Wow. I didn't.
Yeah.
So, like I say, I got tons of pictures, huge memories of my kids.
Yep.
That's at the birthdays. Because we had to bring him back at least every other year.
You know, he was part of some of the happiest days we've ever had. You know, big birthday parties.
He brought sunshine with him. He did.
We don't know the details, and you said you looked at the Facebook page. There's no details there either.
No, I've asked for some more.
And I'm not. I mean, it's none of our business. I just thought I'd do it. Had he been sick? Had he been sick for a long time? Was this something sudden? Right. You know, I didn't know. And I saw him, I guess, in the last couple of years.
It's been a while since I've seen him, but he was one of those guys. When you saw him, you picked right back up. Never missed a beat. You know? Very few people I say are top shelf guys. He's one of them.
16 minutes past. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number as the show rolls on. He had a heart of stone. Greg. All right, so as we make our way back, a couple things. First of all, let's point you to upside.com. Upside.com. Go there right now. It's a free app, and there's savings that just come with it immediately. And you get your first tank of gas, put in the code Bubba25. We'll get you at least 25 cents a gallon back. The Upside experience on cash back is far superior to any of the loyalty programs or cashback credit cards. It far exceeds that. As a matter of fact, Upside users are so many of them and the savings so big, they're averaging getting back $1 million a week when they buy gasoline, groceries, dining out, things we all do. Use that promo code 25, Bubba25, and go to upside.com or just go to the App Store and get the Upside app. Just download it for free. Use Bubba25. First tank of gas, at least 25 cents a gallon back, maybe more, and let the savings begin. After that, you just use it as you shop. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so an update, because we're approaching the time of day it was yesterday, if you're listening live, when, I'm not trying to brag, kind of broke a big sports story here. Not trying to brag, that there was some, rumor mills on the inside, people that were suggesting that it's possible that Auburn University might be given a gander to coach Mike O'Shea, who coaches the Canadian League's Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He's playing this Sunday, for his third Grey Cup championship. He's also was a player in the CFL and is in their Hall of Fame. Yeah. He's hard-nosed, he's hard-working, and he's a great football coach. So we called the office on the air, not expecting to get the coach. We did. We then got a email from his PR person that you would have thought somebody would have answered the phone first before the coach picked up.
Yeah.
And they were under the impression we had called multiple times. We clarified that we had not.
Right.
And then you, Speedy, took over from there.
Yeah.
And you were trying to clarify why we were calling and what was going on. And then you can take it because people were saying, what was the update? What finally happened?
The update was we went back and forth, and they ended up letting me know that they appreciate the email and the interest, but they will not be able to do an interview. They do appreciate us, and then it was a take care.
Okay.
Did you get the point across to the PR guy that we wanted to talk to him, not Coach? Coach is busy this week. I got that.
I did,
and he's probably busy too. But
I replied.
Did he have 15 minutes or what?
All right.
I replied back to that email, and I said, "Hey, I just want to make sure you thanks. Appreciate the reply as well, but want to make sure that you understand." We're talking about you, not Coach, for the interview. Would love to talk to you. And he's ghosted me since. He's left me on red again.
Didn't he have War Eagle on his last one? He sent back.
Well, I mean.
All right, I will ask this.
I'd be nice playing for the championship this week. You don't want to mojo yourself.
No, you don't.
I will say this. This happened yesterday, and I'm going to ask you some direct questions.
Okay.
And just answer them yes or no.
All right.
Did, in any of your interaction with him, they deny he has been contacted by Auburn?
No.
Okay. Is it true that people yesterday, more than one, I think there was about 3. Well, no, now there's 4. Of people who are showing me that they have looked at his name, Mike O'Shea, and there is something that comes up that says new domain, and it appears that there is now an email at Auburn University that belongs to Mike O'Shea.
It appears.
People took screenshots of it and sent it to us. Is that correct?
Come on.
Yes, it is.
That is
and I
funny,
want to
by the
also
way.
be fair and make sure that you understand. When I reached out to Darren, I let him know that we called once to what you just said, and we're hoping to book him for today's show. I told him when we were live, and we'd love to speak to him on air. And I even threw in, congrats on being in the Grey Cup again this Sunday, blah, blah, blah. I did not mention Auburn in my email, okay? So
I did.
Okay, but I didn't. I just said I knew Rick and I knew Rick that you had emailed Rick and Bubba, and I'm following up on that. They've sent it over to me. Just want to follow up. So I just want to be fair that I didn't mention Auburn to him in the interview request on my end.
I did.
Okay.
I said we're calling to find out if he'd been contacted by Auburn.
Okay.
And I got thank you. That's it.
Okay. Well, I got
no denial
on my
nothing.
follow-up saying that I am taking over from what Rick and Bubba have done. He said, "I'm sorry, but he's not available for this."
Off the air for a minute. I need to ask everybody something. Maybe off the air.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Because I don't want to drag somebody into it that doesn't be into it.
I'm in another room. I can't hear that. I'm in another room.
Well, I think that was by design.
What?
Yeah.
Well, y'all need to tell McShay to stop wearing Auburn hoodies because
All right.
Got a picture.
Unless that's Photoshop, which it doesn't look like.
Please look. Yeah.
So,
No, it looks real natural.
looks good.
I will say that there was no confirming it or denying it, and there appears to be an email address tied to someone either with his same name,
okay,
or him, that is now at Auburn, and I'll just leave it at that.
I'm looking here. Seeing a lot of first and last, not full.
Okay, that's all right.
But we're looking.
Just looking, and I'm sure there's nothing to it.
What's Winnipeg's mascot?
Blue Bombers.
Blue Bombers. Blue Bombers up.
What's that color again?
Blue.
Okay.
There you go.
That is, I mean, it was a breaking story yesterday.
Apparently, no one else got on board with it,
and it was based on some rumors, but very odd, nevertheless.
Don't think that's it, Rick.
Okay, all right. Well, that we can say that the thing everybody's sending me from Auburn about the new email address and the new homepage for Auburn University, that does not appear to be his full name.
Correct.
Because we just want to keep factual here.
We did.
We do.
So that probably has nothing to do with any of this.
Probably not.
Right?
Correct.
Right.
We want to stay on top of it.
That's right.
Don't want to see us going down any roads that shouldn't be gone down.
I thought
I will tell you, for the first time ever, I'm going to be looking Sunday for the Grey Cup.
Yeah, of course we all
winner.
will. Yeah. I want to see how he's.
I didn't even know it was this weekend.
See what kind of offense he runs.
I don't know if the Winnipeg staff, I'm sure they're getting ready for a game. I don't know how busy they are. I thought I would get more with a sorry, take care,
Yeah,
well,
but
that's all
nothing.
Nothing.
Well, especially when he knows we're on the trail too, and they don't need that distraction this week.
And and here's what's interesting too. I'm sorry, but he's not available for this. That's the exact words.
Well,
and then I replied with, "Well, I want to be clear. We're wanting to talk to you, not him."
And what's his name? Cameron or something?
Darren. Yes, the last name you are.
All right. So here's
Senior Director of Public and Player Relations.
Right.
He told Speedy to eat it.
So again, for me,
He did ask for the pound cake recipe though, so I did send it.
When the
Go ahead and send that.
Yeah.
Good. If not, send it to me.
with the senior director, he's a senior director of Public and Player Relations.
Clearly made
for the
up
Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He said, "Good morning, Coach O'Shea is telling me you're repeatedly calling him this morning.
He
How
wants you
can
to
I help
stop."
you?" I said, "We called one time. We just wanted to ask if he wanted to confirm or deny that he had been offered the head job at Auburn University, because I'm getting right to it. And if you would like to go on the air, here's our number. If others are calling, it is not us. We've called one time." And
Word got out.
There was no reply to me on that.
I think at that point that's when you sent it to me. What'd you get, Bub?
I just got a reply from him now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says coast it.
Right.
That's great, Bubba.
That's good.
Well hey, you can leave just a little early.
Done.
So anyway, I'm sure there's
Cameron go.
He said no.
No, Speedy, no.
He said he hasn't said anything about it. He says I'm playing for a Grey Cup, and that's what he should say, right?
Yeah, they're focused.
Is he a good football coach? Yes. Do I know? Do I think there's anything to this? I have no idea.
The Blue Bombers.
I tell you what, we didn't get is I absolutely have not been contacted, and so please don't ask me about it again.
That's true. Cease and desist.
We didn't get that, did we?
I ain't heard it.
I think you will. I don't think you're going to see any announcement out of Auburn until after the Auburn-Alabama game, like immediately right after it, to try to change the headlines.
Oh well,
That'd be a good plan.
Yeah. Now I've been contacted by Winnipeg.
Oh,
What did they say?
Believe me, if it doesn't have this sticker on it, you don't want it.
Okay.
That's a Yellowwood joke.
You don't want it.
Wow.
Let my Cameron go.
Okay, all right. So Darren must be listening. He's emailing right now.
Okay.
What did he say?
He said, "Together,
Together. All right,
911 together.
your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Blazing Silverman's got those for you, and any headlines that we think we might have missed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Listening to the kickoff hour, and they were doing that thing where, everybody's now asking Alexa, who's going to win the Super Bowl, and the thing about her saying the Eagles and spelling out Eagles and all that. And certainly the technology is fun and it's incredible. But those of us that are old enough to remember 2001: A Space Odyssey,
I know,
folks. I know. You got to watch this now.
That's what's got Gregory over there.
Well, let me tell you, this has got Illuminati and all that written all over it. Charlie Daniels, I bet ain't got one. Bubba,
Rick, you know what
not
is?
remember? Wasn't it Al when it was called? Hal.
Yeah.
Do you not remember?
Do we
that?
need to play some sound?
Do you not
bites from
remember that?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Hal started saying things that's kind of on his own.
That little glowing light.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing, and it's funny you brought that up because I was thinking about that.
Now, that thing about the Eagles was hilarious.
I've got
whoever programmed that was fantastic.
The technology that we have, and I've got Alexa, and Alexa can play music, and Alexa can cut some lights on and off, and through our home security system, it can arm some things and cut some lights on.
You're giving it too much responsibility.
Open and close some doors.
Bubba. Be careful what responsibility you give.
He's going to lock you in that house.
That's it, Greg.
And
You're
Rick,
all over it.
Rick, it can even control the thermostats.
Well,
okay.
Why are you trying to open the door? Where do you think you're going? Bubba, I'm telling you, this movie warned us, and here we are. We're just lowering our head and going right in.
But Rick, she doesn't control the oxygen supply. Okay, now that's where I'm going to draw the line. No connection there.
Well, we think.
I want you.
I know.
If you all of a sudden, if you see her start riffing a little bit, like, well, it sounds like that was kind of your own deal there, But really, I understand the technology because we were laughing. We're living in a time. Of course, you got to be sure the information is accurate, but. We live in a time that any time you say something or can't remember something, you go Google that.
Yeah.
So this is just a way to Google without having to physically get your phone and Google. You just say, "Hey, you find me that."
Okay, so you got the Google personal assistant.
Right. I'm just using the term
got
Google.
Alexa,
Meaning,
and what I was going to tell you,
Google Home.
It even Google Home. It even gets more so next month when Apple comes out with their HomePod, which is going to be their version.
But do you remember the movie?
I do.
2001: A Space Odyssey or not?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Rick.
And
I remember that light. That little orange.
You remember how you would?
We thought it was cut off. Remember he tried to cut it off, and you saw it light up again
came
a little
back
bit.
up and said, "I got my own deal."
Yeah.
Huh?
Planning to disconnect me, and I'm afraid that's something I cannot allow to happen.
See what I'm talking about? Here we go.
Where the hell did you get that idea, Hal?
Dave, although you took very thorough precautions in the pod against my hearing you, I could see your lips move.
That is how the computer that's running the spaceship is on.
You realize all that is just Alexis.
Alexa.
Whatever her name is. I don't know her name. No. You realize it's the same thing.
Yeah.
We're letting them, and we think we're getting fired.
I got
up.
one in my office now.
I hear you in there doing things. And you can just,
telling her to be quiet. And stuff.
Some of the things you've asked her, I need to question you on. But what I'm going to say,
everybody here is having a little too much fun running by, giving it orders as they run by.
Well, that's the only problem. First of all, it's wide open for anybody who wants to say something. But
I might have to put voice lock on.
Here's what I love about us: is it's fine to say like I need some information.
Yeah.
But we won't stop there. We're going to give this thing control of everything.
Right.
As if we can just trust it. And then all of a sudden, one day. Why are you trying to open the door? I think I'm leaving. I think you're going to find that to be very difficult. I'm telling you, we better watch these things. I'm not anti-technology. I'm just saying be careful.
Well, and I know there's a lot of people that get spooked with artificial intelligence, and they think, it's going to overtake the world. And it's what was that from the movie, Schwarzenegger's movie? Was it Skynet? Was that what it was called, that had all the robots?
I didn't see that.
Terminator.
I think you're right.
On Terminator?
Yeah, I think you're right. Skynet, I think, is correct. Sounds right.
The artificial intelligence. I've never seen anything that actually could learn itself that wasn't programmed to learn. In other words, there's a person somewhere with a line of code making it do everything it does. So even though it mimics, and that's what it does, human behavior.
Well, humans are very trustworthy.
All right, let's turn it over to the people. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Had a little bit of a phone screening issue in the break, so if we were not able to get your call, we can now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've opened up all the lines. Time for you to comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Tell you what we're not doing in the phone tro. We're not doing meaningless shout-outs. We're not doing shameless plugs, not doing baby predictions, anything like that. Those things get an instant buzzer. What we are hearing is comments, questions, and bringing information to the table. And the beauty of the phone troll, is it's only 30 seconds long. So that means if you're in line and you're one of the 10 lines, you think, wow, what if I'm sitting here at line number 7? That's all right. We're going to use that 30-second buzzer, and we're going to get to you quickly. So now's the best opportunity for you to be on the show. So if you dial now, you will get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Things you need to know. We will have the Wednesday Bible study again today, 12 noon, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be live. After that, it'll be archived on the YouTube channel. And the audio-only version will be on our podcast channel for your consumption on your own time if you so desire. Jack is in Coleman. He's listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jack, you're on. 30 seconds and go.
What's up, guys? I've got some slogans for days of the week. And right out of the gate, I want to start with Helms and Motivated Monday for Helms.
Okay.
By the way, I was approached by a golden retriever. Said he was playing with a tennis ball in his yard, and Helms showed up out of nowhere, said that I practiced the way I played, I played the way I practiced. Said something about a tennis coach, and he just walked off with my ball. I had no idea what that was about. But,
that makes two of us.
I think that was one of those things. You had some material laid out on the table. It looked pretty good.
It did.
But
last night about 10 o'clock, it looked good.
Oh, execution. Execution.
Hey, we appreciate you calling.
866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Will.
He never got past the first one. He
got hung up too much.
Yeah. Will in Coleman, 104.7 WZZK. Will, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, my daughter's a jazz. She's Southerner, and she has a video of Bubba passing out the hot dogs Saturday after the game.
Oh, yeah.
And they really enjoyed it. I just want to say thanks.
Well, Greg and my son Hunter helped in that.
That's a good little
President
tradition.
Killingsworth and his wife and some other folks. So, hey, send us the video. I'd love to see it from her point of view.
My arm was a little sore. I ain't gonna lie.
Christina.
they were light.
They were making fun of it. I said, Martin really was sore.
I know, it was.
Christina Prattville, I-92. Christina, 30 seconds. Come on.
Hey, my question is for Greg. A little
Sure.
bit ago, he said, you have to understand, Rick, this is the 9 o'clock crowd calling. What does the 9 o'clock crowd mean?
It's not a derogatory term. It's just the 9 o'clock crowd.
What is that, Greg?
What kind of?
Well, they just seem to be a little more rowdy than the others, and some of the more rowdier calls we have. It's not a bad thing. Actually, it's the best calls of the day.
If you've listened to the show over the years, the 9 o'clock hour is definitely a little different. I don't know if it's the bunch that stayed out late and just got up or what the deal is, but there are many times it's just a little bit different pace. What do you say, Rick?
Yeah, there's something, there's some tie, you hit on it, there's some tie to I'm still not busy enough not to call this late in the morning.
Yeah.
That spawns a different...
Either stayed out too late, or I got a lot of sleep because I don't have anywhere to go.
Something about,
or I've already started burning one.
Right.
And I mean, I don't mean it in a bad way, but there's some weird ones that call in the 9 o'clock.
Greg, you can't say I don't mean it in a bad way and then call somebody weird.
Let's say somebody that's weird calls the show that day. It's normally in the 9 o'clock.
There's been 9
right?
o'clock
But you're not
hours.
trying to say anything negative.
There's been 9 o'clock hours.
Some of you, I think, need help.
That we just stared at each other like, what was that about?
Right.
And that's but Bubba, let me be clear. Greg don't want to say anything negative.
No.
I know. It's just not his nature.
A lot of stupid people called it the 9 o'clock hour. There it is.
To Philip.
I noticed you waited till the lady hung up before you said that.
Philip in Sylacauga. Philip, 30 seconds, go.
She scared me.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
A possibility. What do you think of a Trump-DeSantis president-vice president partnership?
Well,
Either way.
I liked it until Trump ruined it, and now that's never going to happen. That was actually, if we would have probably not attacked DeSantis or started calling names
right out of the gate.
I thought that was actually a good idea that Trump would run for president again. DeSantis would be vice president, and I'm not the only person who said this. I heard others say the same thing.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that.
Yeah, and then that way, if Trump can win, that gets 4 years more of Republicans in the executive office, and then DeSantis runs to try to get a 2-term. You could literally go for 12 years with Republicans if they'll just work together.
But it's not starting off very good.
I don't know if Trump would ever have anybody who he would consider a threat as a VP. He's very alpha male. He wouldn't want anybody else real strong in that position, I don't think. And I don't know that DeSantis wants to get in there. I think he kind of wants to start clean with his own thing because he's clearly got a different style and a different approach. I think on issues they probably agree 95% of the time.
Absolutely.
But I think it's just a different style and approach.
Yeah, I would say to the different to that political party what I think we need to say sometimes to the church universal. Why don't we talk more about the things we agree on as opposed to fighting over the things we disagree on?
Yeah.
Mike in Birmingham, 30 seconds, go. Mike? I'm sorry. Jared in Florence, WLAY. Jared, 30 seconds, go.
Yes, sir. How are y'all this morning?
We're great.
Good.
Hey, so my question is I know that everybody, all Alabama fans, are used to seeing the eliteness that Alabama has throughout the previous years with Nick Saban. But my question is, do y'all believe that we're going to see this eliteness next year, and if Alabama would even have a shot at even doing a CFP contender in this upcoming season in next year? Because I know they're not going to make it this year.
Are you already looking at next year? It's hard to understand you. It's almost like your cell phone was put in a paper bag, and you still attempted to talk through it. I would say
in the woods.
Nice try.
I really think that Greg McElroy probably gave the best assessment of what's going on this season. Now, keep in mind, you're talking about 2 losses of a total of 4 points.
Yeah.
Or you'd still be undefeated.
Yeah, if that's a rebuilding year, I'll take it.
Yeah, and I saw where they have the number 1 class in 2023 recruiting wise. So
I do not think this is the end of the Alabama era, and I think that's what you were asking. I don't think you see this thing start sliding downhill. You're not. You can't have these perfect seasons.
Yeah, you can't win the national championship every year and go undefeated. You're going. I mean, it's cyclical. You're going to have some down years, and trust me, 8-2 is not a bad down year.
And the conference is getting more competitive again, so that makes it harder. But it's just a tough league, and you got a great program, a great coach, and every year you have great players. Some of these players this year are not as good as what you've had in the past, and they're playing teams that can match up with them a little better now. That's all. Jimmy,
I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, Jimmy and Jasper. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey guys, I really love the 9 o'clock hour, especially when we get to the last part of it, because you know somebody's going to slip in a doo-doo every now and then.
Yes. Oh, yeah. You can count on that.
Well done. I love it.
Yeah. James in Crossville. James, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, idea for Biden. He needs to make the Together song his campaign slogan.
Yes.
Bring us all together.
I think the less you see of Biden, the better his numbers will be.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks for being with us. If our time together is wrapping up, Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. If you're in one of these situations where there's a little more content available to you, then go grab it. Find out how to do that at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.